Okay, we live, y'all.
Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Unscramble minds. Unscramble minds.
Because I was on mute. Welcome to Unscramble Minds. Of course, y'all know I am the goddess, Sister Freedom, Big Mama. I first want to say thank you for coming tonight. Things got a little crazy the last time, but we are here and we just gonna move on with the show. That's just how it goes, you know. Later on in the discussion, I want y'all to hear reasons as to why I do not accept that we are primates. To me, if you lie, you steal, you cheat, you deceive. So, and manipulate and gaslight and just move the narrative all over the place to fit you. Okay. So later on in the video, I will be just letting you hear a couple things as to why I feel like if you've always been a liar, you can always be a liar. Thank you.
Oh. Well, Uncle Maya, everyone. I'm Sister Sakina Ra, and happy to see all of y'all.
Hey, I'm Gemini the Goddess, and it's good to be back. I know I missed a lot. I heard, and then I heard it through the grapevine, and then I heard some more shit, heard it on a three-way call. I was like, good Lord.
We needed you.
I know, I could not believe I missed all the shits. And you know, I'm so with the shit, and I missed all the shits, but God, you know, I'm glad it's over with, though. I'm glad all the shits is over with. We can get back to business as usual.
Yes, yes. No more shit.
No more shits. Don't start no, won't be none, no. Don't forget that.
That part, right? She said, I'm with the shits all day. Hey, y'all. Hey, cousins. The thought of the sea. What's up? Happy Tuesday. I just want to also say, I want to say thank you guys. But first, I want to also just on my behalf apologize. But more than apologize, I want to say I do appreciate gang all day, all the cousins that was in the chat. We saw y'all. We heard y'all. I really appreciate the love and the support. And that's it. That's all. So we're going to continue this conversation. Go ahead, Dulcie. And Nisha will be in when she is able to jump on.
Yes, she should be coming in peace and love. I'm Dulcinea, and yes, we love all our supporters. Thank you guys for coming out and joining us tonight. Are you muted again?
Freedom, you're muted.
Yeah, you're muted again.
Yours good. Okay. I want to say what I said before. Are we primates?
Okay, 2 minutes. I'm sorry, Freedom. Don't forget 2 minutes. Start now. Okay? 2 minutes.
Well, I do. Like I said, I have some information to show. I don't believe that we are. You know, I will never accept someone stealing everything from me. What I'm saying when I say the SSA is our culture, our names, our gods, our ways of life, even parts of what we call Africa now was even taken and put in different names to different conquerors and things of that nature, and put in classifications through races. I don't know the word I'm going to look for what I want to say about that, but through racism and through control, through I can say this, mind effing. Okay, that's what I have always looked at that kind of stuff to be. So I don't accept it. Anything that they give us is so they'll be able to control the narrative and the thoughts when it comes down to us and everything that they have put a tag on, as far as I'm concerned. So, like I said, later on, I'll just show in a little bit why I feel like that they've never changed. Okay, Sakina.
Okay.
Well, I have a new thought about it. I do believe science needs to revisit the original theory. There has been new light has been shined on it. I do believe that science needs to revisit the original theory. That has been proven to me that science needs to look at that original theory as evolution has evolved, so that I can say. I'm not going to say that I don't still believe in the original theory, but I do agree through observation and what has been presented. Yes, science do need to revisit that original theory, and we should at least be able to see what the common ancestor appears to be. So I can agree with that. And again, I would like to thank Dulcinea for bringing that to the attention. Go ahead, Gemini.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I will sit and say my position on this because I never really take a position on much. But my position on this is definitely, I believe that by definition, we are primates. I believe that we are DNA connected, but I do not believe that the great ape is the common ancestor that started this. I think that they don't have enough evidence yet to show the exact age of the great apes. Because you would have to, I would have to see where the great ape been around just as long as human beings, right? And so again, I'm they have not. That is not clear to me whatsoever about the timeline of this great ape and when we split off. And as a matter of fact, there's really no timeline for the original man itself. So to make that argument is just that it's an argument. It's going to be an argument because if we're talking about from time infinite, we don't have a timeline on the original man. There will never be a timeline on the original man. So then therefore we cannot prove that the great ape is the exact common ancestor. But are we interconnected? I definitely believe we are interconnected DNA wise, and that's to everything and everybody, in regardless to color or in regardless to what the object is, if it's a fish, a leaf, a tree. We all are interconnected, DNA wise, but everything else falls under belief after that. And I also believe, because I didn't weigh in too, that Dulcinea did a really good job really showing where the idea came from to even, put that theory in motion. I think she did a good job with, showing the history of it and the great beginnings, of where this all stemmed from. So good job, Dulcinea, on that.
Thank you, sis.
That was good. So I know we had I like the point of the common ancestor. I'll add on there. I think, my feedback has always just been always start with the root, the origins, right? And if there's questions around the origins of the scientific theory, and we stay there and we just keep on chopping it down, and it's consistently bringing up more questions than it is solidified answers, if that makes sense. I think that that's all the more reason why we should question what we perceive to be, our classifications as primates. That's number one. I think also that, when I think of how, like when I think of like the oldest human quote unquote fossils or the skeletal remains that were found, like in East Africa, even before, I remember when Mary Leakey or whatever, and her husband had quote unquote, those anthropologists made those discoveries. People took it as hard fact that, yep, absolutely, those were humans, those were part of our family, only to find out that the fossils that they found really was not a full structure of a full, head that a human being has, right? I think that they have. So these are the reasons why questioning and getting to the root of how these classifications came to be is really, really, really significant, So that's where I'll land the plane on that.
Yes. Peace and love. And thank you guys, everyone, for your comments. I'll say my position, and even getting off of the scientific racism and just my position on are we primates. I think humans have always had this insatiable need to rank things, give a hierarchy to things. We want to bring our human nature into nature. And we have to separate the human out of it because we're just one part of it. But we have always wanted to be the center. We've always wanted to feel like the planets revolve around us. Everything is about us. And I definitely wasn't arguing that we aren't connected to monkeys, and because we're connected to every living thing. And that's why I introduced what Sakina was saying, how we came from the waters and then everything sprouted out from that. But I think it's a problem, us wanting to be the number one, the most important. No one's smarter than us, even though we're doing a lot of dumb stuff, because it just shows, we think that we can control things we can't control. Like we try to control the weather, and then look where that leads us. We try to control the ecosystem, and look where that leads us. So that's why I would say that classification and the ranking system is all wrong. We need to do away with that altogether, and then have a clear view of categorizing everything without putting in who's smart, who's not smart, who's more advanced, who's not advanced, and just see nature as it is, which is a powerful entity.
Facts. You know what, too, Dulcinea, while you're talking about that, the classification and the ranking, even for me, just the word ancestor, when it's like, do you know what an ancestor is? We pray to our ancestors. There's no way we're, a common ancestor, using still the word ancestor and ancestor. Yeah, we're not praying to the great apes. We're praying to our ancestors, which are human beings, that look down over us and protect us and lead and clear the pathways, for us to, walk down a certain road. But, that great apes, the oldest ape that they have found is it a little over 6,000 or 7,000 years ago, or is it more? I didn't even really catch the timeline of any of that, because if you're still just only putting just some thousands to it, then we are still not talking about, then who are they related to? They are a common ancestor with somebody, just not us. Are they, again, DNA related? Sure. But common ancestor, no.
Right. And I was trying to push that. I think if I reorganized it a little bit, well, that would have been a little better. But that's what I was definitely trying to push. Like, we do not know common ancestor. That doesn't mean we're not common. That doesn't mean we're not connected. But when you're saying an ancestor, like why? And then a lot of it says it's based on looks. And I know, Sister Freedom, I want you to take it from here. But they give us bone fragments that they put together, and then the bones look like something else. So it's like, you're telling me a crocodile led to a human, but that looks a lot like a crocodile. Why couldn't that have led to a crocodile? Sister Freedom, what do you say
An
about
alligator or a what's that other? What's that other little one? The little alligator is called a
I know what you're talking about. I can't remember, but yeah, I know
Yeah.
exactly what you're talking about. Yes.
Well, give me a second, please.
Okay.
Was it a crocodile? Was it a little alligator, a crocodile?
No, that's another word. It's a crocodile, alligator, and it's a small one,
And it's
and it's called something else. Yeah.
Dang, iguana.
No.
That's one too.
Okay.
Someone said, I have a question, ladies. Why don't you take it from here, Sakina? Which great ape are you talking about? Have any of you read The Cobran? I know they say she ape mentioned in there.
I have not read that. But even if I were to read it, you would still have to really that when we're defining, breaking down that word and defining ancestor, you're gonna have to, get that clear. Because I mean, unless and we can even pull up ancestors, see how many definitions there are for ancestors, and could one possibly mean an animal?
Right, because that's a good one. Cobra. Right, because I'm not gonna monkey around with you because I don't really know him like that. You dropping keys for me.
I don't really know the Cobran all too well. I know it mentions apes, but where I get a problem when it comes to the religious texts and when they mention apes, they usually say a tribe outside of themselves. So whenever it comes to like the Quran doesn't mention it, but when Muslims were beefing with the Jews, they said that they were ape-like. When the Hindus were beefing with another group of people, they said they were ape-like. And usually in religious texts, they never say we are all apes. They say that tribe over there is ape and I'm a god.
Yeah,
so,
the other people, the others.
The other people are apes.
Yeah, them.
Not all apes. So that's where my question would be, did they say that they were all apes or they came across an ape-like person?
Well, thank y'all for being patient with me. This whole situation, like I said before, and I'm gonna say it again: if you lie, you steal, you cheat, you deceive, you manipulate, all of that above. And those individuals have done nothing but that, putting us in these different classifications gives them power and control over us. And then you're going to give me reasons, and the playoff is theory. The word theory to me is a playoff because it's this is what we think type thing. And I don't know what so-called facts that they could put together except to say we got arms and they got arms, we got legs and they got legs, and they carry their babies the same way we do, or some old stupid mess like that. That is not, it's like, so what type thing. But to put us in categories and classifications, to me, is just another type of control, just like religion. And here's the thing, and in no holy book do it say that we're primates. Did y'all read
the Cobran Bible? This is what they're talking about. I'm sorry, Freedom. Let me interrupt you for 1 second, and you can take it in. They're saying the Cobran was a Bible. It's a Masonic Bible. And it says, according to the bear, beastly beauties can become better blood bodies. The book born brought. Okay, well, this is almost like Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Okay, so it's a common term and phrases. And this is what the Cobran Bible is, because it's more like a poem or poetry of a bunch of masteries and mysticisms. Okay. And this is what the Cobran Bible sounds like, because even
it's esoteric. Are you saying it's esoteric? Looks a little esoteric, or?
Yeah, right, because it says a mysticism and masteries, and so here we go. Because listen to common terms and phrases. It just says, according to the bear, beastly beauty become better blood body book born bring brought called carry cast cause chapters child's come dark and daughter death decrease deeds. So here we go. It's just a bunch of mysticisms and characters caught up in. Right. So here we go. It's the Cobran Bible, and it dates back 36 3,600 years. I guess this is after, because it dates back 3,600 years and offers a unique and enlightened insights from the past through both challenges and affirms of our present day beliefs. Okay, so, exactly. So we talking about beliefs, right? A secular anthology near as large as the King James Bible. So it's a decipherment. Understand that. So
what's
whoever
the
brought
name of the Bible again?
it's a decipherment. Understand that it's a decipherment of the
The
Bible.
Colburn Bible. Hold on.
Yeah, the Colburn Bible is a decipherment, right? And it's from the 21st century. So all of this is even after KJV. So it's a decipherment, right? It's from the Bible. It's a
play this. Let me play this, baby, and then you can maybe elaborate from what this is saying with that, because I'm kind of I don't know what type of Bible that is. I never even heard of it before, but
exactly. You can decipher from what I just told you. It's a decipherment from what? You can go ahead from that. I just told you the keys you need to know. It's a decipherment from the Bible, so you can roll from that. I just gave you all the things you need to know, boo. So go ahead.
Okay. I was trying to get the name. She never told me the name.
It's a Colburn Bible.
Yeah. KOBRIN, right?
Okay.
KOLBRIN. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a decipherment Bible, esoteric Bible. Somebody else done read it and deciphered it for themselves, and now they're trying to tell you the bears. And we know what bears represent. We know what frogs represent. We know what toads represent. We talking about watchtowers and watch things and those things, right? Because all animals represent things: turtles, rabbits, bears. We know these watchful things, these watchful animals, right? And now we talking about
what I was saying was the holy books, talking about the Bible and the Quran and any books that come from those books. Definitely not the message to the black man, and that's my Bible. Is not saying that we're primates, but and not even in those books. I don't know about that one, but in those books, there's not even a form of a decipherment.
See, and what they do is, because it's like another person, like Sakina said, coming after and saying, oh, this would be this. But what happens is, in these religions, they say they come upon another person. So if you ever heard of Hinduism, they talk about the monkey man, but they talk about real humans fighting this group of monkey men. So it's never that we're all monkeys, we're all primates. It's always like, oh, there's a divine being, there's a godlike man, and then there's an ape-like man. So they always separate the two.
Well, and then there's a deity. Don't forget to add in the deity, Dulcinea, because in Hinduism,
that's why one group is closer to the deity, and then the other one is closer to animals.
Exactly, like the long wolf or the bird or the. Come on, we can follow along now. We know the bear.
I know the message to the black man. I love that book. I love it. So, I'm an open type person. I'm always out the box thinking.
Right.
So that's how.
So that's why she used the Coptic jars with the baboon for that reason. But that's not saying that that's why they tried to say we came from the common ancestor, but it could be maybe, you know what I'm saying? That could be why she's tried to relate those two things, but I'm not saying that that's why she did. Right?
No, I won't get with this because neither one of the debaters, it's not their information. It's someone else's who is more so in control. So we but some people accept things and some people just don't. I'm a person that looks outside the box. Even before I even heard this information, I never accepted it. Even when they was teaching in school, I'm like, what? You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just an outside type. And I'm not by myself, if I may say that as well. But I want to play something. Hopefully y'all can hear it.
And I wasn't speaking about you, Leon, Queen. I was just saying, I'm not saying that Paul did. I'm just not saying that she did.
I just want to get with this.
No, I'm sorry. I was just speaking to Naambi.
Okay. Y'all ready? Hopefully now the commercial.
Go ahead and play.
Too long. I might have waited too long. Let me put this on mute just in case the commercial comes first.
It's like the saying often attributed to P.T. Barnum says, there's a sucker born every minute.
Do y'all hear it?
Yeah, we
for example.
turn it down a little bit. So
1856, workmen digging in a cave in the Neander Valley near Dusseldorf in Germany discovered a fossilized skull,
perfect.
2 femurs, and bone fragments. Examined by one Professor Schaffhausen,
It's
a
about
professional
Neanderthals.
anatomist, he concluded that they were fully human. However, 4 years later, after the release of Darwin's On the Origin of Species, the search for fossils of imagined ape-like ancestors of man increased with much vigor amongst naturalists. And lo and behold, Irish geologist William King decided to re-examine the fossil skull of Neanderthal man and see what he thought. His conclusion? Like other Darwinians of the day, he argued, against the professional opinion of an expert anatomist, that Neanderthal man was an ape-like creature. And so positive was he that he actually declared, the thoughts and desires which once dwelt within it never soared beyond those of the brute. Such clairvoyant ability as to somehow perceive the fossilized thoughts emanating from a collection of bones demonstrates his obvious evolutionary bias. And this wild speculation wasn't simply against the opinion of one lone expert from across the aisle of human origin ideology. It flew in the face of no other than the great anatomist Rudolf Virchow, one of the most prominent physicians of the 19th century.
Please listen to the
also argued
physicians.
that Neanderthals were fully human in every respect, with any abnormalities being the result of their suffering from rickets or arthritis. However, depictions of Neanderthals as stooped-over ape men began to proliferate evolutionary literature, and such representations were mimicked in the circuses and carnival freak shows of the day. The evolutionary mindset took hold of all sectors of society, becoming the evolutionary memes of their day. For example, in 1929, life-sized statues of bestial Neanderthals greeted visitors viewing Chicago's Field Museum of Natural History and were only replaced relatively recently. After an overwhelming amount of evidence collected over the years proved that Neanderthals were simply powerfully built people, well within the modern range of human anatomy, they were replaced with more modern depictions, which today look like normal humans. A current Chicago Field Museum article states, the first of 2 Neanderthal family dioramas were installed in 1929. In the early 1970s, the Neanderthal figures were replaced with new ones.
Okay.
By 1994, the hall of the Stone Age of the Old World exhibit had been dismantled because most were considered to be scientifically inaccurate. The hall had included the Neanderthal family. So, despite their still being used as examples of our supposed primitive ancestors in popular movies and catchy commercials, such as the simple enough for a caveman to do it series today, Neanderthals were never subhuman. That idea was always a false imposition applied upon the facts rather than derived directly from them. And perhaps the most definitive confirmation of this comes from no less than Dr. Eric Trinkhaus, a paleoanthropologist specializing in Neanderthals, early modern human biology, and human evolution. He's considered one of the world's foremost authorities on Neanderthal man, and he has concluded, detailed comparisons of Neanderthal skeletal remains with those of modern humans have shown that there's nothing in Neanderthal anatomy that conclusively indicates locomotor, manipulative, intellectual, or linguistic abilities inferior to those of modern humans. So, evolutionists use Neanderthals for approximately 175 years to lace the minds of millions with evolutionary ideas of proto-human derivatives, only to later affirm their full humanity. But what about other examples that have been offered to the public?
Listen to this,
The
y'all.
most famous hoax, and one that is much bemoaned among the evolutionary community, is the famous Piltdown Man. The supposed ape-man skull and jawbone was found in 1912 by a laborer digging in a gravel pit near the town of Piltdown in England. It was announced that both pieces came from the same ancient ape-man and dubbed Piltdown Man. For 40 years, this supposed proof of human evolution was displayed in museum exhibits and textbooks
That's how they play
as
with the
proof
mind.
positive that human beings had descended from ape-like ancestors. With hand-drawn, supposed scientific images of what the creature must have looked like, all with amazing similarity to how the freak show missing links were portrayed, described, and depicted by their promotional artists as well. Only after 4 decades was the evidence re-examined and revealed as a fraud. And it wasn't even a good fraud, as one could easily see how the teeth from the jawbone had been filed down to make them look more human. And the bones had been chemically treated to make them look very old.
Can you hear
it? It was simply a combination
Yeah.
of a skull and a modern ape jawbone stuck together. We raise this example today not simply to rub it in that one evidence for evolution has been disproven, but to point out that the acceptance and promotion of such evidence by professionals for over 40 years can only be attributed to one of two things: pathetic scientific acumen displayed by the evolutionary scientists of the day,
I'm gonna stop it.
or an agenda that made people willing to overlook the obvious fraud to accomplish its ideologic goals. For hundreds,
I just wanted to play a little bit of this. It goes into Lucy, how they manipulated the bones, put the bones together, how they sharpen down stuff to make it look like this, and manipulation of the mind.
Link from?
Huh?
Where is that link from?
I didn't want to put it. I'll send it to you, but I didn't want to put it up because I didn't know how long that I wanted to play the whole thing. Even Lucy. All of it's manipulation. They, like I said, put bones together, but this is how they've always done. These are high up doctors, scientists, anthropologists, or whatever, biologists, and all that. But see, all that's looked over. This is why I say that if I can think the way I think, and here are people who are just high up too.
But they said over the last 40 years, and we talking about the last 40 years since when?
No, you just heard on one in the last, not the last 40 years from that time. I'll send it to you so you can hear the whole thing.
The decade is only
40 years from the time, not the last 40 years of us. 40 years from that time. There was people arguing in that time about the whole Darwin thing. It was people in that time arguing about it too. Like, this ain't real. Like, y'all falsifying information. Then what they do is they make you believe that it's real with like fake museum pieces and all them type of things. You know what I'm saying? Just like they did with the Bible and all of that. And they started making movies of it and all that, and literally people started believing it, that Eve walked up to a tree and ate an apple and talked to a snake. And in their minds, in these people's minds, these things really happened. Like people rode in it, like a man rode in a fish. Wow. I mean, this is manipulation, mind manipulation. This is what they do. This is what they do. So, if somebody wants to accept it, it's not me that is stopping you. But always take a look at something outside the box instead of always saying in the box with something. They're going to say the theory of scientists, meaning, check it out. That's what I'm going to say. Because I ain't nowhere near no science, but I got common sense. Like, just like when they were saying that Europeans come from us. What? So you saying, well, that's the only ones you're gonna pick? What about Chinese people? What about all these other people? How that happen? We talking about people with different body structures, different hair, different smells, different everything. But you so eager to listen to what's inside of the box instead of coming out. We, of all people, should be looking outside of the box. of all people. Now here it is in 2023, and I think it's just a little bit before here, a few years ago, we finding out everything in the Bible is what? Everybody in the Bible is what? A lie. We've been living a lie. There's a lot of people that when you tell them God ain't walking up in the sky, that feel like what? Or devil ain't underneath the ground. Just want these people have our minds. You took from us and gave us. That's what you did. You gave us a life. You gave us an identity. You gave us everything that we live, a tongue, a way of talking, everything. So I'm just saying, so people don't have to, accept what they don't want to accept. In 2023, almost 24, you can now say, no, I'm not accepting that.
You can, but it's a little preachy. It's still a little preachy, sound a little just slightly.
I don't know if it's preachy.
Just slightly preachy. Because here's the thing, right? Because here's the thing. Today it is, right? We find out the truth about, the primate theory. Then next week we find out the truth about something else. So we got to sit here and, cover all have enough energy to be able to go through all the shit that we're gonna find out. Is it true? Because it's not gonna stop here.
But
just
that just goes back to what I asked the other day when I asked, what is the truth? Because everything we found out was true is now a lie. So what is the truth? Because
that you're black, a woman, and that you alive.
But are we black?
I mean, but here it is, Sakina.
No, you're really
the truth of the matter really is that, right? We are here and we are capable of making our own decisions. We were definitely, if we don't know anything, we definitely know that we can govern our own thoughts. And it was at one point in time we couldn't even do that either when we were in shackles and chains. But we're looking for the past so that we can know how to navigate the future much better. And in the future, we do not see ourselves with all of these myths and lies and all of these things. We will be a lot freer. But it's how we handle the information, what we're deciding as a people individually, what we're going to do with that information. How does it free you? Does it free you where you can feel a lot better to go get a better job, take care of your family better, to do more volunteer work in the community? How does, we have to, because again, we're removing one thing. So, again, it's to each his own how to govern that. Once you find out that some things are not true, so going forward, you're gonna have to figure out where that fits in your life.
Okay,
how to make the best use of it. Yeah.
We got Patty Lynch saying the best way to think outside the box is no TV, no music, no movies, and then be careful what you see, hear, and listen. So now we live in so secluded, right?
Ooh, Patty.
Now, there you go. Now we finna be paranoid, right?
Ooh,
most Muslims don't look at TV.
Once we get around people, places, and things, we ain't gonna know how to act. We're gonna be like the child coming outside for the first time, pulling up grass, tearing up everything because we ain't used to nothing, because we don't know how to act.
We're not used to being so free, Sakina. We're not used to being that free. We gotta have a shackle some goddamn where.
We see grass, we gonna pull it up. What's this? Next time we see grass, we gonna start doing. We don't know how to act because we ain't used to nothing.
Yeah, we ain't used to be. Yeah, we ain't used to being this damn free.
Don't look at TV.
And then we gonna be feared up, or we gonna be running up to people, touching their skin. Like, what is it? Because we ain't used to seeing other people. We don't know what to do. Right?
That's exaggeration, Larry.
No, we ain't exaggerating because we ain't used to nobody but ourselves. We run up to somebody else, we're gonna be like, because we ain't used to nothing. Let's be real.
Nah. You know what I think is gonna be more like? Y'all gonna be running up to people with passing off flyers and shit, talking about news, extra, get it right here. Did you know that the extra, read all about it. Y'all ass gonna be y'all don't know how to act be like a kid in the whole damn candy store because you got this damn new information.
Thank you for
Okay.
that question, Patty. I love you, girl.
I just say, please, everybody, have an open mind. Have an open mind and make sense out of nonsense. That's what I say. Make sense out of stuff that just don't make no damn sense. Me. I'm out.
Today.
Shoot. And some
But
people,
it's kind of cool, right? I mean, anything that we learn that's new that we can actually use as a people or in the collective, we're good with that, right? So, like, just think, if we have not changed 100,000 people's mind, 10 people was good enough to sit and say, "Hey, you know what? I'm breaking out of this. I'm breaking out these shackles. I'm taking off this mask, and I have learned that I am freer than what I thought, and I'm fine with that, and I'm moving on with my life." Right? Thank you, ladies. Thank you, whoever, for freeing me, for making some extra space, some extra room to grow.
I'm glad I can find some things with people that think that are on those levels that think like I do, because then I would be like, I can remember loving Santa Claus, loving the Easter money until one day as a child, I came downstairs, snuck my little self down the steps to see if I can catch old Saint Nick.
And what happened?
I say
You
my
saw
grandmother,
your mama and daddy.
see my grandmother and grandfather putting our little tea sets up and putting the dials there. That time when we had no black dials, but putting our dial babies up and all this. I mean, but do you know how I felt when I went upstairs and woke my sisters up and said, Mom and Pop downstairs, I'm putting our toys up. I ain't see Santa Claus single my sister. Girl, well, maybe Santa Claus gave the toys to them. I'm like, girl, I don't know.
That's so funny. I didn't give a damn. As long as all my toys
It's
is
like
out.
they can manipulate your mind into anything. Girl, I used to wake up after I pulled one of my teeth out to get the money to run to the store. When you were a child, the teeth is hanging, so you get it out, girl. And then here come my grandma. She the fairy to put the money.
But okay, but are you saying, but Freedom, let me ask you a question there. Are you saying it is bad to have mythological? Because mythological is actually fun, right? It's the way that we have fun as a people, right? It's the way that we have fun. Hold on, let me get it out. Let me get it out. It's the way that we may share stories, because even let's say we know everything to be true, we still have to pass down stories and things because it's also a learning tool, right? Sometimes people use stories to teach.
As a learning tool, I accept that. Me and Sakina was talking about that earlier today, about sometimes people needed religion. They needed something to go to. They needed something to cry to, because it wasn't nothing else to cry to. But that's how that sound we came from. It sound like one of them type of stories to me. And then you find out it wasn't true. You know what I'm saying? It just, that's how it appears to me.
And before you end off, let's go around too. So Eve's like, Marcus wanted clarification if all of us don't believe in the classification primates. So just say, as far as you, Sister Freedom, you would say no, you do not believe we are primates. All right, Sakina, you can go and then answer the question after you say your point.
I just want to say this, as far as this tooth fairy thing. I remember once with my kids, I remember telling them that it was two little kids that I used to watch, and one they were twins, and that one of them tooth fell out, and that the mother told them to hide the tooth under the pillow, and that the tooth fairy was gonna come. And then when the child woke up in the morning, the tooth fairy came. They said, Mom, I got a quarter. And then the other one was crying because they didn't get a quarter. And then later on that night, they said, Mom, my tooth fell out. And she said, well, put it under your pillow and the tooth fairy gonna come. And then that night, when the next morning when that child woke up, it was a quarter under the pillow. And then the other twin started hollering. And then next thing you know, her tooth fell out. And so this went back and forth for a couple of days. And then the next morning, when they woke up, they was hollering, and the mother ran in the room, and she was like, They said, Mom, somebody in my room. And the mother ran in the room, and it was somebody sitting in a chair over there. And she was like, she said, excuse me, who are you? And he said, well, hell, I'm the tooth fairy. The kids keep losing teeth all the time, so I just thought I'd stay.
Remember the one Dulcinea about the boy that woke up and he had no money. Wait a minute, LaShawn. He had no money underneath his pillow.
No, he just got tired of coming back every night. So, you know, these little motherfuckers losing teeth all the time, so I just thought I'd stay, you know.
Wait a minute, he said the tooth fairy ain't never come. And she said, I don't know, maybe Jesus took the tooth fairy. He was walking past the grave.
Brush your teeth.
I am the son of God. In here. I'm the son of God. He said, you the mother effer I've been looking for. Where my damn money at?
But what was my nephew?
I don't know if they heard it because Sakina talked through my little joke.
What was my nephew question? I'm sorry.
He said, what do you believe in? If you don't believe in classification, what do you believe in?
Well, no, he asked if all of us don't believe in the classification primate. Do you believe that humans are primates?
Well, yeah, I did believe. I still believe that humans are are primates, but I also believe, again, now that you have brought enlightenment, that yes, if we are still primates or classified as primates, I do believe that by now they should be able to show us what this primate or this what this primate should be able to look like by now. Because they never showed us. They only said right there. We have never had really a real good example or even something to show us what the primate should look like. We've all only had some kind of a drawing or something to that effect. But by now, after all this time, we should have came even closer to knowing what this common ancestor should be. That's what I'm saying. To all of this DNA, RNA, and evolution, we should be able to come closer to even knowing what this common ancestor should be. That's what I'm saying. Through evolution and science, we have come this far advanced in DNA. I mean, we've even seen the alien.
Mm-hmm.
So if we can see an alien by now, we should be able to classify or even come up with a description, because you have taken the mummy and even brought forth a face of our ancient ancestors. So we should be able to see what this classification of the common ancestor look like. That's all I'm saying. Mm-hmm. I do believe the rest of it. And again, has Dulcinea shown enough evidence that we should be able to see that by now? Yes. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I believe in the definition of primates, but the classification, not so much. Even though, there's, right now, no one has, disputed anything that they believed. Right? No one has disputed anything that they've come up with thus far. But as a people who are individual thinkers, we're able to come up with our own theories and conclusions about what it is that we feel that we come from. And nobody has the right to project what they feel about it on another person. If I don't feel that way, I just don't feel that way. And if you feel that way, that's just fine. And right now, you only can show me evidence to show that, yeah, the classification says what we are, but in the same breath, do we take that face value? And that answer would be no. Because as time is going on, there's other evidence showing us otherwise.
When you say
a good point, because I was saying that.
I can't hear.
Answer a question.
One second. Do you want it to get all the way around first? Let everybody answer Marcus, and then you go back.
Well, she might. Okay, go ahead. I ain't want to forget, but okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I agree with much of what all three of you said, and I, not to repeat what Gemini was just saying. Like, yes, I was taught that we are primates. That's the classification that we have currently, so I can accept that. I could swallow that. And then invoking a little spirit of my sister Nisha. At the end of the day, really and truly, what is the greatest impact? So let's say if I were to say to you guys right now, no, I don't believe we're primates, right? Just like if I mean, what's going to happen to me if I say that? Is the world going to stop? Am I going to stop getting into the bag? Is my home going to be taken away because I'm saying I don't believe in primates? You see what I'm saying? Like what is going to be the direct impact on me if I were to stand here and say, no, I don't believe we're classified as primates? And I say all that to say, in terms of the energy around it, right? In terms of, getting to a level where let's say people are becoming very defensive, or feeling as though, by not being in agreement with the consensus at the time, it's as if, you slapped a mama or something. It's ridiculous. So if I were to, you know what I mean? So like, here we are. So yes, I was conditioned and I was taught that we're classified as primates. That's fine. But not even how long has it taken for I wouldn't even say us, but I would say like for the science community, if you will, to admit that there's life outside of Earth. Remember, for a very long time, if you even mentioned the word UFO, oh my goodness, that was the worst thing ever. You're delusional, you're crazy, right?
I
How can
still
you
think
say
that
such a
about you if you get
thing?
to mentioning too many UFOs.
But I'm just saying, at one time, in academia, that was seen as like, if you even present an argument
Yeah.
that life doesn't exist outside, it was almost as if, you were the worst thing. You were the stupidest person on earth, right? And now look where we are, where the Senate is holding hearings. And
Come
we
on.
have some of the top astronomers, top physicists, within that field saying no. And the reason why we couldn't come out with this information, right, had to do with pressure, had to do with lack of job security, had to do with the fact that deals with security, our national security. So,
But Area 51 still existed, though. Keep
but
that
it
in
still
mind, guys.
existed.
Come
Right.
on.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That's the
That's a
point.
fact.
So just because the scientific consensus says one thing, right, doesn't necessarily mean that that's factual or that that's true. I guess that's what within context.
Nisha,
Nisha.
you there?
Yeah, I'm here. So the question was, do we believe that in the classification of primates? So listen, no, it doesn't resonate. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't sound right. It doesn't make sense. The timing of all of this, of everything evolving, it doesn't make sense to me. Um, so no, I just can't go for what the consensus says. Um, I don't know. I look at things. I look at things like, why is that still a conversation? I
Well, that's gonna
mean, I
always be
pretty
a
much
conversation. I don't think we never not.
I'm
It's never
just
not gonna be a
saying.
year without a conversation.
You're right. You're right. But to me, if we is or if we
I
ain't,
understand what
we
she's
still
saying.
here.
Oh yeah, I do too.
I understand exactly
You
what you're
know,
saying.
so
Mm-hmm.
it is what it is. You know, I don't think that. I mean, you got to think about, and like I said this before in another show when we discussed. Well, when I brought up that the different Homo species, and they only found one or two fossils to create a whole species. I don't that don't make too much sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
It really don't. So how are we going to reclassify once these archaeologists find some more stuff? What it's gonna be then? I don't know. Okay. Dulcinea, can
And
I ask you a question right fast?
yeah,
Okay. Now, when we talk about classification, this is my question. Are we talking about the classification? Does that separate humans from plants, from animals and mammals? Or are we just saying that classification makes the primate a human from an animal? Or, I mean, because when we say in classification, humans and animals and plants and species, that's should the classification should separate these things, or is it not?
yeah, and I was just gonna get into that too, Sister
All
Sakina.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Because being against humans being primates doesn't mean you're against all classifications. Really, and again, I don't have to go into the scientific racism of just being like when this came about. But before there was a Linnaeus, there were classifications, and those classifications were based on observations, but those observations were just based on nature. But then we see this assertion into ranking classifications and an order. And that's what I don't agree with. All ranking systems should be out of classifications. All orders should be out of classifications. If you say there's an order to life, like there's a most important being or a most deadly, like the king of the jungle, then how come a single cell organism took millions of people out with COVID? Like, we can't put an order to say that one thing rules the whole planet, because what's really happening is everything has checks and balances. And I think that has been a major issue when it comes to this, is the classifications not now that they has an order to it, or now that they're saying, oh, there's a ranking system to it. First, we don't see nature as we should see nature, and then we're not prepared for different things when it comes along. We're not prepared for a single cell organism to kill off millions of people. And would we be prepared if we stop saying, oh, there's an order, and then we start looking into other animals? Like, for instance, what if there was a cure in another type of animal, but we're spending too much time on apes to be like, oh, they're going to have the cure, they're going to be where it is. And people have
That's a good
seen
point, Dolphin.
other animals, other plants, other species altogether have helped us come up with just different advancements in science. So I think when we go on one thing, it really hinders us. And I think primates hinders us. That's why I would do away with primates, and I would do away with the order that is in the animal kingdom and plants and all that.
That's a very good point about looking into other mammals, or looking into other, that we share some commonalities with, for cures, versus just focusing on, like the primates and stuff like that. Because, like, how when Sakina was saying, coming from the waters, again, at one time, right? Not even 15, you said some shit like that 15 years ago, you definitely would have been pseudo, right? They would have been pseudoing your behind out, not understanding that, isn't our body made up of how much water? 60%? The earth is made up of how much water? 75%?
I think it's 70%.
Or 70%?
Mhm.
The bottom line is, right? So that makes sense, right? Like, we are interconnected. All living things are interconnected, Good point. That was just a good point.
So wait, Dulcinea, let me ask you a question before you move on. So are you saying, go ahead, who was asking?
Robin, Freedom. Okay. There's a person that's in the chat. It's I think it's KL Pin the House. KL Pin the House. Every time I read your comments, and this is no disrespect, it always seems like you're just a go along to get along type person. And yes, it has been disputed. It's been disputed many times. Now, whether they change the information, they probably will eventually. But that's the only time it seemed like you'll go along with it, is when, is when they change it. If we're saying have an open mind, that's not good enough. And you can go and look and see, yes, they have disputed it. They even disputed it back then.
Well, I want to hear his answer because
Okay, wait, let me ask Dulcinea a question before.
Even to any two time, like I said, and that's wallahi, I never seen that information until the debate started coming up, and I started thinking, well, there's got to be other people that think like I do. I just didn't know that they were so high up.
But other people think like he do, and the numbers are just the same.
Right.
So
No. I'm not even worried about what because he's a go long, get along type person. I'm talking about the outside.
He just has an opinion. That's it. He's not a go along and get along.
And
That's just his opinion.
It's my time.
Come on now.
I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm not changing my mind. I'm not changing what I'm saying because I'm saying it. This is just, it's a theory. It's okay. I ain't mad at him.
Why don't you hit the link, Kip? Come up.
Okay, so
Yeah,
wait,
come up
let me ask you this.
okay, I was just about to ask you, Gemini.
Okay, so can you hear me, Dulcinea?
Yeah,
okay, so when you sit and say do away with classifications,
no, I
that
didn't say do away with
includes,
classification. I didn't say do it away
What
with
you say?
I said we want the classifications. What I would do away with in taxonomy is the order. I would do away with the order. I would do away with the primate as the classification, and I would revisit the phylum category once I did away with the order, because a lot of phylums are in different orders, and they're like the phylum does the exact same thing, but they're like this one is less important, and it's like how?
Okay,
how is this one less important than this one?
Why would you do away with the primate in the classification? What would you do differently? Because included in primates are mammals, right? And so mammals are just simply defined as having the mammary gland, which produces milk. So are you saying you would put primates in a different category by itself, or are you saying within that primate definition you would exclude something?
I would change the word because I would exclude humans from the group, but I would change the word as well, because a primate is saying prime. It's saying this is the most important group of the animal kingdom. And if I kept primate in the classifications, I would call all animals, all living things, primates, because they're all equally important to each other. There's nothing that's over the next thing. So what I would want a classification for monkeys, lemurs, orangutans, and everything that is more fitting than saying that they're the most important to the animal kingdom, because they're not even the leading in the animal kingdom. Because if you feel like you're the leading, don't take a gun, don't take a weapon, go sit down with the lion and let's see how you fare out. Go sit down with the wildebeest and go see how you fare out. And the same thing of like when people say the lion is the king of the jungle, like even they have the living animals that they have to be aware of. Lions don't go and eat the biggest wildebeest ever because they know that wildebeest can kill them. They go after the baby. Yeah, so there's always checks and balances, and we shouldn't think of anything as the king, queen. Those are our concepts that we put on nature that we should take out of nature, in my opinion.
Okay, so then let me ask you one last thing. Then I'll pass the mic. So where would you move humans to? Where would you classify humans?
I would keep them as hominins or homo species until I had definitive evidence or proof that there's something else than that. But I would be like, I would keep them in the homo species, and I still wouldn't put the homo species on top. I would just say, they're just another group. I don't mind them being animals, honestly. I don't mind us being all animals, but I would just say in the animal kingdom, there's homo species.
Well, you already know I mind
Okay.
No, you do. But peace, brother Law. Thank you for coming up. I really wanted to talk to you because I didn't want anyone like feeling
Hey,
like we
brother
were
Law.
mad at you or anything like that. I really feel like a lot of what you were saying really got twisted a bit, but I appreciate you watching it, coming up and giving your opinion. I just didn't want you to feel any kind of way. And we wanted to talk to you privately.
Brother Law is my MVP. That's my MVP. Brother Law, you is the MVP, man. I'm right
Peace,
there
peace,
with you.
peace.
Brother Law.
Brother Law.
How your sister doing? Doc, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm okay. Thank you for asking. Thank you for your support too. I appreciate it.
Yes. I applaud. Nothing but praises for all of you guys, but preferably more so for Doc Tanisha. Real talk. I appreciate y'all queens for real.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I really just been laying back and just watching for the most part, and my outlook and vision on a lot of things, especially when it comes to the YouTube world, has changed.
Fact.
Mm.
So, I mean, whatever y'all want to talk to me about, by all means, I'll drop the. You can talk now on the panel, or I'll drop an email back in the back chat.
Yeah, drop your email. We'll get more in depth when we're in your email. But that's all I wanted to say as far as like I appreciate you watching the debate. I appreciate what you said when you came up on Sonetta's. And that's all I
He
wanted to
had
say.
our back. 20 he's a
Um,
real one. He's a real one.
yeah. Um,
Yeah,
so
but it's not even about. It's really not even about having somebody's back for the most part. It's about standing on value, morals, principle. I
okay.
mean, I mean, I would. I'll put it in the back chat. I'll put it in the back chat.
We appreciate you though, brother Lon. Salam alaikum.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I'm about ready to put my overgarment back on.
Oh. Well, brother Law.
Sakina, you're something else.
Thank you, brother Law.
I also just wanna say like
I'm
you
great.
know, shout out to our day ones and definitely to the cousins in the chat. Like I want y'all to really understand that we like genuinely
Say it.
appreciate y'all support and patience with us and getting
Yeah.
this thing right. It's going to always be a work in progress. However, I think the tenor of the show and our personalities and how we give it up and what we bring will never change, right? Because then we're not being us. However, but one of the things for me personally, I can't speak for my sisters, but like for me personally, I am huge on people being able to have a safe space to share and share their voice, how they feel like sharing their voice. I will stand on that any day of the week, whether it's me against 10, whether it's me against 20, or it's just 1v1. It is what the fuck it is. You understand? But I stand on that. And one of the things that I appreciate
Understand.
about Unscramble Minds and as we continue to get there is that we have gotten it to well, we're working on getting into a space where you guys also feel comfortable and saying whatever you want to say, you know what I mean, respectfully, but saying what you want to say, right, without feeling nervous or feeling like you got to mince your words. We grown over her. Okay, we are all choosing to spend time with one another when we're in this space and fellowshipping, and we're going to keep on providing the space for that. Do you understand? And for me, that is one of my non-negotiables personally, right? You have a right to express your opinion any day of the week because what you say matters. And I'm talking to each and everybody, those in the clouds, those that gonna hear this an hour later. Whatever you have to say has value, And we're always talking about, just as a unit, sharing your opinion. And I will stand on that any day of the week.
Say that.
Use your
Yes.
voice, period.
Absolutely. I want to say something before we bring our brother OTK in, because we had a stream and the round table gang had a stream, and it was really good. It was like a real good post debate. We had a lot of critiques, but unfortunately we did take those down. So I'm very excited for OTK. We're going to go over there tonight, and he's going to get a post debate interview so he can go over all the questions and different things like that. And we definitely want y'all to come over there. We're going to drop the link in the chat, and we want y'all to definitely subscribe to our brothers' channels as well. But peace, OTK.
Absolutely.
Peace, OTK.
Peace, OTK.
Peace,
Gang,
OTK.
gang.
Face out that guy.
Gang,
Peace.
gang.
Oh, peace to y'all. How y'all doing today?
We good. We good.
Good.
Chilling.
Peace, peace,
Um,
peace.
Dulcinea, if you want to, we can do it right here if you want to. If your sisters them will let me just have you for like an hour or maybe like and then we all can just go in after that. Then we can do it right here, Queen.
I'm fine. I'm
Okay.
down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead
that'll
and
work.
share it now to your channel. You know how to do that, right? Stream it now. Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
Okay. So then we'll
But
sit here and
I'm gonna let y'all
I'm going to
finish.
just go
I'm
on
gonna let
mute.
y'all
We can
finish
just go
first,
on
and
mute.
then I'm
yeah,
gonna let
we'll go
y'all
on
finish
mute.
first, and then we'll go back, and then
Thanks.
we'll start.
Brother La, thank you, because you've been with us from the beginning. And we appreciate you so much.
Sis, you don't need to keep thanking me. I mean, it's all about information, whether it be on this platform or anybody else's platform for the most part.
No,
The
I'm
main
saying being here, you are always here. Every time we go on, we appreciate you. We feel like we got a bodyguard.
score is about showing support. For me, more so, it's about values, morals, and once again, principles. I mean, whether it be somebody speaking to somebody face to face or speaking to them via internet, you gotta stand on something. You
Mhm.
can't, you can't never wither. You can't bend. You can't be somewhat controlled. You can't be censored. As long as you ain't busting nobody in the head, you ain't taking nobody milk money, you ain't taking a chain, you ain't harming or hurt nobody in their family.
Right.
You be able to speak and address how you feel.
And I agree. Let me say
Well,
this. I want to say this to the channel because one of the things I stand
And we-
on, and this is for my sisters, and this is for the channel. I stand on respect all day long. I
first
don't
and foremost, always.
right, and that's one of the things. It wasn't so much just Skynet and Nepal. I stand on respect.
Hold on,
Period.
Sakina.
Who got
Sakina,
to
we
mute
can't
up?
hear you. We can't hear. I think OTK has to mute up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Am I
and brother
muted?
Law.
Oh, and Brother La, yes, please mute up.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, sorry, Sakina.
I don't
Sorry.
even
So
want to mention no names and stuff.
this
Go
is
ahead,
why I'm
baby.
saying I stand on respect. I stand on respect for my sisters. I stand on the respect for our panel, our channel, and for our guests. If it's for you guys in the chat, is because this is what we represent for you, for us, and for all. We don't invite nobody in our house to be disrespected, and we don't offer disrespect. That's why, especially for the ladies, that way if we don't have that in the house, we can have our disagreements, but we try to keep it at a respectful level, regardless to who it is. We can say what we want in a respectful manner, so it's not to uphold or down low nobody. We can have our disputes, but let's have them in a respectable manner. That's why no matter, even if I use Sachi for example, Sachi knew how to calm himself down and bring himself back to a respectable place. That's why I could use him, because he brought himself back to that place. And that's why we appreciate each and every last one of y'all. Without y'all, there was not a us. And that's why we appreciate y'all, because y'all are so respectful to us and with us. So it's not about trying to control anything. Y'all control yourselves. And that's what it is. So long as we stay respectable toward one another, that's what makes us flow. And the time slips away from all of us. We don't know we here till 5 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock in the morning. And we love y'all for that. And that's why I just wanted to say that. And we thank y'all so much for that. Thank you.
Well, let me say this right quick. Let me say this right quick before we get into OTK and Dulcinea. I appreciate the chat, man.
Come on.
So much. And it's like y'all rock with us so hard. Sometimes if I'm looking at the chat and I don't see somebody, I'm like, damn, where they at tonight? You know, if I don't see Niambi pop up on that thing, I'm like, damn, where she at tonight? You know, Lolita, Sakina Musalima. If I don't see them, I'm like, where they at? You know?
Niambi.
Yeah, no, I said her first. You know, she always talking loud, got something to say. You know? So I be waiting to read her comments.
Yeah, I love when she comes up on the panel. She come with that energy. I was like, okay. I love it.
Yeah, I just want to say that we appreciate all of y'all.
Yes.
Tyrone, Sachi, all of y'all, man. Yeah. And Pine. We really do. And this is our home over here. And I be damned if somebody gonna come in our house and not wipe their feet. Period. It's about love and respect. And even though we go head to head with each other sometime, we all right. We've been around each other long enough to understand each other's personality. And sometimes we get on all each other's nerves. Ain't that's right, Gemini?
Fact. Big fact.
Exactly. Because she get on my nerves sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Fact.
But it's just, I just want to say I appreciate all of y'all for allowing us to be here and y'all to meet us here. Or beat us here, because y'all know we be late as hell sometimes. But
they beat us here.
No, Nisha, correction, boo. You be late.
Okay, I'll be late. No, I'll say I'll be late. Okay. I'll be late. I'll claim it.
You and your dog Dulcinea. Yeah.
I'll be on African late time.
The Johnny Come Lately twins.
But I do want to say too, I appreciate the men as well, like our brother OTK, how he be coming up here. He be checking the men like, hey, y'all ain't gonna just use the platform for anything. It's the ladies' platform. Our brother Jay that be coming up here, really getting things together. And I really appreciate last time I had Nitro's comment on the screen.
Yeah,
I really appreciated him.
I think we should make him a mod. I really do.
Yeah,
I enjoy him. I really
right now.
I really
but what y'all waiting on then?
I'm doing it now. Dang.
You take too long, boo.
I think Brother Lob been had his wrench, but listen, I think also just to say this, because I was not going to talk about anything that happened. It's over and done with, y'all. I'm cleaning my my little office thing while I was talking. I couldn't see my mayate, but there was some things that was said that wasn't said, that was misunderstood. And like I said, somebody was saying that somebody called somebody out their name, and that did not happen. That did not happen. We looked back at it, and it did not happen. So I just made sure that we can't do that because I got laid out for it. So that didn't happen. So.
Hold on. What you mean you got laid out?
I did. I got laid out.
See, and this is what I'm saying to all of y'all. And I figure I'm not going, there's no need for me to essentially stand in the background.
No. Why not you? Nothing about you at all.
No, he understands that, Freedom. Let him finish. He said, I think he understands that. Go ahead, Law.
I hope he knows that.
Go ahead, brother.
No, I overstood that saying to you was this.
Wait, hold on one second. You're breaking up, so we don't. Go ahead and mute, and then unmute again, and then maybe we can hear you. Okay, try again.
Can you hear me now?
Are you
Still a little
using
static.
headphones?
Can you hear me?
Okay, that's better.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better, much better. Can you guys hear him?
Yes.
What I'm saying to all of you is this. There has to come a point in time when you stand on morals, values, and principles. Whether it be next to the person you embrace as being your friend or loved one, or 1,000 miles away. But you gotta stand firm, 10 toes down. You can't wither, you can't bend, you can't do none of the above. Nor can you be allowed to be controlled or used as a pawn, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I understand. I just don't like when somebody thinks something happened and it didn't. I like to correct it. That's all.
That's
But
in the same token.
over and done is dead. You know what I'm saying? It's over and done. It's dead. It's behind. So that's good. I just want to make sure I said that. I don't want to be, you know,
At the end, what I'm saying to you, sister, is this. At the end of the day, it's done, it has happened, but take it as for what it is, a learning experience.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Take it for what it is, a learning experience. And move forward from there. But understand moving forward from there, you're moving by yourself or you're moving as a unit as unscrambled minds. That's the choice you have to make. There's no drawing alliances. You gotta stand on something. And I yield from there.
I get it. I get it. I get it. So we ain't talking about that no more. We moving forward. I love you, Sister Freedom. I love you, Gemini, Dots, and Nisha, and Dulcinea.
Well, y'all know I love y'all.
All right, so
well, let him finish.
No, he's finished. That's why he said he yields.
No, not her,
you.
Not him, you.
Okay, all I'm saying with that is we apologizing to the audience, and then we're gonna move forward as planned. All right.
Gemini always looking like she taking a goddamn picture.
She camera ready. The lights always gonna hit her right.
Why you always gotta be saying something about me?
I'm sorry.
With my life,
You
really don't want me to tell
and then it makes everybody laugh.
Dog.
Gemini, take a shower just
I'm like, because in the light and the way she looks, I would be like, she's all a red bone and all this other stuff.
Light is
but then
always
she's
gonna
all
hit that
chocolate.
right.
She's all chocolate in real life. I'm like, really? That's right.
One, Gemini, not only one, Sakina too. God, they gotta take a shower and do all of this. What time?
Always gonna hit her right. My hair
I still got on my work clothes from today, people. This is the way I went to work today. Excuse y'all, okay?
No. That's
you know what my pastor say. My pastor DJ Quick. If you stay ready, you ain't what?
Okay.
Got to get ready.
That's right.
Boom.
Look at
OTK. Freedom. What time we going on? What time we going on?
Preach
at 9 o'clock. Well, I got a whole hour to get myself ready. Gemini, what you doing? Girl, I'm in the shower. I'm like, always gotta take a shower just to come on. Nobody can smell you.
Girl, we ain't doing Gemini today, y'all. OTK, y'all playing you. It's your
Brother
fault.
Lie, Brother Lie gonna bring y'all ass back to reality. and then I'm gonna take after what he said, and then make a joke just so we all can laugh and bring it all back together because we all need to smile, man. At the end of the day, this
Dulcinea,
all should be happy stuff. At the end of the
you
day,
only need one tablet and 2 pencils.
Down because it keep looking like I'm looking up.
Look at round table game.
Y'all know
Look
I
at that
can't
statement
see.
he said.
Sister Freedom.
I'm always in it, even if I was here or not here. Gemini did it. That's a daggone shame, y'all.
What you Grace say, Kiki?
You do beat them up though. You go over there and beat
did I
them
have
up.
your posers down though? Did I have your posers down though?
Brother Law said drop the link.
I am now.
Drop the link.
Tell Brother Law he ain't getting no link no more.
Yes, he can.
The freedom.
What you say, Dulcinea? Who be beating people up?
Hey, Dulcinea, how long before you want to,
girl?
how
And I
long
love it about
you want
you.
to start, Dulcinea?
Oh, we're about to start right now. But yeah, you be
I'm gonna go in here too.
and I love you for
No,
it.
that's freedom rubbing
And
off
you've been-
on me. That's all that is. I'm blaming her.
And then when you tag team, I was like, oh, because that's why I bring up that Aton thing every time, because you started, then Sakina came in, then Nisha came with the death blow. She was like, Violet is grant writing, okay? Miss Violet does your grant writing.
Well, there you go. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Oh man, that is hilarious.
Brother Law, I got you right now. Tell everybody
Who
off.
is that? Oh, that's Brother Law.
I need you to
Okay, so when you want us to mute out? When is the interview going to start? What time?
I'm saying, okay, it's 9:42. I don't want to cut Brother Live Wisdom off because he's one of the only ones that always willing to join the panel. So I got to let him go. So
go ahead, Brother Law. What we need to do right?
Let's ask him the question. Do you think you a primate?
Right,
I mean,
OTK.
Oh my God, freedom, really?
What you say?
No, I was saying, yeah, let's get the conversation started. Come on.
Come on, Brother Law. I want to know what you really think about that particular subject.
no, that's not the conversation, Sister Freedom.
Oh no,
No,
he's asking Brother Lob to say, Brother Lob, say, do you believe that humans are primates and that's the correct classification?
I'm Brother Law right now, and don't be asking
No,
me that.
let Brother Law answer, please. I'm so curious, Muslim.
Don't be asking me that monkey ass shit. I'm be playing with y'all right now.
Be still.
I'm gonna keep it real with y'all sisters.
Sister Freedom. Be still.
I don't really believe in that. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all sisters.
Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum assalam, shah, Rasha. When it comes
Oh
down
my
to
God,
the
let this man answer.
When I get through playing, I'm gonna grab one of y'all by y'all motherfucking neck.
That's what I'm saying. That's so violent.
That's a lot of.
That's something else. Man. Y'all really something else.
I'm gonna keep it real with y'all sisters.
I took a banana out for motherfucking neck. You asked me that one more time.
I'm gonna keep it real.
Be still.
Go
Y'all
ahead,
gotta
Brother
be
Law.
still.
Keep it real then. Keep it real.
You know you ain't gonna get 2 words to edgewise because these women, my goodness.
Oh, I know you not talking, Freedom.
I am talking. That's when you
I
do it.
know you not talking.
When y'all
Look how Nisha looking.
and God's people actually find somebody and tell them.
You hear this, Brother La? Can you come on? All right, we're gonna all be quiet so Brother La can answer. Go ahead, Brother La. You got.
Thank you.
My answer is yes. Yes, I believe you're from yes.
Oh wow, wow.
Come on in the room, Brother Law. I'm gonna make you a banana pudding.
Come on in the room.
Who's all making banana pudding for Thanksgiving?
Your homemade banana pudding, Brother Law.
Girl, shit, who the hell ain't making banana pudding?
Marcus said, I want to know. I
What
am
the
going
heck?
to get
Homemade one. I ain't making nothing out no box. I ain't making nothing out no box. I'm gonna make you a homemade banana pudding. Nothing out no box.
That's right. I love banana pudding.
No, that ain't. Not them young girls. They make it out the
OTK,
box
can
with
you please
Jello.
Yeah, they
end
use
this conversation? OTK, please.
Are you gonna put the vanilla
Come on,
wafers?
OTK.
I'm gonna make you a banana custard pudding. How
You
about
gotta use
that?
the chest man. You can't see vanilla wafers is good, but to level it up,
There
to
you go.
upgrade it, you have to use
There
the
you
chest
go. Come
man
on.
by
There you
Pepperidge
go.
Yes,
Farm.
man. Okay.
And we
Okay.
talking
I
about
haven't heard that
custard
before.
pudding. Come
What
on.
do you put in it?
The chest
The
man.
chest man.
Ooh, girl, I gotta
Yes,
say.
we leveling it up.
Don't
Yeah,
do it.
y'all
Don't
put
do
that up
Or
for
we
real.
can use
I
the
like
rain
that.
doodle. Don't
Y'all
forget
do
the rain
use
doodle.
y'all do use
Rain
vanilla though,
doom.
right?
One
You mix the
weekend,
vanilla
Right.
and the
one
bananas.
weekend,
Yes, don't forget
activate.
Lorraine Doom. She steps it up too. Don't forget
Okay.
Lorraine Doom.
Who's
Right.
making
Yeah.
the purple sweet
Right.
potato pie?
Okay, what happened to OTK, y'all? Did he
Nah,
say
he
he was
coming
late
back.
or
He coming
something?
back.
Marcus,
Oh,
if
okay.
you in the chat, you need
Put
to
the
know I
link.
need you drop some off at my house. The sweet potato, the ones, because I think I might make. You know what? I might get my daughter to make a sweet potato puff. Cause she real good.
That's what you said. That's what you
Girl.
said. That your daughter make a good sweet potato puff.
And she make that seafood salad too. Oh, Kendra, stop, girl. The one with oh, girl, she ain't nothing nice.
I usually eat really good on the other holiday. What's the one coming after Thanksgiving, Christmas? I usually eat good on that week versus
She might make some
versus Thanksgiving.
macaroni and cheese. She put Philadelphia
I
cream
eat
cheese.
good both times.
Do
I
that.
eat good for
Well,
all
put it in
holidays.
there. The Philadelphia cream cheese and your macaroni and cheese.
Some
Oh
people
yeah,
do.
some people do. Yes, some people do.
Yeah.
Yes, put Philly
But I
cheese.
like
Yes.
sour cream versus the
I don't like
Philadelphia.
cream
Yeah,
cheese.
I've had it with
They
the
ain't
sour
talking
cream
about
as
that.
well.
They ain't talking about that.
Instead
So
of
there was
butter,
this
right?
with some
Yeah.
butter. What do you do?
Instead
Milk
of
and
butter,
cinnamon.
use
Yeah.
Philadelphia.
But I mean, what kind of black person hasn't had macaroni and cheese 1,000 different ways, right?
Yeah.
I've had
OTK
macaroni and
is
cheese
about
with
No, I was gonna
chives,
say
bacon,
OTK before OTK comes
shrimps.
back up.
OTK need to come on now. This is getting a little
Right.
bit ridiculous. Come on,
Yeah,
OTK.
I mean, I've had
Come
macaroni and
on,
cheese
man.
with shrimp,
But I
macaroni and
do have to
cheese
say
with
this story about mac and cheese,
lobster.
right? So,
Okay.
go ahead.
Oh, sis, let me just say this for the record. I see that I got a text, and I see I got the text. I'm just gonna say this while I'm on the platform with these sisters. I'm not bounded. I'm not chained. I'm none of the above. I'm free. First and foremost, I'm a grown man. If you feel any kind of way, don't interpret my words as being somewhat divisive or anything above. Get on this panel now if you want to have a conversation with me. And I'm just going to get it.
What's going on? Oh God.
I know.
This is what I'm expressing to you. There's no reason
I
for
think
the dude
they
to
should
start
get on the channel.
talking.
Hit the link.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get on the
hit the
panel.
link. If you want to say something to Brother Law, don't just write. Don't
But
just
Yeah.
try to be about it. He's
I
right
want
here.
nothing to get negative. I don't want no
Right,
negativity.
like he's right here.
Hold on, Sister Freedom. Hold on. So anyway, let me tell my story. So there was an auntie, and yeah, hit the link if y'all want to address anything. But there was an auntie, and she going at her niece, and she said, "You ain't had no business experimenting on no damn Thanksgiving." And she was like, "Cause you did that and you messed up the mac and cheese, you got to clean it all up, and we ain't helping you with nothing." So then people investigated what she did, and she put 12 eggs in the mac and cheese.
Oh my God, Lord, have mercy! It's only taking two.
She put 12 eggs in the mac and cheese. Girl, retire. Girl,
Why
don't,
did she put 12 eggs in there?
I don't even know.
He was experimenting.
Retire. Girl, don't cook nothing. You bring the juice. You bring the liquor. That's your job. You bring the plates. You bring the forks and spoons. You don't bring no food no more.
Girl.
That is so crazy. 12.
We got the chef right up here. Brother La, I was on YouTube the other day and seen the lady. She was making fish just like you would fry some fish on top of the stove. Remember I was telling you, Sakina? She did it in the oven. But it looked like regular fried fish. You ever did that before, Brother La?
Yes, it's called escovite fish. You fry it first and then you let it steam out.
So wait a minute, you put the fish in the oven, but you still got to put like spray Pam or something on it, right?
Yeah. Did you have an air fryer oven? Did you have an air fryer oven?
No,
Because if you have an
regular
air fryer
oven.
oven, you can do that.
Regular
You can.
oven. A regular
No,
oven.
you can add a little oil to the fish or the pan, and you fry it. It's called oven fried, y'all. Y'all, it's old
You have
fashioned.
yes, a little cornstarch though, isn't it, Brother Lost? Corn to
Yeah,
make it
she
to
used
make it
corn
crispy.
and
Yes,
eggs.
cornstarch.
Right,
And eggs.
or it's vegetable oil, y'all.
No,
Yeah,
the
but
cornstarch will
yeah,
crisp
that
up
and
the
It's the
but
vegetable
cornstarch will
oil.
crisp
Listen,
up the batter, is what we're saying. Like when Freedom Stand, it came out looking fried. So if you add cornstarch to your batter, it will
you
make it
don't have to.
crispier in the oven.
You can use
But what she's
self-rising
saying is
flour.
it's
Listen
less
to
of
me.
grease than the fried on the
Right, you
top.
can use
When you gotta use that
self-rising
grease.
flour and batter your chicken or your fish up the same way. Put a little oil in the pan and just put it in the oven, and then you can go back and turn it, and it will still come out just like it's baked.
Just like the
fried.
gravy.
Right, but what I'm saying is that you don't have to do it on top of the stove at all. If you use cornstarch in the batter, it will crisp it up in the oven. I'm saying that if you add
I'm saying
cornstarch
we'll
to
do
any,
it just like
that's how
that
they
without
even
the
even
cornstarch.
get the crisp, like that crisp that you even sometimes at chicken places that flour has cornstarch in it too. It makes it crispier. So whether you're cooking it stovetop or oven top or oven side, it will cook crispier. That's
Well, let me say
that was
this.
one
What
of the
is the
secrets.
key to a good meal? I'm asking what you all say.
Crispy.
What's the key?
It'll still crisp up, but it's
No.
self-rising
We're
flour.
talking
But
about
you
the
know
best
it's
meal.
cornstarch in self-rising flour. You know that, right?
Huh?
No,
And
but what I
self-rising
do know
flour,
is
'cause
that
you can make
America's top kitchen. One of the secrets to making crispy things in the oven was cornstarch. Period. And
Well,
they
I know that you
and
can
they
make
test right
biscuits
and
with
the test kitchen,
self-rising
like the
flour
test kitchen
without it. It's a balance.
test.
You can make biscuits with self-rising flour without putting cornstarch in it, and they
We're
still.
not trying to make a biscuit crispy.
Look, all I'm telling you is because I've been trying this chicken the same way without using it. It still come
y'all
out
crazy.
crispy. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I listen. Okay, you know what?
Let somebody, let somebody do it both ways.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh,
God. The question I'm asked is, what is the key to making a very good, just a soul food meal? What is the key to it?
What? It depends.
love.
No, I
was gonna say the same
was just
thing.
about to say love.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like my friend be saying, don't be having an attitude when you cook. He always says,
There it
don't be
is.
having no attitude when you cook
Key
because
is
it rub
for
off on
me.
the
You know what the
food.
key is for me?
It will
And you
taste
should
it.
know what the key is for me. Gemini. It's the pot. It's the pot.
It's the pot. Yeah,
It's
you
the
gotta have good
pot.
pot.
It is.
Oh yeah,
All my
that's
pots is old fashioned with the, you know the heavy pots, the old fashioned ones with the glass top and the flowers on top. I got the whole stack. Girl, you can't even find them no more. You
You
can't
got
even
them
find them.
cast, you got that cast on.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
Show you one of my
Yeah,
pots.
she got some good
We
she got
call
some good
those
looking
Dutch
pots.
pots,
But there's
like the
OTK.
regular petting
All the
pots.
There's
But
OTK.
the escovitch that brother La's talking about, like that's more West Indian style, where you would fry it first, and you don't necessarily need to even to put, depending on if you choose, like you could do cornstarch, you could do flour, you don't even have to. You put any kind of batter and you fry it, and then you stew it with like the onions, the what do you put it, the scotch bonnet pepper that's already like in vinegar, or and then you put it on and you put it in the oven. That's escovitch. When he mentioned escovitch fish, that's how you do it. That's how we do it in the island. It's a nice
And after,
flavor, and you stew
and
it in
after,
vinegar, like the
yeah, and after, and
scotch bonnet
after,
pepper.
You
Yeah.
gonna
yeah, pimento. You gotta put the pimento seed too.
Pimento. Yep.
You can
So
tell.
brother Law,
Hold on one
you're
second,
not African
Gemini.
American?
One second, Gemini. And mute up 1 second, brother Law. So walk and talk, we can tell you don't know how to cook at all because you think we talking cold right now. We being specific. We talking about all kinds of stuff. What do you cook? Some ramen? What do you mean we talking cold? Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Gemini.
Brother Law, what is your nationality? Are you Black American?
Yes.
Okay.
But I just when I say and I emphasize I know how to cook. I know how to cook Japanese food, Chinese food, soul food, African food, different dishes. Whatever I like to eat, I know how to cook it.
Oh, you know how to make some goosey with fufu?
Of course.
Okay. That's what I want when we come to New York.
She wants some good old African food.
No, I just learned how to cook African food from a lot of older women.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. I know you make that fufu good.
But some traditional food I don't like. Like I had a best friend that was Belizean growing up, and when they would get together with their family, they would make traditional Belizean food, which consisted a lot of times of coconut and of course the fufu and the fish, and then they wouldn't cook like regular chicken. It would be like chicken backs, and I'm like, there's no meat on a chicken back, but they always cook chicken backs, right? And I used to just be like, I hate coconut and fufu. It's disgusting. Why not always mix fish, coconut, and fufu? And of course, you eat it with your fingers. But when you're younger, yeah, and me always being me, because and actually I got that from the Bible. Like I'm never rude about people's food because I think it's the worst thing ever to be rude about the money, the hard-earned money that people spend to try and make a decent meal for you. So whether it's nasty or not, whether you like the culture or not, if it's not outrageous and over the top, something that they're serving you just because you don't like the flavor or you're not used to it, there's still a way that you can eat someone's food, be cordial, be respectful of the household, their culture, their traditions, and you would just move on with the day. It gives you an experience too to say, hey, I've tried it, I've tasted it, I know what it tastes like. You know what I mean? So even when I was younger, I was never ever rude about food, and so I would just eat it, but it would just be so nasty. It would just be like coconut and fish don't mix. Traditional Belizean food. Goat, lots of goat curry, lots of curry goat, curry rabbit.
I love miso.
Yeah.
It's
I
so
said the
good.
coconut water over top of the shrimp does mix. I don't know why
Oh,
it just
that coconut shrimp. Yeah.
yes, it does.
Depending
Coconut
on
milk or coconut water?
No, I said the coconut batter over top of the
Oh, okay.
shrimp and stuff. It does it because
It's okay. Yeah. But they
does.
would like literally cook it in it, right? So the fish or the coconut milk and the fish is a mixture because this is traditional Belizean food. So they cook it. So it was the way that they cooked it, and they would spend all day literally too, especially making the fufu from scratch, right? They would sit here literally make it all day long, make the food all day long, and let it stew and simmer. And of course, it smelled good. But if you're not Belizean, Lord have mercy, get ready for it. Here it comes. Yeah.
Yeah, some of the Jamaican food is just like I'll be like, what did you cook?
Yeah, especially if it's traditional. If it's tradition, then it's like, ooh, they get ready to cook it the way they hometown eat it or used to doing it. And sometimes that take a little getting used to. You gotta get used to different flavors and
Let
yeah.
me ask Dulcinea a question. So Dulcinea, do you feel like in your mind, you can say it or not, but do you feel like you won the debate?
I will say I don't feel like I definitively won, so I'll give it as far. I was nice in giving it to Nepal, but I feel like it was more of a tie. I feel like there was points that each one of us kind of went off, and I think if I had capitalized on those points, then I could have won.
I think you won on a lot of points, sis. If I was to really have to listen to, the debate over, because to be quite honest, I don't know whether it was the PA system or something was really going on too with the sound. So I couldn't really hear Nepal when she was sitting here and make all of her points. But you presented it in such a way where I remember at one point people were asking her, was she sleepy? Was she tired? And she was like, no, I'm not tired. This is fun. And I was like, well, either that or Dulcinea is really, really, really giving you quite the run for your money. Like you just couldn't run the information over like you normally would do because it wasn't so undisputable that there was like no evidence whatsoever. No, there was lots of overwhelming evidence where it was not conclusive. And at the end of the day, I think that's what a debate is. It changes your mind. I think we talked about this earlier, that if whatever topic, pro or cons for the debate, if it changes your mind, then the debate was good. That was a good debate. Or even if it gives you something else to think about or more information to expound on, then it's a good debate. That's considered a good debate. And your target you hit your target.
Yeah, I agree, but I think Dots made a really good point because I know in the debate I was trying to give all the information that I could. I had like 100 slides and I was trying to get through all the information. But Dots made a really good point how I needed to really slam of what I was saying, like always coming back and like give my point, but then bring it back. Like, what is this? And I did that in the third round, and everybody started saying the third round was my best round because I would give the information and I was like, how is this any different than this? I give the information, then how is this any different than this? But in the first two rounds, I was just caught up and just like, here, take all this information. And that's what I would do differently, is like give it and then go and give.
Yeah, but that was you and her both, though. If you want to say caught up, because in the beginning, right, it was a little bit of regurgitation between both parties. So it wasn't just you that was caught up as well. It was also her that was caught up as well because she wanted to make sure she caught all your points. And in the third round, everyone kind of relaxed. And then you can, once you, get over that, the butterflies and the anxiety, you can kind of relax and be yourself and really just go in because most of your point that you feel has been made already. Right? So third and fourth rounds of anything, even in conversation, it's not sometimes into the second and third hour do we really get in great conversation and discussion. But in the first hour, we're all over the place until we find something that we can build on really good, which is usually in our second or third hour. You know what I mean? So in your third and fourth, your third round was a whole lot easier than that first and second round. And I really wish if you guys would have really even just had a fourth round, oh my gosh, but even your back and forth, the rebuttals, back and forth was really good because both y'all were relaxed by that time. And you could really get some information out the way that you wanted.
God, I'm with you, Dulcinea. I think it was somewhat of a tie. I really do. I think that, both of y'all had great points. You know what I'm saying? And you did open the mind so that people could be like, let me think. You know what I'm saying? But I think that, Nepal did what she was supposed to do, as I already stated. And I think that you did what you were supposed to do. And I think that I learned from both sides of information. Because even if I don't understand, agree with the other side, I still understood it. So, that's my take on it. That's my take. Mm-hmm. But then, when y'all gonna get started, you and
OTK, get back up.
OTK. He always
y'all keep letting that man get away
all the time. He does that all the time.
My goodness.
We're like, where are you? Come on, OTK.
He probably ran to the Waffle House right quick.
To
the Waffle House.
All he do is hustle.
Right.
Nina, are you cooking Thursday? Are you not?
No, I don't celebrate holidays.
Oh, okay. I don't really either, but my kids always be like, Mom, could you cook this? Or could you cook that? Or Mom, even if they having it over their house, they still want me to cook something. Like they want curry chicken. They normally Carlton will do it because he's from Guyana, but the way they cook it is different than the Jamaicans cook it. You know how to do that, Brother Lai? You know how to make good curry chicken?
Yes, I do.
The
Well,
way
brother
that
Law, we need to be at your crib for the holidays.
I
Any
mean,
You know,
one of them.
he
I
don't
mean,
really
some,
he don't celebrate.
Any one of them. Any one of them. I said any one of them.
He don't celebrate holidays. I don't even know
He
if he
could have
celebrates.
Islamic holidays. Y'all don't have Islamic holidays?
Yeah,
that's the Eid. Speaking
Okay,
about the
that's what I
Eid,
know. I was asking Brother La. Freedom,
the
thank
only,
you though.
talking to brother Lyle, Gemini. Um, you done made me forget my question. Darn. So
About
you
the
know,
food, you was asking him about curry.
yeah, I asked him, I said, do you know how to make curry chicken the way the Jamaicans do it? Or do you
yeah,
have
but
your
I
own
don't.
way?
No, with the curry chicken, it all depends on what curry you use. Some people like cheap, some people like Blue Mountain. It all depends on the curry you use.
I do got Blue Mountain. I do got
Mm.
Blue Mountain upstairs. But you know, some meals that they cook, I can't. That stew, sometimes that down stew stuff. I don't know.
I
You
hope
eat
when I get married, I find me a brother La. I want a man to cook for me because I'm done with cooking. See, some men ain't cooked 25 and 30 years like the women have already. I'm done with cooking. It's somebody else's turn.
It's a
anyway.
necessity. It's a necessity for a man to cook. You can't depend on a woman to cook.
You sure can't, because I'm not doing it no more for real, for real. But I will get in there. I mean, I guess. Yeah.
It's a blessing to find a woman that's able to cook for
I
you.
know that's
No,
right.
women are able to cook. It's just that for those who've had families already, we've cooking. I've been cooking since I was 15 years old, for Pete's sake. At what time and point do you want a sister to get her ass out the kitchen? She should be after the kitchen, just like with anything else. She should be too elevated. It's somebody else's turn to take over, right? So if the kids are not if the young ladies that you're raising are not going to be in the kitchen, then possibly the husband. If not, then you kind of tag team and figure it out because as adults, we don't eat like that no more anyways. Or at least I don't. I eat on the go, right? Because I always gotta go. So to sit and just have a meal as if I had small children, that's not gonna happen.
I do. I still cook. It's terrible because even though my kids are grown and moved out, and my whole thing is, I still when I go to cook for myself, I always cook too much. I gotta
Right.
hold it the next day and all that because the kids are no longer here.
Well, see, like
Darn,
my boys want to eat, but they have to cook themselves, and turns out they're great cooks. When you actually let another young adult get in the kitchen, as they should, as I did, as you all did, then they surprise themselves with what they can do in the kitchen. They
I
surprise
I
themselves.
can't believe it. I cannot believe my kids are grown and moved out. It's the weirdest feeling in the world.
Yeah, I mean, they look at YouTube and TikTok and they get all of the good
No, my kids
recipes.
can cook. My
And
kids
then,
can cook.
yeah, like my 21-year-old, he cooks, he gets in there off of YouTube and like I'm saying, the gram or TikTok, and he made the best recipes. But he's surprised at how well he can cook. We're all surprised at how well he can cook. But at first, you gotta get him in there. You gotta get him in the kitchen. I don't think the kitchen is just relegated to one person.
Me and mine's cool. But I'm just saying, I was just saying my kids, they grown and moved out and cooking and doing all. I'll be like calling my son, we want me to wash your clothes for you. He said,
Now, see, washing clothes is something
you want
I do over cooking.
look,
Yeah,
that's what he
I
meant.
used to wash clothes. I don't have time to cook. I only got time to wash though.
So why do y'all celebrate these holidays?
Because
Well,
we want
came
to.
up that way, but I'm just saying, I tried when I was really into Islam real heavy, I didn't at all. Nothing. I still don't do
Not crazy.
Christmas or nothing. I still don't do that. But you know what I'm saying? Like when my
can
kids
tell
cook,
you,
I'm just
I
home
can
alone.
tell you why I do.
Somewhere with my
I
granddaughters and stuff. I want to be around them.
I
So
used to do it because of family and just family
yeah,
traditions.
family.
But then I continue doing it because my research shows that though we think these holidays are something that they gave us or someone else gave us, they're not. They aren't that smart when they were taking over things. So what they did is just like what they did with most places. They stamped their name on something that already existed. So Thanksgiving ain't nothing that they came up with. Thanksgiving was a holiday of harvest that had been going on in many cultures, because harvesting happens around this time. And that's when you go, because there's only certain foods that you can actually grow in the wintertime. Normally, they're the ones that are underground, because you would have to be able to protect them. But most of your, because of the springtime, when you go to harvest the food, it's around this time you bring the food out, and then they would thank their spirituality, or celebrate with their family for the harvest. And it would be around this time that they would come together and all eat with their communities and families. So what they end up doing then is taking it, saying, oh, it was all about the pilgrims. Pilgrims ain't come up with no damn Thanksgiving. Like, they did not come up with that. They didn't come up with Halloween either. And I'm sorry, Sakina, I gotta say this real quick. I know you want to beat me up for this, but Halloween is to honor our dead. So what we used to do, and it's like what people do today in Spain and Mexico, we had something like the Day of the Dead. What you would do is you would need to honor your ancestors by name, by picture, by, bringing them up. And if you actually remember them, it would it would allow them to come and visit you, and you would pull out their favorite things. You would give them, get candy for the kids, all this other stuff, but in celebration of your ancestors. But it's all been tainted and made into some monetized American thing that's not true.
Commercialized. Yeah, they commercialized it for sure. They really did. But have you ever got, let me ask you this before OTK, because I know he just came back in, but have you guys ever been to a really fun house where the parents and the kids, the outside look like the holiday? Let's just pick one, Christmas, where there is so much shit going on when you walk up in their yard. They got the bears moving and all the mechanical and the lights just the blinking. And then when you go inside, they got Christmas shit strung from here to China. And have you ever been to somebody's house like that? I'm telling you, it's a lot of goddamn fun. They be baking cookies and cakes, and you stay up all night watching TV. And I used to have this marshmallow gun I bought the kids. Me and the kids like to have so much fun, because I'm so much fun. So the Nerf gun, and then there's this marshmallow gun. So you put the marshmallows in the gun and you shoot the shit all over the place. Marshmallows all over the goddamn place. I mean, but it's fun. And it's fun to be with people who like to have fun as they see it. Maybe it's not fun for somebody else, for the whole family to come downstairs in little matching pajamas or little weird mixed match ass shit. It is so much fun hearing those kids scream all around the house and just act all crazy.
Really let her go on about this though.
Yeah, the radio's
No,
going.
all I wanted to do was just start a conversation into another place. So that's all. I would just ask the questions just to steer the conversation, because all this damn food cooking y'all talking about, I just wanted to steer that shit another way.
Why?
Yeah,
wait, hold on.
It's just fun. That's all it is.
And Renegade
Yeah,
J
it's a
is
lot of
back
fun.
on. So let's
we're gonna mute up so they can go ahead on and ask those what they want to ask.
Yeah, because Doc's gotta
really
go.
Late.
She's like, come on,
start the convo.
Okay.
Please, OTK, come on.
We'll mute up. So are we muting up? You ready?
You gotta unmute yourself, man. You're muted.
I bet. I want to tell y'all, thank y'all for letting us come over here and take control of y'all show. I was trying to figure out how to scream it, but it's all good. I figure it's better if I come over here. I want to start by saying, could y'all please stay muted up? I want to start by saying good evening. OCO, assalamu alaikum, shalom, hotep, buenos dias, peace on to you and to your family. Peace to the chat, the mods, and everything like that, man. And today, we wanted to get into talking to our sister Dulcinea, because Dulcinea, we've been there with you, and I've been one of your punching bags for a long time, and you get into it and all of that. So I just wanted to get into an interview with you. I like to do interviews. I don't lie. So I wanted to get in an interview with you because sometimes people hear about you when it comes down to a debate or something like that, but they don't really know like your where you came from, why you are the way you at, and things like that. So I'm gonna let Jay say something real quick, man, and then I want to ask you a couple of questions if you don't mind, and if Jay got questions, he can ask you too.
Yeah, I'm all set, bro. I ain't got nothing right now. I'm just here for support. That's all.
Okay, bet. So no more stalling, you know. Like I said, me and my sister done been going at it for so long. Dulcinea. Um
Yes, we have.
yes. Uh, what first of all, let me start by this. How did you come into like studying the info you studying? Because you study way more than just science. In case people didn't know, you're all around studier. Can you just go into that real quick?
Yeah, I would say the basis of me studying like outside of school starts from my dad. My dad always impressed on me that, learning didn't stop at school, especially when it came to our Black history and to know truly who you are. But he never was like, I'm going to give you the information so you get my premise on it. So he always instilled in us to go outside, read books, get more information. He had all the encyclopedias, if y'all remember those, and he would just make us go and write papers in the summer. He was a professor as well as a computer science engineer, but he did teach history as well. So that was just always big growing up in our house that we needed to learn for ourselves, even when it came to spirituality. We were not pressured to have one particular spirituality over the other. When I was really mastering the Bible and I really knew the scriptures, his next thing was like, okay, now you need to go to the Quran. You need to go to Hinduism. You need to learn everything because that's the only way to really have true understanding is when you know what's happening in other places. So I would say that my dad instilled that in me. And then as my spiritual journey increased, I would say through losing a lot of people, through losing a lot of my family members, and me trying to search for God in that aspect of my loss. I think that's where a lot of this came first. It's like a spiritual journey that led into science, because I do believe that spirituality is the basis of where a lot of people find science.
Okay, and let's stay right there real quick since you already went into it. So, what religion you came up underneath?
I grew up in a Christian household. Specifically, we were Church of God in Christ. That's like a Pentecostal, one of those holiness churches of like that. But they weren't strictly like all the principles of the Bible. I would say from the other side of my mom's side, she was very spiritual. So she was very much into the spiritual fruits. I said this on a Cam Up podcast. My mom would always say it's better for you to be a spiritual fruit than a religious nut. So it was all about like the basis of spirituality and being a good person, and what kind of person do you want to be, and not just following the scriptures verbatim. But I did grow up in a Christian household.
Dulcie, say
Okay,
that again. I like that saying. Your mom said what? Say that again. It's better
It's
to be
better to be a spiritual fruit than a religious nut.
I like that. Go ahead. I'm sorry, OTK.
okay. So like, so since you study all of this, what you say your strongest subject will be? or subject or talking point or your ability? What would you think your strongest if not all the same, you know understand what I'm saying? What was your
Yeah, I
strongest
definitely understand
aspect?
what you're saying. I had to think about it or anything. I think it's kind of changed. At first, it was more of a math that was a strong suit of mine, but now I would say science is one of the strong suits, especially in this debating field. I'm really into the different points of science, especially of the information that they give us or say, like, this is the end all be all. I want to know why. I want to know why it's the end all be all. I question it, and then I want to investigate. I want to see the experiments, and I'm very interested in just really helping the next generations because I want to see more of us really own our patents, really own the things that we're doing. Because I saw my dad, being a computer engineer, I seen him help invent the what's at the food, like the cash register. He helped them invent it where it connects with the computers and that integration. He's one of the first ones that did it for Whataburger, but his name wasn't associated with it because he was just an employee. So they would get all those credits and not him. So I saw that, and that really instilled in me, like, there, and that's happening with AT&T, that's happening with Dell. There's all these so I know people are like, they're not black, but we're just going to call them so-called black today. But there's a lot of black minds that are behind these innovations, behind these patents, but someone else gets the credit for them.
I like that. I like that. If you don't mind, Dulcinea, before I get into any more questions, Queen, because me and you talk, and me and JB talk, me and other sisters, we all talk on a brother sister level, and sometimes people need to know that it's hidden strength behind this YouTube picture that people see, or this thing that we portray out here on YouTube. And that's what I like to do over there on Round Table. Sometimes we get to judging people because we see them here and we see them there, and we might not agree with them. But overall, at the end of the day, we all are what they call human. We all are people. We all got our own struggles, our own different things in life that we go through. So I want to ask you, you being my sister, how do you find the strength every day to deal with what you deal with? And I want you to go into what I'm asking you, and then you can bring it out. I call it kids with special abilities. And the reason why I call it that, because we have this construct today where we say that these kids have disabilities because we don't have the abilities that they have. But we don't know the abilities that they have. Maybe we needed to make a whole person because we think that we whole, but yet we might be lacking something that they hold, and vice versa. So I call them special abilities. I don't call it no disabilities. And if you don't mind, tell me, sister, my queen, how do you deal with that on a day-to-day basis and still find time uh, for everything else?
Absolutely, I can. And just so people know, the special abilities is autism. You can hear my child in the background. He is definitely here. A lot of times it is hard to balance it all. He's definitely around. He wants mom time. Then there's the studying and all that kind of things. But I would say with dealing with it all, it's just about balance. My ancestors definitely helped me. I I really wished that my mom would have gotten to meet him, but I know because of my spirituality, you know, that she's here. All my ancestors are here with me. So that's what really gives me the strength. I remember how I grew up and different things like that. And then with his autism, a lot of times he teaches me some things because we want to be all like, well, say your ABCs, say 1 + 2 is 3, and all these different things. But I noticed certain things like with his autism, like he's really into feeling, he's really into touch, to feel love. He'll just be outside, and when the wind blows across his face, he'll close his eyes like he's on a ride or something, and it's just amazing. He'll just analyze everything that's happening outside, or a flower, and I'm like, wow, maybe we're the ones that are abnormal because he sees so much beauty in life. And so instead of me being like, oh, okay, there's a shortcoming in that because he's not speaking yet, or he's not giving and doing the instructions how we would want him to just say, hey, pick up a ball, throw it. I can see the beauty in the things that he actually does and what he actually gravitates to. And I tried to learn him and let that be how I teach him, by learning what his interests are, what the things that he likes to do. It's really funny with him because he was real into cars. So the first time when he was 2, we had got him the little Jeep for him to ride around. And the first thing he did was took all the wheels off the car with his fingers. I was like, how did you do that? But he's very, he likes to investigate things. So he teaches me, investigate, see how this is made.
That's crazy, right? So did y'all put it back together?
We tried to put it back together. He took the wheels off again.
Nah. Just tell me no. Just tell me
No,
no.
we tried to put it back together, and then he took the wheels off again. And we're like, okay, we're not doing this with you. We're not playing with you.
Figure it out.
You can just have the wheel. Take the wheel. There you go.
Right. Hey, Queen, and I appreciate you for opening up. You know what I mean? Because sometimes we be on these panels, but sometimes people need to get to know us. And I told you, and I want to eventually interview all the Unscrambled Minds, because all of y'all have a major story to tell. And for y'all to all be on a panel, maybe people will understand why y'all on a panel together once they understand y'all's story. You understand what I'm saying? Because we
Yeah,
all
and I
got a
think that's
story.
wonderful because absolutely, I think we get judged by an opinion here or the things that we say, and a lot of people don't know what our story is, what motivates us, or anything like that. So they just see the surface value, and you can really judge people on the surface, but when you're really getting to know this stuff, that's when you can really say, okay, now I really see why she thinks like that. Now I know where her viewpoints are coming from. So I love my sisters, and I know they're all going to bring a beautiful story to the table, and you'll see why we're all here together, because it's meant to be.
Right. And listen, y'all save some back, because that's farther for y'all to go in depth with later on. You know what I mean? So you ready? You ready for me to get into some questioning with you?
Yeah, go ahead. I thought you
Okay.
already were.
Yeah, but that was getting to know you.
Oh Lord, OTK.
Now we're gonna get into this debate critique now. Is that okay?
Yeah. Did you want to critique first or ask a question first?
Now I'm gonna ask your questions.
Okay.
Okay. So how do you feel that you did in that debate?
I feel like there were good points and there were bad points. I had some really strong points. I think I did convey once I was going into tying it and going into the third round where I was tying in the pseudoscientific phrenology and cranology and showing people that they're still using that today. They're still measuring brains and saying, oh, you're as intelligent as how large your brain is, or saying, oh, your head shape can say based on who you are, different things like that. I think that was strong. And I think, but before me trying to lead up to it, I should have said more things to allude to that or come and with going into those things. Because in the beginning, I was just more so talking and it made it look like I was reading from the screen, even though I wasn't. I was trying to sum it up, but my summary sounded a lot like I was just reading what it said and not really understanding it and talking to the people. So I thought that that was very weak point when it came to the debate for me.
You want to add on that real quick, Jay, before I go into her second question? Okay. Bad. So let me ask you this. Do you think you learned anything out of that debate?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I learned a lot through my research as well, but I did learn some things from Sister Nepal too, of just being like, okay, really getting into the modern terms of there's some things other than saying that the DNA, the protein coding DNA is 98% alike. There's a lot of other aspects that they allude to that I have to look into. And I think too that we'll have to do some research on. And I brought this up before about the retroviruses. I think there's a lot of questions that we need to ask, even with their summary of human to chimpanzees, like what virus did they use? What happens when we use COVID as a virus and we test it on the different animals? Does it attack the same places in the genome as other mammals? And really testing it on other mammals to humans to see how retroviruses really work. So I really took that from the debate of that's something I really want to get into and study.
Anything on that real quick, Jay?
No, I ain't really got nothing right now. I'll let you know when I do.
Bet. So tell me, Dulcinea, you're gonna keep debating, right?
I mean, I would like to. I would like someone to want to debate me, but it took so long to get someone. I don't know if Real Rap is going to do it or anything, but I definitely would like to continue debating and go further from here because there's a lot of concepts that we really should be debating in our community, and we just take at face value like, okay, these people said it, so it's true. And I think we need to have these conversations even if the debate leads us to having the conversation and everyone on one side just believes it, then I would like them to prove it, give us some information and have that information come out so we can test all these things for ourselves.
Right. So, all right. this is.
Oh, I will say this though, before you get to the next point, I will say this. One of the major points, I say, as far as being a woman, and I'm sure Sister Napa can attest to this and difference, is that it's hard because that's the excuse. You're a woman, so we don't debate men. You can't debate men, but then there's not a lot of women that just want to actually be in a debate. They would rather, discuss, go back and forth, but it's not a lot in the debate realm. So it's kind of hard as far as with getting those debates. And then I'm more so wanting to bring people along. So I'm not trying to have the same debates as everybody's been having. Like, I'm tired of the Hebrew Israelite debate. So I could debate Hebrew Israelite women, but why? Like, I'm tired of that. Let's move forward.
Right. So let me ask you this. Every time me and you get into a discussion before the night end, boy, Dulcinea got to give me a rant. Why was you so calm in the debate? And I want you to tell me honestly.
Well, I would say I was more calm in the debate because it wasn't that that exchange back and forth, and I end up being more so trying to persuade the audience than trying to debate Nepal. And I'd say that that was something that really ended up being a hindrance, and why a lot of people do feel like I lost, because they were like, it's a debate, and she sounded more like a teacher up there just doing a presentation. And I think that comes from experience as well, because I've only been used to presentations so far. So that was my first official big debate. So I think going forward, I know is like not to just do a presentation, to really be like, it's not just about the audience understanding the information. It's about defeating Napa as well in the debate. I have been in debates in school and different things like that as well, but it's a little different from there, because I would say our community definitely wants that battle back and forth, the fire, and not to really just be like information wise. And I could have did that, but I didn't. So I say that is something I fell short in as well.
I got a question for you.
There you go.
Do you think that this topic was worth debating? Because some people will say, why did you even debate this topic? So why did you feel like this topic was necessary to debate?
Yeah, I think this topic was worth debating, and I think it's still worth really having a conversation about, because I truly believe this classification is hindering us from moving forward. I know someone in the chat was saying before, when it comes to animals, oh, we already test other animals, but we only test other animals on the basis of what's already in the classification or the ranking systems that we know. So it's exactly like the retroviruses. We haven't tested the retrovirus fully to see how it goes into all mammals, how it goes into these other animals, how does it compare in a bird and compared to human. There's not that research, there's not that evidence, because all they focused on is proving that we're primates. But I think a lot of stuff that we don't really know how to deal with, as far as when it comes to human ailments, come from our lack of really trying to see nature fully and wholly. I think a big problem is the hierarchy that stops us from looking at things holistically. And I think one thing that's going to stop that is saying that an animal group, or saying that we are on top of something that we didn't create.
Yeah, I like that. I like how you're able to think outside the box and actually point out that this is, socially constructed and not necessarily by our people. Um, to me, to me, a lot of these people who disagree with you sound religious. Some people make the case that a lot of them are religious, just in a different way, because they take things that are theories and treat them like they're truth. And I think that's a huge mistake. And the same criticism that they give to religious people, they kind of take on those traits and characteristics themselves. So I don't know necessarily what your belief is, but I want to know, who were you kind of channeling from or using as sources? Like, what types of people were you using as sources for this debate? I'll just say one thing really quick. Believe it or not, some religious people would have actually provided a lot of good points for you against this in this debate. But I want to know, what types of people did you cite?
Yeah, so I did use some of those sources, like the answers and research, answers and Genesis, but I try to keep that in to a minimum, because I knew, as far as what the consensus was going to be, that you're using a religious source, so it's not science anymore. So I try to use a lot of scientific journals, but of course, I know one of her main points was like, do you have a scientific journal that says that we're not primates? And no, we don't have a scientific journal that says that, but there's a lot of scientific journals that question the previous information that was given to us, whether it was the DNA, whether it was DNA versus RNA, and different things like that. And that's where I tended to hone in on only scientific journals for those particular questions. But I actually do too. I wanted to present that by the end of the night. I'll have you guys just ask questions, but I don't know if Real Thought watches our channel, but he mentioned he did see that I had sources, but he wished that I could have gone through them. And I do have them laid out tonight in Word document so everybody can see all the sources that I used.
Real quick, would you be open to doing a part 2? Like maybe not the same question, but like a rematch that kind of builds on that kind of similar topic? Like, would you go back in the ring again with Nepal?
You know, I'm gonna be completely honest when it comes to this, right? I would definitely be willing to debate Nepal again, but how everything has happened, I feel like she wouldn't want to debate it. I feel like she definitely will say that it's no point because um, she feels as if people will just be like, oh, you're too aggressive. You're too this for Dulcinea. And I think that was something that she said previously as well with trying to debate me. And that people would go and do that in comparison to a Christina Nick or a Neftali because of their demeanor and how they come. And then it was gonna just be like, oh, you're beating up on her and stuff like that. So I feel like her previous concerns were justified. Whether I like it or not, it was justified.
Go ahead, OTK. You got it, bro.
So maybe a discussion would be more appropriate then.
Oh yeah, and I've had a discussion on our channel before, so we definitely would move forward with that. We would have more conversations, more discussions, me and her, because yeah, we definitely could do that.
Because I definitely understand what you're saying. It's not that she don't want to do it. It's just that what it looks like. You know what I mean? Yeah, I definitely understand where you're coming from. So Dulcinea, let's get into some of this science stuff, okay? Is that cool with you?
Yeah, that's good.
All right. First of all, like my brother Renegade Jay said, why didn't you let people know the definition of a primate from the jump?
And you know, that was really, I had it in my presentation to do that from the jump. But then I was like, oh, she's going to do that. And I assume like she's going to put that in the beginning. So I was like, okay, let me go straight into the scientific racism. But I definitely should have put that in the beginning.
What you think, Jay? Definitely she should have, right?
I was surprised that it didn't come out until Dulcinea, I think, brought it out in the 3rd round. And even when she did have her slide on it, she didn't really spend too much time on it. And a lot of people might say, well, if she read the definition, then that would be the end of the debate. But not really, because if you can question the thing itself, then you could sow doubt that it's even plausible. So, you know, it all comes down to strategy. But again, it's her first debate. We have to remember it's her first debate.
First debate against
You
a
know what I
heavyweight.
mean? So, yeah.
Right. That's like Tyson going for this championship at 18. You know what I mean? Definitely.
You know what's also interesting though? Because even with other constructs, right, we have a definition of it, but we still will call ourselves that and people will question it. Like even with the word black or African or this or that. We can read the definition and see what it says, but people still today will question it. And a lot of people will agree, no, we're not black. No, we're not this. No, we're not that. So why, when it comes to primate, the same thing can't be done? Why can't you question who created the word, what their intentions was, what created, and was it based off of myth? Was it based off of science when they created? Like, what was it based on when they created the word? Because just because a human created the word and the idea doesn't automatically mean that you have to be that, just because it's their concept. So I wonder why we pick and choose what we do that with.
because
Like,
it's
why can't we?
suggestion.
And I definitely agree, but I would say this: I feel like most of people in regular day life, they don't think about it and they don't believe they're primates. You can, if we went off on the street and start asking people, do you think you're a primate? Do you think you're a primate? A lot of people would be like, no. And it's just like Sonetta said, he thought that was a good point, but that's not a good point. The kids would be like, yeah, we're primates because they're in school. They're being taught this and everything, but the adults will be like, no, we're not primates because it has nothing to do with our lives. It doesn't come up. It's like something that now we can evaluate for ourselves and be like, why were we even taught this? This is dumb. And most of us don't believe it. But I would say that we don't even understand the ramifications of not just being compared to monkeys and apes, but we don't understand the ramifications that come along with us feeling like we are on top of the food chain. Because what has happened is we overfish, we overhunt, we do everything excessively, and it says if a predator takes out too much of the prey, there's a problem that's going to happen. And we see it. We see that we're destroying the planet, and we could easily rectify the planet just by saying, hey, we need all these things, so let's just stop fishing for a while. Let's just stop hunting here for a while. Let it replenish, and nature would replenish it again. But because we still have this mindset that we're greater because we drive cars and we build buildings, then we cut down all the trees. And it's like, how are you going to breathe in that building with no trees? But it's one of those things that we don't understand the importance of nature. And I would think that that's my major concern when it comes to this topic, is making sure we get back to the point is that we're destroying the earth. And a lot of people think, oh, we're destroying the earth, so that means that we can find another place for ourselves. But no, a different form of earth will continue. But what we will do is we will kill the environment for ourselves.
So let me ask you that, Dulcinea. With that being said, do you think that we're the only human race that contributed to destroying the earth?
As far as from the hominins?
I'm saying, period. Anybody who walked upright like us, who built tools, who used life or whatever. Remember, I'm learning from you, so I'm acting
Right. That's
illiterate
why I
as
wanted to
far
make
as,
sure of like the
yeah, I'm
hominid.
acting illiterate.
I
I'm
think
acting
it is.
illiterate.
I think it is a present day concept. I think there are different things that they were doing, but again, I think there was a balance to what they were doing before, because it's not that you're not supposed to be a predator. The world needs, or this ecosystem needs predators just like it needs prey. If there's too many predators, not enough prey, you're going to destroy the ecosystem. But if there's too much prey and not enough predators, you're going to destroy the ecosystem due to overpopulation. So I think before we understood more of the natural ways, and I think that even goes to indigenous people of the Homo sapiens sapien, before these institutions came with their concepts, with their hierarchies, I believe indigenous people saw themselves as animals, because they said that we need to fit and play our role in the ecosystem, and not saying like we're the most important. And I think that's what really Nepal was showing when she showed those monkeys in Kemet. But I think she didn't understand that that's what that meant. That yes, because of my connection with God, he can tame the animal within me, but these animals are still me.
So let me ask you, Dulcinea, was the European the first to stand upright? In the debate, you brought something out about that stage in the development, where according to their theory, the European would have been the first one to stand upright and come off all fours.
Yeah, Homo erectus.
I don't believe that. I can't say I know a date where I would say that we've been walking upright, but I will say, as far as what I believe, is they've mixed and matched bones to say certain people weren't walking upright even when they were. So you can easily take an ape's ancestor, a skull, or pelvis bone and put it with a hominin bone and say these were together, these are the same. And I don't believe those were the same. I don't believe they were even found together. They were falsified to look that way. So when Europeans were walking upright, Africans were walking upright, Americans were walking upright, and probably hominins have been walking upright for a long time, just based on our body structure, how we have to support our skull and our brains, and how we have to give birth, shows most likely we were walking upright.
So do we know that common ancestor that we was before we split?
No, we have hypotheses about that common ancestor and support of different hypotheses, but we do not have a full clarity of a common ancestor before being hominin. So, for instance, I do believe that hominins did exist. I do believe they falsified their bones, but of the hominin lineage, I that did exist. We were hominins, and those would be where our common ancestors lie. That's why even off those hominins, you can find DNA and compare the DNA, and it's not just the bones. Sometimes you can get DNA from the bones inside different things that we can compare because it's recent times. But when you're trying to go back too far where there's no DNA, there will be no way for us to know for sure if something's a common ancestor or not.
Real quick, Dulcinea, hold up. So these what was it, the hominids, they were covered in like hair, right?
No, they said they were covered in hair, but you can't tell that by bones. That's something that they just made an assertion for.
Let's go with their assertion though. Let's go with their assertion. So when the hair started to be removed from their body, what would the skin color have been?
If we're talking about from these primates, they would have been white.
Oh man, I'm done.
Well, under their skin color, they would have been white under those. And she showed that. She showed hairless. She showed a hairless, and the color was more of the white race than it was of an African or a melanated race. I don't believe that. And I would have to see as far as it, but I would think melanin under fur would be a lot. I don't know if a melanated person could have a full fledged of fur. Now, a melanated under hair is fine. I mean, we are hairy. We're still hairy to this day. We have to shave all this other stuff. So we have hair, but it's different from saying being hairy and having fur. So I don't know what the implications would really be of a melanated monkey having melanated skin under fur.
So Dulcinea, let me get this right. So you do believe in evolution. You just don't believe in that we come from primate evolution. Correct
Right,
me.
that's true. I believe, as far as the scientific fact that organisms change over time, we can see that organisms change over time. But what we don't know as far as the degrees of speciation that they say, and we know that a lot of it comes from paleontology, saying that the bones show the speciation. But my question has always been, and I do want to show it before the end of the night, when we see bones and they look a certain way, like they say we can look at apes and see that we're related to apes, but then they can show us a bone structure and it can look like a lizard. It can look like maybe a Komodo dragon, and they're like, oh, that was a puppy that ended up being a whale later. And it's like, how, if we can look and observe that we're apes, how can we not look and observe a skeleton and say what species it probably was closest to?
Okay. So, all right. So we don't know who was the common ancestor before we split, right?
Yeah, we only have like
We're
speculation.
still trying to find out. We're still trying to find out. So we got to stay open for that, because you know what I mean. I agree with that. So if we can't find a common ancestor where we split from, how do we know who we breeded with to become who we are today? How did evolution take place for us if we don't know where our common ancestor came from? Because before the split will let us know that it's still a way for us to breed together, where we can come together and have kids, offspring. So do you know any other breed that we could have breeded with?
No, and that's where a lot of questions about the even species being separated or not. And that's why, like Sister Freedom was playing earlier, that they had to come back and say Neanderthals are not Homo sapien. They show no where they said, oh, they're dumb. They didn't have as far as the intelligence. They weren't upright. They were more ape-like. They had to come back and say, you know what? Neanderthals are no more ape-like than anyone. They were Homo sapien as well, because these species were able to procreate with each other, showing that they're the same species. Why are you separating two different species that can procreate with each other? That should show you that they're the same. So I think that's a major problem that we have to do when it comes to these classifications, with how are we finding a common ancestor when we're looking at other groups that couldn't have sex with each other. We would need to be looking at the groups that could have sex with each other, because that's where a mother and father lineage would come from.
Facts. Okay, man, Queen, and I appreciate everything, and all the answers that you've been given. Um, if you want to share your screen or anything like this for my last two questions, and you can answer both of these at one time. And I just want you to go into a build. Um, the other night, you showed me some things that you went into in your debate, but you didn't have enough time to elaborate more in your debate. And you showed me some things with trees and all kind of stuff like that. So, and I want to close. I want to close with these last two questions, and then you answer it, and then so the sisters them can get back in, and you open the panel or whatever. Um, but you showed a bunch of stuff the other day, and
Yeah.
we had to delete those videos. So I just want you to go into that more. But my two questions for you is, what is Scientology and what is evolution? And I want you to take those two questions, go into a build, and just do you. And I want to appreciate you for letting me interview you and Unscramble Minds. Thank y'all. I'ma stay, but I'ma just let Sister rant for a second, man, and show her screen or do whatever you gotta do. Thank you, Queen Dulcinea.
Yeah, thank you. This has been awesome. And like everyone was saying in the chat, you have some awesome questions. I really enjoyed this, and really getting to have people get into my mindset and my mind frame of my beliefs. So that was very cool. Let me go ahead and share my screen for your first question of Scientology. And like my sister has said a lot of times, when it comes to this, because Sakina will bring this up all the time, that science does have a religion. They have a religion, and it is Scientology. So I'm not going to go into watching the video, but you'll see that Scientology is a religion that offers precise path to leading to a complete and certain understanding of one's true spiritual nature and one's relationship to self, family groups, mankind, all life forms, the material universe, and the spiritual universe. So really, Scientology is that religion that's going in and saying, oh, we can actually learn these things. We can learn our origins. We can know everything through science, and we can know everything about how we started, everything about mankind, everything about spirituality, we can end up learning it through Scientology. And I think science has really brought a lot of those concepts in. Science says we can know a lot of things that we can't know or that we don't know. And then they say we know it when we don't. So I would say Scientology is just that religious force saying, like, I have science backing me, and this is the origin of man. This is the origin of life. I can explain everything and know everything through Scientology. The difference between evolution is that evolution is just the observation that things are changing over time. The observation that I can see a certain species in a certain area, and I can see how their color has changed, their size has changed, their maybe they had what is it, that like elephants have a trunk, and maybe at some point they had little not like antlers, but the tucks that are outside of the trunk, and now they don't have the tucks, or the tucks are on the inside. Well, maybe one time they had gills that were closer to their eyes, but then it went further down. So it's just the observation of change over time and seeing, why is this change taking place? Why are things changing in the way they are? And that is all that evolution is just that observation of change, and then making hypotheses or a sound theory about those observation of changes. But I believe that when it comes to a lot of the principles under evolution, is they don't make sound theories. They just tie it all in and put a stamp, like, things change over time, so this is true. Like, no, just because we know things change over time does not mean that every principle under evolution or every theory under evolution is correct.
I want to make a comment. I'll say, I think their religion is actually called scientific Methodists, right? Because they live and die by the scientific method. But any real scientist who's honest is going to let you know that science and research always has limitations. So you should never be sticking your head out here acting like what you're saying is the absolute truth and getting mad at people that disagree with you. You do not have the absolute truth. You have limitations within your method. It should always be noted, and an honest person will acknowledge and say that. Whether you're in college doing research, whether you're a research professor or a professional scientist, you need to always acknowledge the limitations of your research. It's not infallible. And that's why I call the religion the scientific Methodist religion, because they act like everything that they say is the absolute truth. And the same critiques that they give to religious people and other people can actually be applied to them themselves. So that's what I would call it.
And I agree. I would say, though, the basis of the scientific method is not that, but how they use it is that. Because you can look up the scientific method right now, and it will tell you that you're always supposed to ask questions. It's a circle. There's no answer, and they make it seem like it's linear, and it's not. It's a circle. You always go back to the top, and then you ask a question, and you go in and you do research, and you go, and then you say, okay, this, and you ask the next question. And if the next question tweaks it a little bit, you go back up to the top, because it's like, no, now I have to go back to the top because that second way around didn't make it all the way around. So now we got to go back and formulate a new thing. But that's what science is doing. But what they would like us to see it as linear. They would like us to see science as, oh, we did this, we came to this conclusion, it's the fact. And that's not how science works. And I think it comes from our lack of having a holistic view. And I do believe that's what racism gave us. We tend to say, oh, well, when you're looking at science, you got to look at this particular one. Or if we're talking about biology, we have to talk about biology. We're talking about paleontology, we just talk about paleontology. But the truth is that all those are combined in a holistic manner when you're talking about these things. So you can't just say, oh, we're not addressing biology right now, we're addressing paleontology. No, we're addressing all those factors, and we have to bring in all those factors to see the holistic truth of it. But when people say, oh, I can just focus on one or the other, they end up saying I can draw a conclusion from that, and that's just incorrect.
Dulcinea, I want to give you kudos and commend you because you're challenging mainstream ideas. People don't like it. They get upset. I just said something that was 100% factual, and I already see how the chat could get emotional, that science has limitations, but none of them would come to me and tell me that that's not true. So I want to commend you for challenging the mainstream thought and not being afraid to actually step outside the box and think for yourself. Because in the debate, for the first 2 rounds, I felt like that's what was missing. There was a lot of reading, documentation, and the studies. But the best part for me, for both of you and the pod, was when you guys actually started to process the information and communicate it authentically yourselves. So
yes,
I just want to give you credit for that, because even when I have disagreed with you in the past, that's been something that you've always been strong at. And, I do believe that you believe what you say, whether I agree with you or not. I think you honestly believe the things that you're saying, at least 90 to 95% of the time. I won't say all the time. So I just want to give you credit for being a thinker, because that's needed. And a lot of people done been rocked to sleep and they accept everything that's fed to them, whether it's science, religion, or whatever it is, and they don't actually think about it themselves. So I give you credit for just being a thinker. It's very powerful. I appreciate people like that. I love that about you. And, so I just want to give you your credit and say that.
And I want to say I love that about you guys too. I know it could seem like I was coming at you guys a little hard sometimes or anything, but you guys always made me think. So that's why I would come at you hard. So even if I was like, oh, well, I'm a Moor and it's this or that, you've made me think like, okay, well, who wrote it? Who wrote that you're reading from? Who's this? Even if it's like, oh, this is the U.S. government saying it's a Moor. Well, then where are they? Where are they saying that they're Moors? And then what documentation do you have? What laws do they actually have before this law that the U.S. government gave? So I just commend you guys on that, and we've had our Indian talks like that have really given me a lot of information. And, I went back and I was like, you know what, OTK, you are Indian. I did the research and you look just like them.
I didn't believe you. I was like, man, quit playing with me. You trying to set me up. I ain't got no time to play with you.
No, I really did. And I was like, man, I found someone that looked just like OTK.
We just want y'all to know, man, we appreciate y'all, period. You know what I mean? We can't wait for the debate to get posted up so we can really get into a real review, critique into it. Dulcinea, and I hope when it does get showed, I hope that we round table gang get to really get into a critique, because right now we only critiquing you. We can't critique each subject, like go into what y'all was going into as far as that, the information. We're gonna wait until that show. You know what I mean? But you
so
are
how do
sister,
you guys
so
feel about staying up here? I see a lot of this going on in the chat, and it seems like Unc really wants to come up really bad and talk to all of us. How do you guys feel about that?
Well, I was going to ask you one last question.
Okay.
Is there any topics that you actually look forward to debating, or anything that you kind of want to get into? Like, where are you heading to next?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm really trying to expand on DNA, more on knowledge. So I definitely want to go into more DNA topics. Obviously, I do want us to go into this. Can DNA tell us what region that we're from, and should we be looking into DNA to give us an idea of what country or what tribe that we're actually from. But I want to bring that forward too, and just more debates and more information on DNA. So we do research past that too, of just what can we find out about DNA that we don't know right now, because we know so little about it. But I see DNA as that divine instruction. DNA is that like intelligent design. So, and I believe in intelligent design, not necessarily that the designer is God, but I do believe in intelligent design, and DNA is proof of that.
Word. You know what I like? Yo, if we put out a question like, what's 2 + 2? Everyone would say 4, right? We wouldn't argue it. Nobody would get emotional or anything like that. But you have the round table come up here, interview Dulcinea, and say some things, and I see a whole bunch of emotions in the chat. So that lets me know that if you're not standing on something that's objective, right? Objective and just the truth, you would not be feeling any type of way about none of the stuff I'm saying. So really question why you guys feel emotional right now. Before you come up in here, really analyze why you feel emotional right now. Why you want to say, Renegade J, put your dukes up, or let me at him, or Bobby Banger's waiting, or whatever. Really analyze why you guys feel the way you feel.
Because 2 + 2 = 5.
It might be 6 or 7.
You know what I'm talking about? Gang, gang.
Facts.
But
Or maybe we shouldn't even be doing whole numbers at all.
It's up to y'all. Thank you, Dulcinea. We streamed it on our channel too. But we gonna say we ain't running. We always learning. We don't say we know everything. We don't know shit. You know what I'm talking about?
And I appreciate you guys and that other stream. You guys know why I was late, but I really appreciated that stream. I thought it was really amazing. These critiques only help me, and I really like hearing from the people that actually care about me, honestly, because like I said before, there can be anyone that can tell me to do something to mimic someone else, but there's people that actually know me and that have been talking to me and building with me, then they are more equipped to tell me this is what you could do better next time as yourself, and not as you trying to be like another debater, but you being you. So that's why I appreciate you guys so much. And ladies, are you still with us? I don't know. Nisha, you didn't fall asleep, right?
Girl, if you don't drop the link so that they can get this party started. Because I'm getting no Renegade to sit here and let them know what's up and have gang be done.
I want to know it's 2 + 2 = 6.
Maybe it could be 5. It could be 5. Gang, gang.
So funny.
We patiently while they going off in the chat. So let this chat come hit the link, and then let's hear what they got to say.
Wait, but before I dropped the link, but before Unc comes up here, Juju, does Unc know that you said I won, or was that just you just being nice? I'm just playing, Juju.
Shots fired. She agreeing that you gave a perspective, like I
went wrong. Gotta know what's up. Juju, do Unc know that Juju agreed with me?
Right, it was a perspective.
She didn't say she agreed with me, but she said that I didn't get dragged by Nepal like Unc did.
Oh yeah, no, he said you got beat down, girl. He was like, she got beat up.
Overall, though, Gemini and y'all in Unscramble Mind. Overall, though, I think there was a good interview with Dulcinea. I look forward to doing one with all of y'all. And I appreciate y'all. I really appreciate y'all. That's all I can say, man. And
we appreciate you too, always.
I go on.
That was a wonderful interview.
That was people tuned in for it, so they didn't hit the unlike button. So you must have did a good job.
Right. You was like Dulcinea. Did you leave your panties on the table, or were they? I'm just kidding.
Oh man, you know what? Oh gosh, Tina.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm thinking this.
You could have been a good interrogator. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, like if you waiting to jump out of cake.
Was that chocolate on your lip, or was that
I know that, Juju. That's why I was just messing with you. I know, because we really love each other at the end of the day.
I got a question about chocolate. Was that that was Renegade? He said, speaking of chocolate, I got a question about chocolate. I want to know no. Peace, Bobby. I mean, Mr. West. Peace, Mr. West.
What's up?
How are you, friend?
I'm pretty good. How y'all doing? I want to talk to Renegade.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. What's popping, bro?
Hey, Renegade.
What's going on?
If you are an intelligent person, right? Not calling you, not saying you're not, right? And you make a statement that's not even what the particular field ever says, then how would you feel about taking that statement back?
Well, you use if, so let's not use if and let's just be right to the point.
Just saying, well, come on, man. When you make a statement that is actually characterizing,
you're using conditional terms, bro.
Together, would you take it back?
Don't use when, don't use if. Talk about me specifically.
Yo, come on,
cite
man.
me correctly.
Come on,
and
bro.
let's not do no conditionals. Be direct, bro.
Man,
what did I say that you didn't like?
Why not stay on the good foot?
Well, we're gonna stay off on the right foot. We get the left foot. We're gonna stay on the right foot. So what did I say specifically that you disagree with?
I don't like your level of contention already. I'm coming in a good, joyful, clarity. I want clarity. I'm no longer getting mad anymore.
That's why I'm like, what we talk about when and if. Let's be clear. What did I say that you didn't like?
No, it wasn't that you said something I didn't like. You characterized science completely wrong. And you can find no source that would say that science ever said it knew everything. And science doesn't even look for the truth. Only you think it does. Science looks for approximates. Always has. That's what it is.
Here's
and so it's counterintuitive. So you're not gonna understand it. You keep saying what's your famous statement you made about 10 times up here?
Oh, you like that one, huh? Yeah.
Say it again.
Now what I'm referring to, what I'm referring to though is not you or what other people know. I'm referring to what's commonly believed about science, where some people think that it's just objective fact. So it may not be you that have that perception. It may not be the pseudo killers that have that perception, but there are some people that take that position, and that's who I'm addressing. So if it's not you, you don't even got to worry about it, bro.
No, I'm gonna worry about it because that's all science does. Science deals with objective truth, yo. Not subjective truth. It deals with objective truth, man. Talking about it deals with raw data. Has nothing to do with your opinion. Subjective.
Science?
So
science.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Go ahead.
That's
no, let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk.
I'm just saying, man. I'm just
all
saying
science deals with objective truth.
Listen, the field of science deals with objective.
Wait, hold on. Watch this. Wait, Jay, hold on. Because he loves saying this. Hey, are there branches of science?
Yeah, man. Come on, yo.
Okay. Are the social sciences part of the branches of science?
No, we're talking about evolution right now.
No. You didn't say evolution. You said science. No. Don't do that.
No, I'm talking
don't do that.
The hard sciences, yo.
No, so be specific about what you're talking about. You're talking about the natural sciences.
Why are you so loud right now, though, yo?
You're talking.
Not loud, but I'm not
get loud too, bro. Turn up.
No,
it's all good, bro. Turn up.
You talking about the natural sciences. As a college educated person, I understand
I
that there
second
are
that.
many
But I'm
branches
not
to
talking to you
science.
though, Trump.
There's many branches
Bro,
of
I'm
science
not even
that
talking to
do
you though, Trump.
deal with subjectivity.
I'm not even talking.
Psychology is a social
Yo,
science.
I'm not talking. Wait a
Sociology
minute,
is a
Doug.
social science.
Yo, I'm not talking to you, yo.
Okay,
Why
but
would you
you're
got?
wrong.
Yo,
Take your
why would you?
statement back.
No, I'm not wrong. We talking
You
about
are.
evolution.
All us
So
round table, bro.
He
basically,
might need to clarify his
so
statement.
hold
That's
on. So
all. Let him
basically,
do that.
Yeah. Change your
hold on
statement,
Exactly.
brother.
for a
Change your
minute.
statement.
I
You need
just
to
want
clarify what you said.
everybody to know when I try to come up and be a gentleman, niggas get real fucking loud. When I'm chilling and relaxed, niggas get real
Well, we
fucking
got
jumpy, yo.
stuff.
He's
I
good.
can never have
He's
a
good.
normal, calm down conversation. They
Yeah,
will
he's
Yeah.
not
good.
allow it.
Yeah,
No,
hey,
no,
You
hey,
he's
loud
good,
as
bro.
I'm
fuck.
gonna
I
tell
wasn't
you
even
straight up,
talking to you, Trout.
that loud
Trout,
talking,
we
cursing
talking about
shit don't do
evolution,
shit to
yo.
me,
We're
dog.
not
For
talking about
real.
nothing
Straight up,
else.
man.
Yo,
We're
we
not
No,
good.
talking about nothing
I'm
else.
Ask
talking
your
about
question.
evolution,
No.
bro.
Okay.
So the
I'm gonna
whole
bring it
fucking
down.
interview was about a debate dealing with primates and
Turn
evolution,
up.
and then you dive into some motherfucking social science
Yeah,
and
you
try to
know
trick the
why?
whole
You know why?
situation.
You know
That
why?
shit
You know
makes no
why? Wait,
sense,
let me
nigga,
ask you
and
a
you know
question.
it. It makes
Hey,
no
Bobby
sense,
Banger.
bro.
Bobby Banger, we about to see how much you know. What
No.
field
It
of
makes
science?
no sense, yo.
What
No, it
field of
makes no
science?
sense of
No,
what
no,
you
no, no, no,
doing
no, no,
right
no, no,
now.
no.
I
What
Hey,
field
refuse
of
to
Chris,
run
science?
around
Chris, let him
What
America
finish,
field
playing
of
with you,
Chris.
science?
yo.
Chris,
What
And
let
Let him
him
let
field
talk.
of
no,
finish.
science?
Let
He
him
Let
just
him
finish,
and
talk,
I
running his
Chris.
Tris.
wasn't
mouth.
even
Let him
talking to
talk,
you
Tris.
though.
One
Hey, let
mic,
him talk.
one
Let
mic,
him
Shit.
talk,
one
bro.
No,
mic.
I'm
Like,
trying
yeah,
to
this
figure
is
out why
real
can't I
weird and
talk to the
stupid.
person made the
No,
mistake?
we good. We
See,
good. We good.
conversations don't. You know what? You know
Yo,
why we so
you're
fucking
good, bro.
ignorant? And I'm saying we because
Yeah, right now
we're
it's
trying
because
to
you
have
cussing
a
No, he's
unnecessarily.
good.
conversation.
He's good. Let him rock. He's
No, I
good.
said we. I included myself. The
Right.
fact that I'm up here yelling is some dumbass shit these days. But do you realize, yo, that I actually attempted to have an intelligent conversation,
Yeah,
and I
we good,
wasn't
bro. Go ahead.
loud, I wasn't out of order, and I was talking to a specific person.
Yeah, but you throwing fucking
No,
shade
but
by
I
talking
didn't.
about
No,
you
I
Hey,
didn't. I
attempted
hey,
was
to
talking
have a
about
OTK,
the
fucking
subject.
OTK,
intelligent
OTK.
I'm
I'm
good.
gonna
conversation.
bring it
I'm
down.
good.
Who the
So
I'm
fuck
gonna
let
you
bring
him
it
rock.
down.
attempting to
I'm gonna
have
bring it down.
an
I'm gonna bring
intelligent
it down.
Oh my
conversation with?
Hey,
God,
Who
guys.
the fuck said you intelligent, man? Come on,
oh,
man.
hold
Man, we
on,
got
hold on.
total
We go.
Yo, you
respect
see
for
what you?
you,
Hey, yo,
bro.
you see what you did, right?
God damn,
Yo,
we got
you're good,
You
total
bro.
see what you
respect for
did?
We
you,
gonna bring
man.
it down.
You
We
know,
gonna bring it down.
you see what you
He,
did,
OTK,
right?
let
he's
Truist go in. Chill out,
yeah.
OTK. Go
Please,
ahead,
please.
Truist.
All right. So right, you're
And then
right.
you yell, let him go in.
The
Hold on, then you yell,
conversation.
let the nigga go in. I wasn't
Oh,
even talking to him. I was having a relaxed, slow
I
down
know. I
conversation with
know.
one
We know.
person.
Yeah.
The
Well,
other
let's
nigga
go
get
ahead.
loud. Then OG, whatever the fuck, he get loud, and then you, the woman, howl out, go ahead in. So we don't want to have a conversation. So it's better for
Nah,
me
go
not
ahead.
to be
I'm
here and
listening
have
to
an
him.
intelligent
Oh my
Oh,
conversation.
God.
So
Oh
maybe
my
both of us
Huh?
might
God.
have a
Huh?
intelligent
Relax,
conversation.
brother.
Well,
Relax.
yo,
hold
Relax.
on,
No, nigga, you
everybody.
turn
Hold
that type
on,
of behavior,
everybody.
yo.
Hold on, everybody. Let that be your choice if you want to be here or not. But what we'll go ahead and
And then
establish
you
right
jump
now.
in. Hold on, then you jump in
No,
with the
no,
silly
no.
shit. It's
Okay,
a,
no,
yo,
so
because
yo, he was talking to me.
I'm saying
To
who's
be fair, he was
platform?
talking to me.
Whose platform again? So all I was gonna say is that let's get a timer up. We'll get a timer up for 3 minutes. Everybody will get to take their turn, 3 minutes to give your view.
Dulcinea,
And
I didn't take no time,
Why you
Dulcinea.
can't let her say what she gotta say?
Because she cut me off in the middle of talking.
Okay, well,
But
okay.
I'm
Y'all
about
act like
okay.
I
Then
got up here
I
like
was
your
just
main
about to
man. I didn't do
ask
that.
whose time it is. I was
It
just about
wasn't
to
a
ask whose
time.
turn
I
it is.
wasn't even talking. I was talking to
Whose
the
turn
nigga.
is it? Is it your turn?
Yeah, but it's
Yo,
about to
yeah,
be
it
a time
was.
now.
Yeah,
It's about to be a
I mean,
time now.
y'all don't understand that I was in the middle of having a conversation. Nobody was talking long. We said 2 words
I
apiece.
ain't mad at you, bro.
The other
I
nigga
No,
ain't
from
but
mad at
college
you.
it
dove in the
started getting
conversation. He
I was
dove
just
into the
talking to you, bro.
conversation. Wow.
Can I be
Got
included in
slick
that?
and
I'm a
loud,
solid
start talking
boy.
about social
yeah.
science, and now we here. Like we ain't got
Okay.
Well, can we
But the
stop
thing
in
is
here
about
and
it,
just
why there's
Yo,
going to be a time, because there's more than just you two that are on the platform. So
can
3
anybody
minutes
hear
is
me?
a well enough time to get your point across. You can definitely go first, Unc, but it will be a 3-minute timer. disclaimer that
I know,
starts when you start.
Dulcinea, you act like I was on here pulling up PowerPoints.
Nah, you're
We
good,
was
bro.
just having a simple conversation. The nigga from college dove in to prove he went to college. We wasn't doing none of that. I
I
was
get it,
talking to the
I do
gentleman.
get that. I know. I
Right,
just
so
want to
why
make
we
sure
damn, yo,
everybody gets
I ain't
into the
wrong all the time and
conversation.
I ain't right all the time, but damn.
Okay, but can we just
I just
Yeah,
continue?
want
yeah, they
everybody
did
to
cut
get in
you.
the
Y'all
I wasn't
did
conversation.
cut
That's
him
talking to
all.
off,
you.
though. Y'all
I
did cut
wasn't
him
even
off.
talking
Y'all
to
did
you.
cut
You
him
throw
off
your mouth
because he
into it.
was talking and he was talking calm. And then him and OTK, then OTK came in, then the rest of y'all all jumped in.
Okay, but
Exactly,
now
and that's what we're trying to
Get
stop.
Oh
And
my
that's all we're
God.
trying
Yo,
to
can
stop
we
right
just get
now.
back to it? Can we just
Yes,
get back
yes.
to it?
So,
Okay,
so
can
3 minutes.
No,
y'all take a
3
chill
minutes.
pill?
Your
You know what?
Don't
turn.
go nowhere.
Though?
Don't go
You know,
nowhere.
you know what though? You know what though?
We just need it.
I'm a blame. I'm a blame the behavior on myself, right? Because maybe sometimes my behavior ain't what y'all think it should be. But I actually tried to say, check this out, man. I just want to talk to the young brother and let him know that some of the things was wrong that he was saying. I wasn't trying to get over
In your
here and do
opinion.
nothing, yo.
In your
And I'm
opinion, though.
saying I should be allowed to do that. Even when I make mistakes, I should be allowed to come over here, act like I got some sense, and everybody say, damn, that nigga act like he got some sense. Leave him alone. I don't want to talk long. I'm talking to that guy. That's all I was doing, yo.
Well, let's
Y'all
get
don't
back
gotta
to it.
jump
I'm right here.
Hold on.
Oh
Before you
my
jump back to it,
God.
hold on, because that's just not the format that we go into. So we want to make
what's
sure
the
everyone
format?
gets a turn to. We want to make sure everyone
What are we
gets a turn
doing?
to speak.
I want
So
Unc to
let
talk
you
so I can
speak.
correct what he
Yeah,
said.
let
I really want him to
talk,
talk.
and then it'll be Renegade next, and then Truist after Renegade, and then Unc can go back after that. Okay, so it's Unc, Renegade, then the Truist,
I know I'm just
and
talking
not back and
renegade.
forth.
I'm just
Right,
talking renegade though.
Go ahead,
And I
please.
was saying that when you deal with science, right, and we're dealing with the hard scientists, because y'all interviewed Dulcinea on a hard science, dealing with primate and primate evolution. So I simply said science deals with objective truth, not subjective. That's all I said.
And I disagree with that. Science attempts to provide objective truth, but sometimes there are limitations which doesn't allow it to. So if you want to talk about a hard science, let's talk about something with like DNA. For example, sometimes there are cases and cultures where a certain group of people do not want to provide their DNA to the people who are doing the testing. Therefore, when it's time to actually do the results and see if your DNA aligns with this group or that group, they don't even have enough samples from one group to align your DNA with. So what about that could be objective if sometimes there are social and cultural barriers that get in the way from them collecting data? So I would correct you and say that some sciences attempt to provide objective truths according to the data, but the data collection itself isn't even objective sometimes. So how can it be objective? It's only
Man,
objective according to what they can gather. They can't always gather everything.
So the fact that you would say the things that you would say, just like you just said it,
don't smoke screen.
It's so
deal with what I'm
interesting
saying.
because you just threw the whole audience off, but you didn't throw me off.
You're gaslighting.
You only can. I'm not. You can only collect the data. That's it, right? And the strength in the data is the amount that you get. So they already know the strengths and weaknesses based off of the limited data. You think they just sitting
That's
around
what I
saying,
so
listen,
you agreeing with me
so
though,
they
bro?
no,
I
what
said
I'm
there's
saying is the way
limitations.
the way you doing, you mischaracterizing it. So
Okay, go
we
ahead,
know
bro.
the strength and weaknesses based off of the amount of data we collected, but we're still finding the objective truth in it. That's it's simple. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But listen, sometimes the limitation isn't even in the amount though. Sometimes it could be the way things are framed, the way that they're even framing their mindset around the conclusion. It's not always just simply, oh, there's a limited amount. So you can't just say it's only that, bro. There's more. There are
that would be
holes.
pseudoscience. But that would be pseudoscience to do that though. That's not actual science.
But sometimes it's not pseudoscience. Sometimes it could be a cultural thing, bro.
No,
sometimes people work from a cultural framework.
No, that's why I don't work.
Experiments.
But that's why I don't work, because science trump culture. Because everybody has a different culture and everybody has a different way of expressing this and that. So if your culture is not participating in the DNA study, then you left the fuck out, and we'll get to another culture that ain't afraid of it. That's how they work.
No, I'm not talking about who's conducting the study. That's not what I'm talking about.
No, you said culture. Some
right,
culture
and
doesn't allow for certain things. That's fine. If your culture does not allow for us to use a ruler to measure, then nigga, y'all missed the measurement then. But you're not going to change the measure by saying, throwing a spook practice into it. That's the point I'm making.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not what I'm saying, respectfully.
What are you saying respectfully?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is the limitations aren't always in the amount of samples you have. Sometimes the limitations is how you actually conduct the study, who you choose to sample, how you frame your research. Your method could also be influenced by the culture. Why you choose to go over here and interview or test this person and not that person right there. There are always limitations, bro. It's always based off of a person's philosophy and the way that they think that the study should be conducted. Whereas me and you could do a similar test, right? I might do it differently than you. And I might, because I did it differently, I might get different results than you. So what is the objective truth in that? If me and you could go after and do the same similar research, but me and you could come to different conclusions.
Thank you. You just proved the point. You just proved the point, because that's exactly how they do it. We'll take the same data, right, and we'll try doing it different ways, and then we will reach an approximate on it. That is the issue. That is how science is done. And by the way, in the scientific papers, hold on. In the scientific papers, what they do is, which makes you wrong, is they actually list the limitations of the study. That's how science actually
That's what I said. I said this an hour ago, bro.
I know, but they listed though. Why would you list something? They're not trying to hide it. So then you're telling us something that they're not trying to hide. And then
someone tell him that I said this, and then you'll understand that you're agreeing with what I said
already,
earlier,
and you're agreeing with what he said. He said that the people that try to advocate this act like there's no limitations, even though the real scientists note the limitations in the study.
I know, but no pseudo killer do that though. Nobody that's advocating scientific. Nobody that's scientifically literate does that. Not the crew I'm on. We don't do that. Yeah,
I think honestly, bro, I think you're misunderstanding a lot that's being said up here.
I'm misunderstanding. Hold on, wait a minute.
Hold on.
I'm misunderstanding.
I'm playing a game and talking to you, and I'm hearing you, and I'm seeing how you're so off from the things that we're saying. It's almost like you're not really listening, bro.
So let me get this straight. Hold on, I just want to make this straight. I spent the better part of 15 years so that I could have this conversation with you and not fuck it up. And you sitting here telling me that I'm messing it up?
I'm telling you, messing it up, bro.
Okay, so since you think that a philosophy,
just like science ain't perfect, you not perfect, bro.
Last minute, and we're going to the next person.
Science not perfect. This is not personal. It's about the information. So no personal.
It's not personal at all. It's not personal.
That's not personal.
Okay. I mean, it's the truth.
A person is not perfect.
No person is perfect.
Why y'all doing that? Don't mess it up. Don't mess it up. No, science is not. Human beings aren't perfect. Mistakes are made. Wrong numbers are jotted down. Mistakes occur all the time in science, but that's why it's science, because it's self-correcting. So if I plug the data in based off of an astronomical observation, and in reality, it was actually a piece of dirt on the screen, and I think that was a star, and I plug it in, I think come to this conclusion, and then they run the data again and say, wait a minute, that didn't actually happen. Neil deGrasse talks about this mistake he made in an observatory. So no one has ever said that science is perfect. What we do know is better than running around and making conclusions based off your culture. We do know that.
All right, thank you. The Truist, you want to jump in here?
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I was only responding to his statement about science dealing with objective truths. And he's correct when he's talking about, as he calls it, the hard sciences. But what he's really trying to reference are the natural, earth, and physical sciences, which would be things such as physics, biology, and chemistry. Now, I asked him about the branches of science because anyone that truly deals with the subject matter understands that the social sciences dwell outside of these things. The social sciences deal with the subjective, and they do not claim to deal with hard objective facts, and they are sciences. Sociology, psychology, economics, and he's talking about the subject matter of are humans primates is not dealing with the social sciences. That's funny because he loves throwing the word anthropology around, and I'm not sure if he's aware whether or not that anthropology itself is a branch of social sciences. Anthropology is not a natural or physical science. Now, it deals with biology. It uses biology in the social science, but the actual field of study, anthropology, which is the study of human history, right? It is a social science. Now, archaeology, which is something different, could be considered one of the applied earth sciences. but it's separate from anthropology.
Facts, the truest. OTK, go ahead and unmute. And before you go,
Gang,
OTK,
gang.
we're gonna go to Skinny Head, and then we're gonna get you to close out Skinny Head so you can drop down, let somebody else up. Roundtable gang ain't leaving. Go ahead and talk, OTK.
Yeah, you can go ahead and let everybody else go, man. All I got to do is just say, everything good, man. It's just when you come for round table, you know what I mean. I got to stand up, you know what I mean. You can't bully us over here. That's all I'm saying. We good. We talk after everybody
Yo,
else
let's
goes.
keep it a fact though, right? We ain't just one group that go off of one thing. We all different. We always got to say this. This is why we so strong. You might try to come at me with science. I got truest right there. You want to come with religion? I got OTK right there. So don't think you're going to catch us off guard because we on point.
Facts. Okay, Skinny Head, go ahead and get.
Who was that? No, who said that? Who said that? Who said that though?
That was Renegade J that just said that. And then
Come on,
Skinny
you know
Head.
who it is,
Renegade. Renegade.
Hold
You know
on,
who it is. Come on, man. Don't play that game,
Renegade.
bro.
Hey, all you gotta do is actually just set it up, yo. Set up the intelligent conversation, yo.
We do that every time we go live. We ain't gotta set it up. We do that every time we go live.
Actually set up a topic, right? And we'll just have intelligence. If you get loud, you're eliminated from the conversation. If you get rude, you're eliminated from the conversation. We putting rules on this thing now, because that's the only way y'all really can win is get loud, act crazy. Now we want to put parameters on it. Let's just have an intelligent conversation like we doing now.
All
right, let's have the conversation. Let's have the conversation. I know the conversation. I know. Wait. I know the conversation we can have. We can have the conversation. Is science dealing only with objectivities? Because that was your claim.
No, it wasn't, and you know it was.
Yes, it was.
He realized it was wrong.
Yeah, unless you change your statement. You said science only deals with the objective.
There's no room on the panel right now, so that's why Skinny Head will talk next, and then he'll drop off, and then someone else will be able to come on after that. Go ahead, Truist.
Hey, Truist, when I say intelligent conversation, what I'm simply saying is, if we're doing a whole interview on primate evolution, I'm not going to come in and start talking about sociology, yo. I'm going to come in and talk about the hard sciences that we use to understand that.
Hey, what field of science is anthropology in?
Anthropology houses a couple of things: evolution, archaeology.
If you go to a university, why'd you cut me off though? If you go to a university, what branch does anthropology fall under on a scholastic academic level?
No, what did you tell me?
Social sciences. If you have a degree in anthropology, you have a degree in the social sciences.
Okay.
When you gotta get an anthropology class, you have to go through the social sciences side. Go ahead, Skinny Head.
So I don't know why you said that, but okay. I don't know what
because the social sciences deal with subjectivity.
It went over your head, bro.
Yeah. I've never heard a person mix it like that before.
It's the truth, and we can do a show on it. We can have a conversation on it.
My fault. I thought anthropology actually housed some hard sciences, and it also has the social study of cultures. All that is in anthropology. So I didn't know y'all limited to just that. My fault. I apologize.
I already mentioned how anthropology incorporates archaeology and biology. It uses hard and natural sciences and earth sciences to make its conclusions, but the overall field, it is a a social study. It's a social field of science.
Because it studies
it draws a subjective conclusion on human history.
Right, based off of a whole lot of factors. It's the study of it.
Yeah, but so does psychology. Psychology, right? They conduct data and studies, right? They don't just make conclusions by philosophizing in psychology. So it's the same process. Psychologists use the scientific method. Sociologists use the scientific method. They just draw subjective conclusions.
So, but the conversation was about primates, though.
And primates is dealing with anthropology.
And it was about the statement that the brother made.
No, you made a general statement about
No,
science and you
so
got corrected on it.
no,
That's what
okay.
happened.
Hey, but guess what? If I got corrected on it, I don't have a problem with that, brothers.
All right, cool.
Right.
All right, skinny head, go ahead.
But I know what you was talking about, though. So let's keep that straight. Let's not be silly. Just for the record.
Yeah, we good,
Unmute
man.
yourself. Unmute yourself, skinny head.
Yo, Skinny, what's good, bro?
Is he still there?
Yeah, you're gonna have a countdown, or I'm gonna have to kick you. Unmuting in 5.
Can you hear? Are you there?
I'm sorry. I was waiting. I'm sorry. Hello. Testing. Okay.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Unc ain't in here
You
by
better act
himself.
like you want to say something.
Unc ain't in. Okay, the first thing I want to say, don't y'all be trying to jump Unc like y'all be doing me when I come over here.
Oh,
And
Don't get jumped right now.
Skinny Fred. I mean, Skinny Head.
y'all, I heard the loophole y'all was creating with the whole science ain't perfect stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
It's not, and nobody never said it was. And when y'all create that loophole, it's like y'all only use it on points y'all disagree about. Like even the whole scientific racism stuff, all of that. That don't be the point or the conversation. That's a whole nother conversation. But y'all only bring it up when it don't fit y'all points and narratives. And that's dangerous, actually. Now that let me get my adrenaline.
But isn't that how you win?
Okay.
So if I wanted to win,
No.
why couldn't I use something in my best and that? Why couldn't I use something that would help me win, whether it was in my interest or not? Why would I use something that continually helps you out?
And
Good question.
I'm getting in next here. Hold on, skinny kid. I'm getting in here next because
See, this is what y'all do though. Y'all ask 5 questions. Okay.
Oh no,
come
we're
on.
not. I'm not asking 5 questions. Just write
that's
down
one
Gemini.
question. Dulcinea just talking.
I'm just talking.
She's trying to explain
You're
something.
absolutely incorrect of your analysis of what was said, because that shows me that you didn't actually listen to the conversation to know what was said. Because Renegade J, hold on, I'm not done, and that's what y'all always do. You don't get to cut me off, and you're not going to. So calm down and listen. Renegade J never said that science doesn't include the fallacy and doesn't, or of the limitations, I'm sorry, or doesn't address the fallacies, or don't go into actually testing everything. We clearly said science does that. Now, what was said is the people that argue science will not admit to these limitations, will not admit to the things that our science are saying, and they act like science is the absolute truth of things, which science isn't even saying that. Now, you can address the question and you can address what actually is being said, but you cannot say anyone on this panel said science didn't do it. We said you people acting like your scientists do it.
Okay, thank you. I never said any of that. That's you be having conversations with yourself. I love you though. Now,
I need you to be starstruck like you on Sonata.
I wanted to know how come we can't tip the conversation in our favor in any direction. What's wrong with that? That was addressing Kenny's question.
So that's the whole. Now it depends what you're trying to do. Are you trying to uncover the truth, or are you trying to win a debate? Now, if you're trying to win a debate, win an argument, prove a point, and that's your whole goal. That's like let's act like I'm married, and if I'm arguing with my wife, my goal is not to prove a point. I may have to prove several points within our argument or conversation, but my goal is to keep my family together, or my goal is to show her I'm telling the truth and building trust, or it's not just to win that argument or to just make a
but
point.
Skinny, what you said was, as it pertains to what we're talking about, you said, well, sometimes you guys say things that only you're only subjective when it comes to what it is that you're talking about. And as it pertains to this, when you're talking about offside or if you're talking about Renegade J, whichever has the best, whichever person, even in a non-formal debate, has the best, right? Has the best argument, technically wins. But they're trying to conversate to build to get to that point. And so what if it's one-sided? It's up to the other person to balance it out and make it an even side deal. He can't do that. He or she can't do that. What's the problem?
No, it's not a problem. That's why I said it depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about a debate, that's what I'm saying. Listening, y'all, listening skills. If you're talking about a debate, we've witnessed people make stuff up to win a debate. Ain't no rules with winning a crowd over. I thought what I was actually commenting on was science. So when you're dealing with science, you go off the data and facts. You don't add stuff or make stuff up because you're like, oh, okay. I can't figure out how to part the C, so I'ma just make up a part. You get what I'm saying? That's all I was saying.
So now you gonna come in here with your set of rules. Is all I hear you saying is that, hi, my name is Skinnyhead, and I'm also bringing in a third set of rules because I don't like the first or second. And that's what people do. So I'm not understanding and following your point.
Yeah, he ain't actually say that though.
I didn't say any of that. That's what's going on here.
Yeah.
No, he wanted to know why was this seeming like a one-sided conversation? And I'm saying it was
no,
not.
I didn't. That's not what I said.
Yeah, that one.
That's not what I said either.
He lied and said he wasn't talking about. He just lied.
I'm gonna get y'all. Let's see.
No, don't say
hold on. I'm clarifying first.
Clarify.
And then you can clarify next. So what he came in here to do was to say that the people on the other side, whether it be we are primates, whether it be anyone that is questioning, says that science is just is never subjective and never says questions itself. And he came here to say that that's not true. Science does do those things, but no one on this panel ever said science didn't do that. Next, Skinnyhead. No one on this panel ever said science.
What did I just? Hey, Ark, man. Hey, Ark. I did my own 15 special one day, man, because I was homeschooled. I couldn't read. I couldn't read to the age of 16. But I get around some people, and I be like, I'm a goddamn genius.
Get around Dulcinea. Yo, she's definitely the best I've ever ran up against you.
Hey, man,
y'all
guards is up too high. I ain't say none of that stuff, and then I'm trying to even. Y'all won't even allow me to clarify it.
Yes.
I came in, made one joke, and said Ankh is not in here by himself. Yeah. Secondly, I heard the exchange between him and Renegade when Renegade was saying about it's certain limitations or details that scientists won't speak on.
I never said that. No, I never said that.
That's not true. He didn't say that. That's what I keep telling you. Listening is an art. He never said that. And I told you 3 times.
I'm saying, listen, that's why I listen. I'm telling y'all. Remember,
I'm telling you what you just said. I'm telling you what you just said.
Why y'all yelling?
I just told him 3 times that's what he said, and that's what he lied about again to just say the exact same thing. So I'm gonna repeat what was said on this panel, so you know what was said, and you can stop lying about what Renegade Jet said. And if you unmute yourself again, you're getting kicked because we got other people trying to get on. We ain't got time for you to lie on Renegade J. What Renegade J said was that the scientific method, when scientists use it, scientists are truthful about the limitations that they find in their studies. But what people will do is take those same studies that show their limitations and act like there's no limitations available in that study. So now address his point. Address his point or go.
Fact.
You want me to? I can address that.
So okay, that's
was I doing as you doing? Because I don't want to get kicked off. They doing this
if
type
I'm
shit.
allowed to address that,
All right, go ahead, brother. Because
I can agree.
I got them right where I
A
want
lot of human beings do that. The people at the bottom don't never know what the experts at the top know, and they don't sometimes display it or practice it, or even communicate it, even have conversations properly about it. So I agree with you now, but I still stick to my same point. We will we will find stuff like this, and we will point the finger with it, but we don't use it to help straighten out and correct our own information. That's what I'm
I want to
still
ask
going
Unc a
to still
question.
stand on it.
Would anybody like some tea?
Yes. I
We
would
got
like to finish
plenty
the
of
point.
it right here on this panel.
Oh,
Yeah,
Can
let Unc
can I
finish
finish the
and then
point?
Renegade J
So
right
yeah,
after
it's the way
Shaper.
Renegade did. He actually weaponized it.
y'all always
And
show off when I fall asleep. Damn.
yeah, we're not showing off.
You
So
woke now, sis. You is woke.
so I think the real issue is that we'll make statements that there are limitations in the study. Thus, primates ain't no such thing as primates, ain't no such thing as evolution. And so I routinely hear the mischaracterization of what scientific racism is. So the way y'all characterize scientific racism is not how scientific racism really went down, right? So never forget that science is actually undefeated. You cannot defeat science. Science can only be defeated with better science. So if you're actually saying you got better science, right, that shows and proves that humans aren't primates, then you actually win. But if you bring in a person from the Discovery Institute who do not produce science, because they actually don't, they have no published works at all. They write, it'd be one author to write one paper, and he's like a saw on them. They defeat science from their house. So I understand
They
the whole thing.
do.
So my point is, who defeats science
No,
from their house?
close out. Renegade, hold on, Sister Freedom. He needs to close out. Renegade J next, and then you're
So
after.
I'm just saying, Renegade J was basically saying that the primate shit ain't real because the studies they have, any studies they have limitations to it, and that's mischaracterizing it. And that's what my bro just came in to tell y'all. Y'all
All right.
actually mischaracterizing and you weaponizing the limitations in all studies.
Thank you, Unc. So I just want to correct him real quick. Unc makes a lot of assertions and tries to speak for people. When he first came up here, I told him, don't use when you talk to me. Don't use if when you talk to me, because you're using a lot of conditional language. And I listened very well. Don't say I'm doing something that I did not do or say. If you want to address me with exactly I said and respond to it. Don't respond with how you feel about what you think I might be trying to do, because that's disingenuous. So please, Unc, when you speak and try to address me, be very concise, be direct, because I'm listening to the words you're using, and I could keep pinpoint right in how you're trying to sway the audience, and that doesn't work with me, bro.
I appreciate
We're
you.
trained in this, bro. So if you
Appreciate
want to get better at it and see why I'm able to catch you every time, come to the round table. But I want to ask you a question.
No, don't
Hold
stop.
on,
Stop.
no.
I thought it was my
It's
turn.
not your turn. It's Sister Freedom's turn.
I was gonna
Thank
ask
you,
him a
Sister
question,
Freedom.
but go ahead. You got it, Freedom. Go
No,
ahead.
Sister Freedom. Let Sister Freedom get in, and then it can go to, I don't know if Sakina, do y'all want to get in, or we can go back to
No,
the
I'm
Chia
enjoying
I'm listening. Me and Sakina right here. We listening. We are so
ladies,
listening.
always let us know when you want to jump in. Sister Freedom's gonna
Oh
jump
no,
in,
we
and then
gonna
we're gonna
jump
go to
straight in. You know we
oh
gonna
yeah,
let you know. We just
exactly.
gonna go
But then
straight for
Sister
the
Freedom,
jugular.
and then it's the truest, and then
can't
I think it's
decide.
back to
Wait.
Skinny Head, then the pseudo killers.
So the guy made a statement though.
Yeah,
You
and
address him
remember,
directly.
write it down. Write it down. Take a picture. Sister Freedom, go ahead.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, take a picture.
they thought I'm forgetting what my question was. So when you say science is undefeated, the theories of science too? I mean, are you saying that the theories of science is undefeated? When they're theories of science? How's it undefeated? Science is always changing. So it is only, wait a minute, it's only we could change with science when science changed, even though science is always changing. So if somebody comes up with a new idea, they can't present it. And the science people be like,
That's a
well,
question.
that does make kind of sense. Like,
well, see, now y'all getting out of control.
No,
You
she
can't
right. No,
trust
No,
she
the
good.
science.
that's
No,
Sister
she
Frida.
right there.
That's
No,
a
she
good
right there. That's a good one. And I
that's a
heard
good
y'all
one.
make the mistake on the platform and y'all talked about theories. And I would like to tell you that theories aren't actually overthrown like that. They actually are nestled. They fit safely inside of each other, right? Because like I said, science is undefeated. And so science comes along when the theory is not complete and they figure out more things they will add to it.
but so you
Okay?
see, a person off the street can't come up with it. It has
Yes.
to be a
No.
word science on it.
Well,
It has
yes,
to be just, but
correct.
that's
So
not a fact because
No,
Sister
no, a
Frida,
person off the street couldn't do
Sister
it because
Frida,
they
I
wouldn't be
agree
doing.
with you.
Can't do science.
Hold
A
on.
person
You're
off
not
the street,
jumping in.
there's rules
After
to it.
he's done, it goes to
No,
the
I'm
truth.
I'm I'm simply saying that most people think that the theories are like overthrown and debunked, right? And in actuality, like the theory of relativity, okay, and then you got Newtonian physics. People thought that Einstein theory of relativity overthrew Newtonian physics, when in actuality, the theory of relativity fits safely inside of Einstein theory of relativity because he had to understand the theory and he added to it. So that's what I'm trying that's what I'm trying to get people to understand. You don't actually
study up.
overthrow sound theories. You just, you know what I'm saying, you just add to them.
But
That's
yeah,
how
but
it really
they're
is.
adding on, but still making that. If you saying they're just adding on, they're just still making his wrong thing right with just somebody's new added on stuff. But because he came up with that first, his don't be. It's wrong.
No,
It's came up with
Watch this. Hold on. Watch this, Sister Freedom. So like if scientists come up with a theory, right? For you to actually get with it, you have to explain everything that theory explains and then add on to it. That's
no.
how it
That's
actually
what you
works.
change it. Why does it have to be added on? Why can't
Because
they
that
change it
because
when it's
because
always changing?
no, it's not. It changes with when more available answers are there, and so you don't have all the answers at first because there's some tool like they didn't have the tools to measure to figure out what a damn element was, right? And when they did have the tools to measure the elements in the cosmos and in distant stars, right? And then those answers came to them because they had better tools. That's all it is. Like looking at the star system. You can't just look at a star system with your eyes. Okay, you don't see it. Now you develop a telescope. Now you can see it. You made some
How long
observations with
does
your
a
eyes,
theory
like our
become
ancestors
stays
did.
a
Then
theory?
they added the tool to it.
How long
Okay,
does a theory stays a theory?
until it can be
And
changed.
and two,
Sister Freedom, can I go
Hold on,
next?
y'all.
No,
Hold on,
you
real
can't
quick.
go
Hold on.
next. It's
No,
not your
let him. I
turn.
want to hear what he got to say, Dulcie. I really do.
Wait,
Want to
but
hear.
the truest hasn't said anything either, and OTK
But
hasn't
it's
said anything
directly to
all this. No,
It's my
no, no.
question that
And
I
then
want to
write your
hear.
point down if you can't remember it.
No, will you let
This
me
me,
speak? You
Dulcinea.
Wait, just let
Yes,
OTK
Dulcie,
Freedom
go.
was
I
saying she wanted to
so
hear.
what
She
YouTube
channel is
said
it?
she wanted
But
to
it's
hear. Let Freedom hear.
OTK, it's OTK's turn. And then
my
it's
This
not
me.
It
turn.
doesn't
No,
matter.
it's
Let
not
Freedom
your turn.
ask
You
the
just hold on,
question.
Sister Freedom. Hold on. You just
Right,
went. We just
right. Yes,
you
but
just
in my
went, and now
you
question.
being a
OTK's
control
going,
freak.
and now
Oh my
OTK's
God.
going, and
In
then
my
after
question.
OTK we can go to Skinny Head after OTK. But please allow everybody on the panel to talk. There's not just 3
Well,
people
is
on the
he going to
panel.
answer
There's
my
not just 4
question?
people on the
OTK, you
panel.
answer my
There's
question?
10 people on the
Or are
panel
you
right
coming
now.
up with a different question?
If
I'm
Dulcinea
gonna write it
let him,
down, Sister Freedom. I'll write it down, Sister Freedom, because
Damn, what
I
the
guess
hell?
this is like some control freak stuff. I'll be honest.
Yeah, Dulcie, it is getting kind of weird.
Well,
Seriously, like,
because
it is getting
we're
weird.
not letting everybody talk, and OTK just jumped in and he hasn't talked for at least 30 to 45 minutes. OTK hasn't
We
said anything.
understand that, but you gotta let things
yeah,
flow
OTK,
sometimes,
please,
organically.
don't argue,
Yes.
please. Just yeah, damn.
OTK was next. He was the one that naturally came in when Skinny Head tried to overtalk him. Go ahead, OTK.
All right. Hey, brother,
Yes.
I was the
Oh,
one that came in to ask you, how long does a theory stay a theory?
forever. You
And I
don't
just
gotta
say,
for as long as it stands until somebody like one of our children, they go to school in that field and discover more things, yo. Simple as that. Some theories never change, right? Some stand the test of time. like the theory of gravity. It has stood the test of time. And then there's laws, right? The law of gravity, right? So, but laws don't become theories, and theories don't become laws. And there's no hierarchy. A law is not greater than a daggone theory, or vice versa. But the layman, normal, regular people like us, we don't understand that.
So
hold
you
on.
saying
OTK,
gravity is
one
not a
question.
fact?
Hey, OTK, please save that for the next
It's a
question.
law.
Let
It's a law. It's a
let
law.
Skinny Head go
It's called
next,
the law of
and then
gravity.
the truest after after Skinny Head. I was gonna say the Skinny Head.
Okay. I wanted to respond to what Sister Freedom was saying because that's a real good question she asked. And sometimes me and Ankh, as much as Ankh, my favorites and stuff like that, we clash on this a little bit because, like you said, a person could have a new theory, or a person may even have a theory about something that science haven't even got to yet.
Yep.
But because sometimes science haven't got to it yet, when I be watching Neil deGrasse Tyson and all type of stuff like that, it's like some stuff, if science or some expert or somebody with a degree or a certain level of something hasn't said it yet, then it's almost no possible way it could be anything true about it. And then the flip side to that is, let's say when we on the YouTube channel, when somebody come with a theory, the way that y'all sometimes bash people for coming with their theories, sometimes I'm trying to tell you, Aunt, and this go all right, this go into the character and spirituality stuff too as well.
You got me, nigga.
It
Because ain't
almost
nobody from YouTube coming with no damn theory. That's why it's called a theory, because you're not allowed to do it. See, that's what they have rules. Like I can't run around and arrest people, and say I'm the police because
but
I
I'm
got a gun.
saying, look, you could.
You get that though?
Could.
You get that though, right?
I get it. Listen
Yeah, I
to me.
can't put handcuffs on a nigga, and say I'm locking you up.
You can't. But what I'm saying is,
that's all I'm saying.
Maybe, for example, we could some episodes where we show how to properly present a new theory.
No, it's called get a degree first. That's your first step.
Yeah, stuff like that. Okay,
That's right. Stuff like that. You take yourself
and then that's why the truest gets to talk next, because he's the one actually doing that.
Exactly.
So let someone that's actually doing it speak.
Yeah, but he agreed with the primates and shit. Though the truest agree with the primates.
That's a good segue into what I was going to say. Like, I'm an atheist. I agree that we're primates, but I think Jay's point, which is getting looked over, is he wasn't raising questions about the scientific method to say that because there are flaws in it, or limitations, I should say, in it, that we should just throw the primate theory away. He was saying because of the limitations of the scientific method, this is why it should not be beyond questioning. Even when something raises to the point of becoming a scientific theory, it is not absolved of questioning. That was his only point, and people keep trying to make it something else.
He can't.
Well, that's my next point.
Hold on. It is the truest that it's the truest turn. Thank you.
Yeah, that's my next point. The idea that you have to become a scientist, or that you have to actually even be someone qualified in the field to come up with a scientific theory, while your scientific theory would be superior and more organized and more structured if you do go out and get a degree, or if you are working in the field, right? I'm not going to deny that. But to say you have to have those things to create one is a lie. The only thing you need, the only thing you need to create a scientific theory is to organize scientific facts. Once you organize an array of scientific facts and you utilize and weaponize those scientific facts to create a theory, it's a scientific theory. Because that's all it is. A scientific theory is an organization of scientific facts. That's all it is. And you don't need to be, and you don't have to be a scientist to do that.
I agree. But you would be a scientist doing it, because that's what scientists do.
So you agree with Gang then, basically. You agree with Gang.
It was just that easy.
No, I agree. No, what I'm trying to tell you is, if
we
a
done
person,
converted you already.
Listen, if
you done got converted.
No,
I think they also say you done got adjusted.
Okay, man. So you just trying to win, nigga. So I know how to deal with individuals like you.
We already won. It's over.
Yeah, I know how to deal with you. It's not an issue.
But that's
All
what I
right,
was.
hold on, Sister Freedom. Let Skinny Head close out. Everyone keeps saying I'm not dropping the link, but there's 10 people on the panel. That's why
I'm gonna
30
close
minutes ago
out
I
by
told you
saying.
let's close out.
I'm gonna close out by saying you stopped everybody from talking, but when Renegade cut off Ankh, it was okay.
I know.
Oh my God.
It wasn't even Unk's turn to talk.
I just left it smooth.
Exactly. It wasn't even Unk's turn to talk. Thank you, Renegade J. Thank you. And people don't want me to moderate, but they want to come up on the panel. How's that going to work?
Yeah, you got wild moderation.
Dulcinea, girl,
Wild
can
moderation
you
skills.
go from like a
I'm
to
not
an 8?
talking about you,
yeah,
Gemini. I'm not talking about you, Gemini. I'm talking about
I
people in the
know, but
room.
I'm
I'm
just
not
saying,
talking to me.
can you go from like a 10 to an 8, sis? Like an 8 and an
Well, wait a minute
8.5?
now. Unscramble my sister's not going to argue about this. Skinny Head, are you done? Dulcinea is moderating, so she got to do it this way to keep some type of composure. We got
Okay, well, Freedom, you make sure you be quiet next time she tell you.
trying to be.
No. I said,
you make sure you be quiet.
Gemini.
I ain't even said nothing. She ain't gonna tell me to be quiet because you don't hear me.
We ain't doing that. I already told ladies when y'all want to jump in, y'all jump in because you got to remember this is our channel. So if we want to sit back, we can sit back. But if we want to include ourselves, we can include ourselves in. But all I was saying is I'm trying to get Skinny Head to close out so Marcus can come up. That's all.
He did just close out.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I mean, the stuff I be really wanting to say, I'm not really allowed to say it.
Well, don't curse like I'm gonna get
No.
later on.
Hey, Skinny Head, what did you disagree with me about those?
The phone is messed up, Skinny Head, real bad, like staticky.
You said what? You said
Yeah,
my.
you disagree with me.
It's coming off really bad, staticky.
It is bad, Skinny. It's bad.
Oh man, it's probably my microphone.
Yeah, it's your mic. It sounds like a mic issue.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm not.
Thank you, Skinny Head.
Disagree with me, yo.
No, sometimes you just be dogmatic.
Yo, I'm not dogmatic, yo.
We can't hear him.
I
We
heard
can't
him.
hear. I'm sorry.
I heard him.
Yeah, we can't
I
hear.
heard him.
I know you heard him, but it sounds horrible.
But we
Sorry.
didn't. It sounds horrible.
He
Yeah.
said at times I'm dogmatic, but he forgot I was in an environment where everybody make their own shit up. It's called the conscious community. They didn't have sources when I came to the conscious community. It was the great Phil Valentine, Bobby Hemmett, Delbert Blair. Nobody used sources, right? And so you have to make people use sources, right? Because that's what intelligent, thriving communities do. The communities that don't use sources.
Information though.
No, you cut me off. All right, so that's what we're doing. So everybody got to fight for a voice now. All right, it's cool.
I wasn't doing it on purpose, Unc. I was just saying that we other people got minds too. That don't mean they got to have science on the back of it.
So you don't understand if my son is in my face,
yes,
saying, Dad, I got a mind, Dad, and I think that the solar system is this. I say, son, you got to go to school. You have to go to school.
We don't have no intelligence.
Yeah, but you don't have a son here, so use a person. So if it's a stranger and they said that same exact thing to you,
I don't have a son
then how do you address that stranger?
How to address a stranger? What are we talking about now?
You just said if I had a son, I would say, son, come on, we're not going to do the semantics. Because you don't have a son here, so you're talking to Freedom. When we're asking a specific question,
why would you jump in that with that? How is that?
Because sometimes you do. Sometimes, when they're saying that it's a little dogmatic, they're absolutely telling the truth. And
they're absolutely ignorant to what I'm talking about. Is what they absolutely are.
No, wait a minute. Stop using that word because it can be offensive.
It's not a bad word, though. Look it up, please.
Some people, it's offensive.
Because they're not looking words up. And that's why I have communication problems. Because everybody refuses to look up words. You know, ignorant don't mean you stupid. It simply means you don't know.
I know what you mean.
That's what I'm talking about.
Bobby Becker, you said if I had a son and my son said, Dad, whatever. I would explain. And I said, okay, well, you don't have a son up here. Pretend like a complete stranger asks you the exact same question. Now you're like, what are you saying? Why? Who told you that? That's wild.
That's
Don't
too
say
much for
that.
me. It's too
I'm
much for
saying
me.
to you,
It's too much.
hypothetically
That's what I'm
speaking.
saying.
Listen,
Y'all, please, Gemini, can I finish dealing with
Hypothetically
please?
speaking.
This is
Yes,
And
go
I
ahead.
want to ask you a question before you go back with Unc. Are you sure we shouldn't put a 2-minute timer on this and we should just let it go like this? I'm just asking.
well.
let it go. Why is it when I'm talking is you let niggas get up here?
I'm asking Sister Freedom a question. That's all I'm doing. I'm asking her a question.
Well, I'm just saying, if we want to do it that way, that's fine. But I just want Unc to answer the question, and then however you do it, because you know what, why I'm gray head back, right?
But I
Over on
tried to answer the question, and then I got dove in on telling me what example to use to answer
Yeah.
the question.
And
When
I was
there's
just
men
about
and
to
women on the
say,
panel. So I'm
and I
trying
was
to figure
just
out
about to
why
say,
can't I
Sister
answer the
Freedom,
question the way I want to answer the question?
you can
when you
so
ask the question, just let him speak, please. Just let him speak and don't come in. Just let him speak.
I'm
Go
simply
ahead,
saying
Sister Freedom,
prior.
and ask the question.
I'm
Well,
simply
do you
saying
need
yes,
her
this.
to repeat
I'm
the
with
question?
you, Juju. When we are asking, first of all, let me say this. I always got to that I'm the eldest person on this panel. Can we not yell at each other? My sinuses is starting to bother me with the yelling. If Unc is answering a question, please just let him. If Renegade, Truist, they answering questions, ladies, can we just let them answer the question? Damn.
Yeah, but you were
OTK.
coming in, so that's why I was just asking, do we want a 2-minute timer
Yeah,
on
let
it,
me
or
answer the
just
question.
let him answer? Okay.
Yeah.
If you could
Hey,
please,
DQ.
we'll all mute up.
Oh my
We'll all
God.
mute up while
How
Unc
you doing?
we'll all mute up while Unc answers the question. Please do
Thank
not
you.
go in on Unc.
Thank you. What I'm trying to say is,
Uh-huh.
say I'm just like Gemini said, just anybody off the street coming to ask you an intelligent question or
Right.
giving you some intelligent information. Because guess what? Everybody has not went to school and got the word scientist or degree on their back, but they smart as hell. You know that to be true.
And they fuck it up the most. The smartest
wow.
people fucking
That's
up the
not
most.
true. You know it's not true because
Absolutely.
no, it's not.
Absolutely. Because
Not
you being the
true.
smartest person in your neighborhood or the smartest person on your block, you go right to physics and fuck it up. You go right to evolution. I've seen it all the time. Your intelligence does not transfer to
You
science
seen it
like y'all
all the
think it
time?
does.
Is that a fact? Because
Yes,
somebody
yes,
have to do
because
something first.
so if you
People
want me to
have
answer a question,
ideas. Okay, if that's the case, well, the people that is actually disputing this whole primate situation
I
also
don't
have
want to talk
degrees.
about that. I don't want to talk about that.
I'm trying to finish my
Yes,
question.
yes, go ahead, finish your question. But I
Also,
don't want to talk about the
by you saying that it's a way that you got that is just very rude, and you really have to stop doing it. If a
I'll
person,
work. I'll absolutely work on that.
okay. There are people that are very intelligent naturally. They have minds naturally, and they think naturally. That's how those people became scientists. It's because of a thought that they had first. So I'm trying to figure out, why are you making it appear that people can't be smart and don't have a? Do you have a degree in science?
Sakina,
No,
you get in
no,
next
I
after
don't.
Unc.
No, I don't.
I believe that you are a very intelligent young man. So you can come up with a thought or an idea that may be on the same level as somebody with a degree, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's
somebody with
all
a
I'm
degree.
saying.
So can I answer the question then?
Yes, please.
So the world prior to science, so we call Homo sapiens sapien, intelligent man, right?
Mm.
That's indicative of men and women. So the species itself is very intelligent. That's not the point at all. The point is that human beings developed a method to getting at the truth and understanding nature, right? Because nature is counterintuitive, and your senses are horrible for making you understand nature. Just that statement alone, right, is counterintuitive. I'm gonna say it again. Your five senses are horrible in trying to understand our natural world. So how intelligent you are has absolutely nothing to do with it at all. It's about the steps that was created and the tools that's created so that we can understand nature. That's my answer.
According to them.
Okay.
So
No,
who's
according
No.
to
putting it
no,
down?
Wait,
hold
let
on.
Sakina.
Hold
Wait,
on,
let
hold
Sakina
on.
get in next, please.
According to all the human beings on planet Earth.
No, I don't agree. But
I know
okay,
you
I
don't. That's
accept that
fine.
that's the state.
That's fine. You can go to Africa, West Africa, they have a science program. You can go to Australia, they have a science program. You go to Baltimore, Maryland, they got science program. You go anywhere on the earth, science programs. Anywhere on the earth, 12 inches is 12 inches.
But one of
30
them
meters
fuckers
anywhere on the earth. Wait, listen.
I think
30
we should do
meters
it.
anywhere on the planet Earth is 30 meters. You can be in the hood, right, and understand the metric system and measure out 30 meters. It's consistent. That's what makes science so powerful. It has prediction power and it's consistent no matter where you go. Now, as for religion, it's all over the place. My God is this, my God is that. God did it in 10 days, 5 days, 6 days, 7 days. That's why there's no actual come together with religion, because there is no system in it. That's my answer.
Please let Sakina get in now. Sakina, your turn.
Okay, this is my thing. If I gave you
only 10
let's
people
say-
can be on at a time.
let's say I gave you one of these little cars. You know how they give you these cars with all these pieces in a box, and you put it together with the glue, right? Everybody know these cars, these little automotive cars that come in a box with all these little pieces, and you have to put the glue together to put these cars together. And when you get through, it's a car, a rocket ship, or all these things. OTK, you might have had one. I give my grandson had one, my son had one. These cars, you might have had one.
Model cars,
yeah,
right?
model cars. So and these come with an instruction, but they come with pictures, and they say A, B, and C, and D. Now, if you can put one of those model cars together, right, then you know what you're doing. So if you can't put it together, right, this was a test. So if you can put these cars together, these things are not easy to put together. A lot of people give up and throw them away. A lot of people do these things for a hobby. Now, is that science? Is that math? Is that strategy? Some people can do it, some people can't. Again, so this is the thing. If you can't do it, if this was a job, if you can't do it, then you wouldn't get the job. If you could do it, you get the job. So does that make it say if you're not qualified, then you're not able to do it? This is the difference between science or any other thing. If you're not qualified, so just because you think you can do it, don't make you qualified to do it. Everybody think they can do it. I've used to hear this at my job every time. I can do your job. No, you can't. Not until you sit in my seat and actually do the job. People always think they can do something because you think it's that easy. Not until you do the work. If science was that easy, everybody could do it. You think it's just easy because you think it's just this little piece. Actually do the work. It's not that easy.
Thank you, then Gemini. Gemini's
Great
next.
damn point right there.
Yeah,
Gemini's
I'm
next.
inclined
That
to
agrees with your
agree with.
would say that.
Yeah, I'm
Excuse
inclined to agree with
I know. Wait,
Sakina
so hold
because
on. Let Gemini go, and then it's Nisha after that. We're gonna
this
go in
is
order.
why I don't understand why y'all said, when she asked the question, so can anybody come off the streets? And you're saying to her in this scientific way, well, all you have to do is, just sort get the facts together and this, that, and the third. People are doing that, and people still do not have their works published. It is very, very hard. So when we're talking about science, we're really talking about something that is studied over several years and years and years of study to try to get something right, to try to get a formula or something that they're observing in a correct manner, and that they can, reproduce over and over and over and over and get the same exact results. That's not necessarily easy. That's not easy. So, we're talking about it as if it's just some willy-nilly type of thing, and it's not. Scientists are very important people in this world, and a lot of different things in our lives have been changed because of it, but it wasn't no overnight sensation. So we're not going to come in here too and act like, hey, we can all just be scientists and we can just create our own theories and place them and place them in order. And then poof, all of a sudden, we're published folk. This is where all the pseudoisms and all that stuff that people talking about come in at. So if you guys will be just a little bit honest about how, science is actually created, we can get somewhere in this conversation. People
Okay.
cannot just come off the street
Are
and
you
start
next?
creating
Well,
things.
I'm glad you say that,
No, it's
Gemini. Since
Nisha's
you
next,
say
and
that,
it's
Gemini,
me.
how is science
Great
created,
point.
Gemini? Since you go in that, how is science created, Gemini? Since you want to go into that,
Well, let's
how is
ask
it
somebody.
created?
Well, again, it's definitely created right over years, over time. It's not
No,
you're
no,
gonna
no,
go
no,
in
no, no,
some
no,
sort
no,
of
no, no, no.
lab
Gigi,
and you're gonna
Gigi with
find
that.
these results of whatever it is that you're looking for right then and there.
Moving the
So
goalposts.
how
Stop.
Wait, hold on. Gemini, were you done?
no, I'm actually I am done. I'm gonna land the plane there because he was
Okay.
asking me how is a
How
scientific
science is going.
method
Okay,
being
and then
created.
OTK.
No, he
Uh,
said
OTK,
how.
did you?
He said how
How was
long do it take? That's
how long
well,
did
how long
science?
does
it
it
took.
take? Right.
It took
So we know
350.
that.
It
So
took
we know that it's not an
350,000
overnight.
years. It
Yeah,
took
there's no overnight
350,000
No,
years.
it
sensations in
didn't.
science.
No, it didn't. That's definitely
It took
not true.
Yeah, that's
350,000 years,
why
ladies.
I wanted him. Go ahead, unmute and OTK, and then let me know if your question was answered, and if not, ask your question to Gemini again.
Nobody thought about it that long.
Well, how long did it
It
take?
took 350,000 years. I mean, y'all
Okay,
can hear
well,
the
Hey,
answer.
y'all
Y'all
she
go.
done
don't want to hear
said
the
it
answer.
didn't, so
Go
I'm
ahead.
asking her. She
I
knew
could
the
definitely
answer.
explain it.
I
I
can
could definitely
answer
explain
No,
why it
let
took
OTK
350,000
let
years.
OTK ask the question. Maybe
Okay, all
you're
right. I'll
not
come
even
back. I'll
answering the
come back to
question
that.
that he asked. Can you ask the question again, Renegade J?
Renegade, go ahead.
Wait,
Oh,
what
I'm
question?
sorry. I
Go
mean,
ahead.
OTK, you had the
Oh,
question
okay.
right about how science is made.
Yeah. How was science created? I'm not talking about the African. I'm talking about from
So he
our
did say
common
created,
concept.
not how long it takes.
Yes. And
Yeah,
then so did
you can't
Gemini
take the
answer your
African
question?
out of it though, ladies. Ho.
No.
Let them
OTK.
answer. They know the answer.
Gemini, it's in order. So let Gemini answer, and then I don't know if Nisha's there, then it's gonna go in order. But OTK, he clarified how is science created, and Gemini, did you have anything more to say or?
Yeah, I don't at OTK. So OTK, and I don't know how science is created, but I do know that it's going to take more. That can't nobody just off the streets come and do it. You just can't be, any type of person. You have to have a mind for it first of all, right? And so you don't have a mind. So like right now, we're talking about science as a subject, and a lot of us do not have a in-depth scientific background. So the little bit, the surface parts that we have learned. This is what we're discussing. And if you want to go in depth, right, you would actually need to sit here and bring a bona fide scientist here so that he can go into depth about what it is that we're discussing. But for now, this is surface content.
And you got to be a mathematician, not just science. You got to know math like that too.
Right.
And for your
And
chat and for Juju in the chat, ain't nobody no motherfucking zero.
Oh,
Good
see, there
work.
we go. That's
hold
why
on.
I
Ain't nobody no
handle
Yeah,
that.
fucking
I know
zero.
it's Nisha
I
unmuted.
handle that.
I know, yeah. Just don't cuss, OTK, please.
Please, I really don't want that.
Yeah, so Nisha is joining in. Peace, Nisha.
Oh
It's been a minute. It's been a minute. I thought you were asleep.
shit.
I'm glad you're
I
up.
mean, yeah, around the bush we go. So the guy in the chat says, he's basically saying that what that is, Yahweh don't bow down to. Stanford Ovinsky, scientist and inventor, had no college education. Walter Pitts, a cognitive science, was an autodidact.
What
Oh,
year
maybe
was
I said
that?
that right. I don't know. But
What
he
year was
said
that?
he taught himself mathematics.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
What year was
No,
that?
I'm reading
Let
it.
her go. Let her go.
Wait
Let her
one
go.
second. Yeah, let her go, and then Sakina, I'll look it up for you right now while Nisha is talking.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
welcome.
A
I'm
psychologist,
reading
a
the comment.
neurologist,
please go ahead, Nisha. Please.
1800s. Thank you, Mr. Metro.
He
Oh,
taught
the
himself
modern science
mathematical
ain't even there
logic,
yet, yo.
psychology,
Damn.
and neuroscience. So if he did that with no college education,
In 1800s.
I don't understand how. I don't understand how we could just say no anybody can do this and no anybody can do that. You're going to school to be taught by somebody who's been taught. That's by somebody who's been taught.
Okay.
In 1800s.
What the year
In
got
the
to do with
1800s.
it?
Key point. Key
What
point.
is that point?
No,
And you have to have a mind for it.
hold on, everybody,
In
please, because
You have to
Tanya,
have a mind
Give
for it.
up.
If you don't have a mind for
everybody
it, you
defeated
can't
me.
be
everybody,
anybody.
everybody mute up. Everybody mute up, please.
Cut it out.
Everybody mute up,
Everybody
please.
mute up. It's
Damn,
Nisha
because
to
y'all,
go,
I mean,
and
really.
because you guys are wrong about the 1800s because you didn't look it up yourself. So let Nisha go, and then I'll pull it up on the screen when this guy was born and who this guy is. He's not in the 1800s, but it is Nisha's turn to talk.
Thank you.
I mean, god damn. I mean, my point is that people are capable of anything. Just because we don't have, some people don't have this degree or that degree, it doesn't stop their brain from working. A piece of paper don't make you.
Facts.
It's people that done been to school after school after school, never graduated from none, but still retaining knowledge, still getting information. All I'm saying is that it's good to challenge your own self. It's good to challenge things that people give you. And it's also, you also got to think that, yeah, we've been taught this, we've been taught that. Science is right. There's no absolutes in nothing. Period. Like, we go on and then we bash each other and go, come on, man. It's still a lot of learning that everybody has to do. And I don't feel like science is completely objective, because if it was, it would never change. I don't get it. That's all I had to say, man. Y'all keep going.
Hell no.
Okay, and it's my turn now, and it's my turn.
I
now.
understand you, Nisha. I understand you.
I get it, Nisha, and I'm about to body bag the next point because this is the problem with this community, and this is not an
Educators on the
attack
guy,
on
please.
it is an attack on anyone, but it's the problem with this community. We go and someone gives us information, and then someone that we're cool with gives us information about it when we ask questions, and when we just take them for word without looking it up ourselves. And that's the problem why we're not even understanding science, because a lot of us won't actually look it up ourselves. We won't see as far as what the truth is or anything. When someone that we like or what we're cool with says something, we just take it on face value without even researching it. And we could research these things ourselves. We could come with our own objective thought, but we tend to just go and say, oh, okay, well, that person sounds right, I'm just going to go with them. So Stanford Robert Ovinsky, I don't know if I'm saying his name right, you know, he has one of them white names, is an American engineer, scientist, inventor whose span of 50 years was granted well over 400 patents, mostly in the area of energy and information. He was born in November 24th, 1922. He died in October 17th, 2012. So now all these people just said as far as 1800s,
it don't matter. I'm right here with you.
I know, because one guy in
keep reading. You gotta keep reading though, Dulcinea.
Hold on, I'll keep reading. And it's from your source.
The nickel metal hydrate battery. Come on, well, let's go to his businesses with the computer.
Yeah, let's go. We can go.
Go to the nigga education. Hell with that. What does it say about his education?
Right, he works in the mechanics and engine and energy. Right, and he started working with fuels and hydrogen and energy, and that's what he discovered.
What kind of college or whatever?
Can we go to his education?
It doesn't matter about the college part. He was working in his field, and that's where his discovery
came matter because that was the subject.
Okay, so he opened a scientific field of amorphous and discordant materials in the course of his research.
Let's read that.
Research in his course of neuropsychology and neural diseases in the natural of intelligence in mammals and machines and cybernetics and what is this? Amorphous silicone and semiconductor. And it had become the basis of many technologies and industry, right? Like lockout, tag out. This is one of the things I do. So being a self-taught, distinguished from without former colleges or graduate training in 1922, which probably didn't exist in this kind of field. However, this is how science discovers science, because they work in the field. Ain't that what they do, Unc? When
Yeah,
they started, okay, come on with it. So all throughout his life and the love for science and the social convictions, ain't that what they do, Unc? And Renegade, in the social convictions, where primary engine was the inventive work for his inventive work. So in the 60s was his soon-to-be second wife. He founded an engineer conversion laboratory in the storefront in Detroit. Remember Detroit? That's where they started with all those big cars and stuff. Ain't that where that happened at? Detroit, Michigan? Oh, yeah, that's where
it is.
Okay, so come on with it. So you can
so now it's my turn. Now it's my turn, Sakina. Hold on. It was my turn, but I wanted you to get that part out. So thank you. So we can go through it, but the point wasn't if he studied or how he did put in the work. So I get it, Sakina. At first you were saying that you had to put in the work, but other people were saying you had to get a degree. And all Sister Freedom and Nisha said was you have to put in the work. It doesn't matter if you went and got a degree. If you go and put in the work, you can learn just the same. You don't need a piece of paper. And that's what Nisha said. No one said you can't put in the work.
Let me tell you something. You can get a degree it's called a demi degree. And when you work in that field, that's how you get that degree, by working in that field. Ain't that how some of the doctors get their degrees after they get through? That's how you got that, what they call that, when somebody reads your book and then they whatever that is, what they do with your book, when after they graduate and then
turn up.
Okay,
yeah, but anyway, that person is self-taught still. That person still did it upon himself. He didn't go to college or school to do that.
You don't have to. No, I'm not gonna let you minimize my degree. F that. That's crazy.
I'm not minimizing.
That's crazy.
But some people call it
degrees matter.
Some people have to
get a
apprenticeship.
This whole conversation kicked off because somebody said.
Wait a minute.
Hold on, because no one said that. No one said degrees didn't matter. No one said degrees didn't matter. No one said degrees didn't matter.
Y'all just try to take some hold
on.
1922.
It's my turn, so I don't get a turn now because
you get a turn. But what I'm saying is this whole conversation
please, that's not how it started. That's not how it started. The whole conversation,
if he had a degree.
It started by someone saying that no one that doesn't have a degree can do science. That's how this started. That it is you have to have a degree.
You just gotta win, yo.
Science.
Really?
That was how this conversation started. And Sakina, you using the information to say that someone can go and work in the field and then end up with a degree is their point. Is Sister Freedom's point, is Nisha's point. That's the whole point. That you do not have to go to college first to get a degree to work in the field. You can go ahead and work in the field, earn your accreditations, and earn the same equivalent of a degree when you did not go to college first.
Or you could even be a person with the idea and go to somebody that's already a scientist and say, well, listen, you know what? I came up with this because somebody sat in their backyard and came up with it from the beginning. I'm just using backyard as a word, as a little, metaphor, and came up with what they came up with. I come to you, Unc, and you are already a scientist, and I say such and such, and you say, you know what? Let me try that. That might work. That might be a good idea. But that person's already a scientist and you're not. What about
y'all minimizing what it is, and for every one person that you can find.
Black ladies that was working at when they was doing the rockets and stuff that
Hidden
was
colors.
hidden
Yeah, the
colors.
hidden colors.
Yeah, I'm
Catherine
just
Johnson
saying.
and the IBM. I would have to get all four of their
They
names.
had a mind for it. And for every one person you can
I
find that's
just
self-taught,
that's what
you
I'm saying.
can
You're
find
jumping
3
in.
times,
You're
10
jumping
times as
in.
many
You're
people who
jumping
have a
in.
degree
I'm
in
trying to
that
make a
field
point.
who's in that field.
God.
You have to have a mind for it. First of all, if you don't
Okay.
have a mind for it, you are not going to be even
You just
mad to
want to
be
talk.
studying in that field.
Okay, Gemini, can you let me finish, please?
Well, yeah, but you cut straight in.
I didn't cut you off. I just want to finish.
Yeah, stop muting my mic for number one,
I
whoever's
muted
doing
my
it.
mic
I
Because
can sit there and be
hold
quiet,
on, you
but
guys.
for number
Hold on. I know. Hold on, you guys. Because we just got to be mindful and be respectful of each other.
So,
stop muting my mic.
Over
That's
the
what I'm
talking.
asking. We ain't gonna
It's
have no
okay.
mutual respect
Okay,
of
so
nothing
please.
if you keep on muting my mic. As if I ain't been quiet this whole night, and you not gonna keep screaming.
So
I don't
please
know what
stop
y'all
yelling
have
over
with
each
this
other.
sometimes. Every
So
time
please
y'all get in
stop
the
yelling
y'all
over each
that
other.
y'all right
Let
about
Sister,
something. Y'all
let
can
Sister
come
Freedom
and y'all
go
want to sit
over
here
next.
and y'all want to sit here and y'all want to sit here and do whatever it is to say whatever you want to sit and say, like nobody else got nothing to sit and say. Take over the entire
No, it was in order.
and
It was
you
actually
gotta
mine.
calm down.
It was
I
actually
mean, you
my
gotta calm
turn.
down. Period.
It was
And stop
actually
muting
my
my mic.
turn. It was actually my turn.
That's crazy. You want to control something?
No, because you just had your turn. So you want
Okay,
50
I didn't just
turns?
have no nothing.
You want
Stop muting
100
my mic is
turns?
what I
Did
asked
you
you to
go
do
all
nicely.
over?
I
Okay,
asked you to
and
stop
that's
muting my
fine.
mic.
Please
I asked you
stop.
to stop one
So
thing. So stop muting me.
stop over
That's what I'm
talking.
asking you
So
to do.
stop over talking,
Now
and we
I've
can
been
make sure.
respectful
Somebody
this
just
whole
stop.
time.
Okay,
Stop muting my
that's
mic.
cool.
That's
Yes,
crazy.
I didn't mute your mic. None of this right now. You were
I
talking. So
did.
please.
And I muted
Okay,
mine.
stop doing that.
Okay,
That's what
so
I'm
Sister
asking you.
Freedom. So Sister Freedom, we're gonna stop muting mics. Everyone is gonna be respectful of each other and not cut in and over talk. And if that is violated, then the muting the mics will continue. Now it's Sister Freedom's turn. Sister Freedom.
I done damn it argue with her. I don't even remember what I was saying, but I think I was, and I muted mine too, just to let you know that. What was I saying? Damn it, I done damn forgot. Was it about the fact that the four ladies and people? I was trying to use it as an example, and I think I was saying to Unc, I don't know if I already said it or whatever. That what if I came to you with an idea and I don't have a science degree, but you do, and you couldn't figure out what it was that you was trying to do, and you got a science degree, and I came to you and said, I think this will work, and you use it in this work, and it works. Then what?
Okay, Gemini.
And
No
I
one
do
cut off
remember
Gemini.
saying that, and he agreed. You did earlier. You agreed, Unc, and now you changing it. And I'm just saying, well, go ahead, go to Gemini.
It's Gemini, yeah. Please let Gemini talk. No one will be muted as long as Gemini is not over talked. Go ahead, Gemini.
What I'm saying is that, listen, for every one person that you find that's self-taught, you're going to find 10 to 15 more people who is not self-taught, that went to college, earned a degree. First of all, you have to even have a mind for it. Going to college sometimes help you make up your mind on what it is that you want to do, what you want to study, and where your life path is getting ready to lead you to follow. So if your life path led you to science, and you about that science life, sure, you find an intern, you take all the steps. But the hopes is for you to earn a degree somewhere in that field of study too. So some kind of way we got off on, okay, yeah, y'all took Sakina's point of you can study under somebody, and y'all took it and ran wild with it. Okay, so what I'm sitting here saying is that, first of all, we're not gonna minimize nobody's degrees, because degrees cost big money. Ain't nobody sending their kids to school for $30,000 to $50,000 a pop for nothing. We want you to find your life path. We want you to follow said path and go ahead and do whatever you're gonna do. Even if you never use it, you know you made it to that finish line and you earned a piece of paper. That piece of paper is serious, right? So for those who are following that path of the piece of paper, of the degree, you are actually going to go find ways to, if you haven't already built up your networks, to work, to follow somebody to look for a job in that field of study, then then you're looking for a job somewhere within your study. But they're going to hire you, pay you more because you got that piece of paper. Period. Now you can do it the good old fashioned manual way and work yourself up to it. But why? Because it only took you 4 years of school to sit here and actually shortcut a long 10, 15, 20-year waiting period of you trying to get a degree under somebody else or be in a field of study under somebody else. That is technically not the norm. And people are technically not self-teaching themselves anything that they don't want to actually go into that field. If you're a self-taught scientist, understand what that's saying. You have a mind for it. You're not out here just willy-nilly. It ain't got nothing to do with no capability. It ain't got nothing to do with that. It got everything to do with where life is leading you to study. And if science is it, then science is it. You're gonna get in any kind of way, but more than likely, that's not the way people do it. People actually take the time to sit here and study that field. They take the time to sit there and listen to teachers who've been taught. Because that is the way everybody learns. Period.
Okay.
And we are hoping that the person hoping that the person that's teaching us has a piece of paper. We need to see your degree in order to teach the people so that they can teach the people and teach the people. And let's keep these degrees rolling. Because I'm not sending my kids to school for nothing and let anybody come and minimize that and say it's just a piece of paper. They can have capability. Nah, F the capability. If I'm paying all this money for you to sit here and go into any field, I'm gonna need you to figure it out in the first 2 years. The second 2 years, I got you. The next couple of years, we're gonna figure out how you're gonna work in that field of study. And especially if it is science.
Oh,
that's a big deal. We're not gonna minimize science and act like it's nothing.
Yeah. All right.
Ain't nobody off no street.
We have to get Marcus. Marcus, he came.
Do the 2-minute rule, please, Dulcinea, because I can't.
Okay, so the 2-minute rule now. That's what I was trying to do before. I was trying to do it before, Sister Freedom, when I got cussed out by y'all. But I knew we needed it. I know. I'm just messing with you. It was a joke to make you laugh.
No, Sister Freedom want 2 minutes on people who she don't want to hear.
I ain't saying nothing. No, it's gonna be. Hold on, it's gonna be on everybody. Gemini is gonna be on everybody. Now that it's your turn has ended, it's gonna go to Marcus. Go ahead, Marcus, and I'll actually do 3 minutes and not just 2 minutes.
No, 2 is enough because I can't because they'll start repeating that stuff all over and over.
I know, but please let people get fully what they say out because 3 minutes.
I'm not talking to you. Why don't you just not?
It doesn't matter. That's the general across the board statement.
You still talking. You won't stop. That's why I'm asking for the 2 minutes.
I know, but let's do 3 minutes. We're gonna do 3 minutes. Just because 2 minutes and 2 minutes is not enough time, and you did go longer than 2 minutes as well. So let everybody get 3 minutes. Yeah, I was looking at the time. Yeah, you did.
You always say that, Dulcinea.
I was. Hold on, Sister Freedom. Everybody has been going longer than 2 minutes. Everybody has gone longer than 2 minutes. So let's just do the 3 minutes. I will do the timer. Let Marcus speak, and it will be a 3-minute timer for everybody here on out. Promise. And it's not that. It's going to go fast. Go ahead, Marcus.
I'm not going to need 3 minutes, so don't worry about it. Sister Freedom.
How you doing, brother Marcus?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, peace, God killer. How y'all doing? Let me greet everybody, ladies.
Yes, you called my name purple sweet potatoes. That's what I need.
You want the purple ones?
Yes, I do. I asked you for them the other day.
All right. I just wanted to make sure because I got the red ones now.
You're supposed to bring them when you went to the thing.
I'm coming down there tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll be by your way tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, because I gotta get my truck tag, so I'll be in town.
All right.
So now that that's taken care of. Hey, listen, I'm gonna be honest. Most of y'all on this panel pseudo as hell. I can't deny that. Y'all tripping right now. Y'all talking about the people in Hidden Figures, man. All them people went to college.
Yeah.
What are y'all talking about?
Yeah.
Them people were geniuses.
Yeah.
What are y'all talking about? Like y'all, that's exceptions to the rule. Y'all trying to take the exceptions to the rule and make it the norm. It don't work like that. You're not gonna Google search your way to some scientific theory. Y'all gotta knock that crap off. Y'all tripping right now. Y'all really out of control right now. Now we gotta do better than that. So listen, there are times where people come through ages of enlightenment, where they come. You got these childhood geniuses like Einstein and stuff like that can do that. The word is autodidactic, right? That happens on occasion, but that's not the norm. That's not the norm. And when they do that, they usually have some type of mentorship prior to that. They usually have somebody who's in the scientific field that sees that in them and pushes them forward like that. So that's what normally happens. It happens. It's there. One of the best things you can do if you wanted to be in type of business, something like that, is get those people who are highly educated in the field. That's what what's his name, Elon Musk does, right? So you can hire the right people if we want to deal with business. But overall, this idea that you can Google search your way into some type of scientific theory is utter foolishness. The other thing I heard y'all talking about is about the limitations of science. Limitations of science exist. We're not going to deny that. But that don't mean now you can say that there's some God in the sky or something like that, some little consciousness in the black waves of sky and all like that. That ain't part of the conversation. Like, y'all trying to take those nuances in science and put
Nobody
your
said that.
pseudoisms in there.
Hey, y'all like
I
fucking
thought it was my
admin.
turn. Am I mistaken? It was my turn. My 2 minutes is up. Okay,
2 minutes. Wait, hold up, Marcus. 2 minutes was up, but I was giving you 3 minutes. 2 minutes was already up. But you can go ahead. I paused your time when they had come in. I paused your time when they had come into it. Since he said that we didn't talk about anything that you said, which was absolutely correct. I don't know where you going. You did not hear none of that. But I can resume. Oh, you didn't hear nothing about no God particle, nothing about God. But I can resume your time. I can resume your time right now.
Thank you. Resume my time, please. Thank you. So yeah, so what happens is people want to interject their pseudoisms into those nuances, right? They want to discredit science. So you go to sources like Discovery Institute, Answers in Genesis, and you listen to these people who are trying to promote their religious ideas as science, and then you use that and you come back and you promote it here. You want to try to convince black people that these outside crazy folks that have been rejected by the standards of science and bring that here. That's foolishness to me. Now listen, I appreciate some of the things you ladies doing. I don't want to not rock your world. Y'all got that perv in the chat. I don't know why y'all keep letting that dude come over here. He's a perv. He's nasty.
Oh yeah, Mighty Hebrew. Yeah.
Y'all got to cut it out.
Don't start that, please. We're not doing that.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that. You'll get kicked
off.
Oh,
don't call out
and that was the end of your 3 minutes.
We're not
talking. We ain't wild for that. You wild.
You're wild for that. Because then we can bring up everybody's. We can start bringing up everybody's records and see what everybody gets. Since so we're not doing records tonight. It's supposed to be on science. That's what we're supposed to be talking about, and that only. And if we want to talk about people's criminal records, then we can do a show on it. But this is not that show. Renegade J. Yeah, Renegade J came in. Renegade J.
I just want to tie it.
Please let Renegade talk.
No, your turn was up. It was already 3 minutes. You said you only needed 2, and it was 3 minutes.
I'm just saying bye. I'm just saying goodbye. I didn't say what I had to say. I'm done. I ain't got to stay here no more. I wanted to know about sweet potatoes. I wanted to call out that perv in the chat, and I wanted to let y'all know stop that foolishness. I'm out.
Yeah, I just want to tie us back to where this all started. The reason why I went off in the direction that I went is because there were people in the chat that were basically saying like there was no point of debating the topic, pick a better topic, basically insinuating that some things shouldn't be questioned. And that's why I brought out the scientific limitations. But what Marcus just did is called a straw man argument. He came up here and basically refuted a different argument from the one that's under discussion right now.
Take that down.
And he used it.
Sorry.
And he used it to throw out this pseudo word that people like to just put an umbrella over everything or everyone that disagrees with them, and we got to stop that too. We need to leave that in 2023. It's about to be 2024. Stop throwing out pseudo just because people disagree with you.
It's a fact.
Stop straw manning just to make your point because you want to go in on God. Nobody up here talking about no God. So I'm just wondering with the whole PK crew, honestly, it seemed like y'all programmed to just respond in a certain way instead of actually listening to what people are saying. You guys are
all the wild ass cheerleaders.
You guys are addressing arguments, claims, and people that are not present. So I'm almost like, are you guys a part of this discussion, or are y'all on another stream right now? Like, do y'all got some type of cognitive dissonance? What's going on? Can we stay on actually what the topic is? There's no God in this discussion. There's no religion in this discussion. So can we stop straw manning just because we want to say pseudo because we don't like what's being said and we're getting emotional and upset that our ideas are being challenged?
And I can just say
So
this.
is my turn. Is it my turn next or what?
It is. I think it is. But I just want to make sure I never said what I wanted to say about the four ladies. So he came up and said something about their college education, and I never got a chance to say what I wanted to say about the ladies. I ain't said nothing about their college education.
Right. I know he straw manned you too as far as that, but that's why I tried to.
What you gonna say about the ladies?
It
Okay,
doesn't
then she'll get her solo. She'll get her solo right now. And while she gets her solo, if everybody can mute up, go ahead, get your solo, Sister Freedom.
No, I want to go ahead. My nose is hurting.
Oh, okay.
So I want to ask Renegade a question. Renegade, do you accept biological human evolution and primate? Do you accept that? Because I'm thinking this. I'm thinking the way you answer this will actually meet.
Well, I put it this way: I'm very open-minded to different perspectives about it.
No.
I'm
asking you: do you accept Charles Darwin's evolution?
Brother.
Do you accept Charles Darwin's evolution on primates? That's what I'm asking. Right.
Well, that's it. No, it's not a simple question because it's a different question from the first one that you asked.
Really? You always try to be over.
I listen very well, bro. The first time you asked, you did not include Charles Darwin, and my answer to you is going to be the same. My answer to you is going to be the same whether you like it or not. You're going to have to.
You didn't ask a yes or no question. You didn't ask yes or no question. So if you would like him to answer it yes or no, you can reframe
Why
the
you
question.
Jumping in, Dulcinea? I don't need your help.
I was just saying so you can
ask. Don't need your help, Dulcinea. Let me talk to this dude right here. He know what he's trying to avoid. I'm gonna ask you again. Any way you want to do it, right? Are you accepting that human beings are primates? That's a simple question, bro. And I'm saying, why you keep me on my mic out? Because that's gonna let us know what you was really doing when you were saying the stuff you were saying. Come on there, bro.
I was about to put the timer on. I thought you were done answering your question. Sorry.
No, wait a minute. Whoa. Me asking him a question doesn't take up my 3 minutes. I hope it doesn't.
Oh, no, I didn't know. I thought you were just asking him a question right now. Go ahead.
I'm asking. Does he accept primate evolution? Come on, yo.
And
I want to make it clear because you told me to make sure I'm clear with you.
I'm open to it. But my question
back
to you would be, why are you? My question back to you after you just asked me two questions.
I get 3 minutes to talk.
Why are you? That don't mean you get 3 minutes to ask me questions, bro.
You answered me. Hold on.
That don't mean you get to question me for 3 minutes.
No. Okay, I'm done. I don't got it. I'm not questioning you no more. Excuse me, brother. I'm not questioning anymore. You have answered my question. You have proven my point that the reason you was actually I'm talking right now. You said you're open to it.
You said
you said you open to it.
You don't listen, bro.
Hey, Dulcinea, that's some fucking bullshit right there, yo. You put everybody on a fucking count, and then when I'm talking, you let this nigga keep talking. That's bullshit. I waited damn 45 minutes on this wild ass shit. That's bullshit.
It's the round table. It's the round table.
I didn't get my round table in.
You still got the panel,
because you
ain't got to
didn't.
get
one. Nigga keep talking though.
Hold on, TK. Hold on, pseudo killers. Hold on.
He talking because you know I got his wild ass.
I know. Because of the fact that you weren't interviewed tonight. It is their show as long as with us, and that's why I was like,
hold on. And that's why I was like, even hold on, I'm not done. That's why I was even like the ladies could jump in whenever they wanted, just as long as they didn't over talk anyone, because it sounds bad when you're over talking. And that's all I ask, is that no one over talks anyone. So as
So
far
why
as
aren't you
that,
telling your
he was
man that?
he was answering your
No,
question.
he answered the question already. Are we serious right now? He answered the question. He answered the question.
You asked me
So go
two
ahead.
questions.
No, I
and I
didn't.
just try to
You
ask you
asked
a
a
question
whole
back.
bunch of questions.
No, I asked no whole bunch of questions.
Okay,
Okay, well,
rephrase
let him
the
have
question.
his 2 minutes.
So
Please
now,
let him have 2 minutes.
yeah,
I
I'm gonna start
rephrased the
in
question.
3
I rephrased the question because he's a super fucking technical ass nigga.
Why you keep cursing?
Because y'all make me this way.
He's right,
No,
though. I am technical.
No, he's
He's
playing
right.
games with me. Y'all tripping. Y'all can't even hear the shit. Yo, yak. Fucking listen up, everybody.
People are saying that you are going off like somebody.
I'm going off because I sat here for 45 minutes and heard a whole bunch of wild ass shit.
Okay,
And I'm calming
stop,
too. And then when I finally asked the nigga a
stop,
question,
Sister
he
Freedom.
gets super
It's his
technical.
turn.
And then Dulcinea
That
dive in with the speech.
2 minutes and 30 seconds. Let him finish.
Even if he's
He
rapping,
answered the damn question. His question was, he's open to it. Right. That's why he made the statements he made about science and limitations, because he don't even understand the shit. And I'm saying all this questioning science outside of science ain't how science works. What I said was it took 350,000 years to get to this point. Why is that? It's like going into a 3-story building with no fucking steps in it. You can't get to the damn 3rd floor until you understand what the first step is. Then that's the first step. And then you build another step and another step. Nature does not allow us to skip steps. So even a guy you brought into the motherfucking conversation, the nigga still had to train with a nigga that had a goddamn degree. So for science, you need. Why is everybody talking?
Please,
why when I start talking, the whole crowd get crazy?
I know. Hold on. Sorry. I'm giving you 2 minutes. Let me start your 2 minutes, because you were further than that, but I'll give you 2 minutes because someone cut in. Please mute your mic if you plan on cutting in. Unc has 2 minutes left.
I'm muting my mic. I just want him to stop using profanity, please.
Okay, yes, please. No profanity on the platform. If it's something that we continue having to say, you'll be kicked. 2 minutes.
Why is always I'ma be kicked, yo? Think about what you're doing.
No one was
you
saying
keep everybody.
profanity but you.
It's always me about to get
talking
kicked. The
profanity.
shit wasn't even bubbling until I came over here, though, Dulcinea. It started bubbling when I got here. So knock it off and enjoy the moment, like I am.
But can you please just stop cursing?
Absolutely,
and I haven't started
Dulcinea. Not an issue. My point is, super intelligent guy. He said he don't even deal with primate evolution. He doesn't understand it. So it's wild to me that he would constantly talk about the limitations. He's basically saying that there's a limitation, right? That's why he's not accepting primate evolution. And I said it took 350,000 years to get to this point right here in science. And I gave the example of going to a 3-story house with no damn steps. You can't get to the 3rd floor until you build 1 step. So in Africa, they built the primary stages. They built the first couple steps, and from there, the rest of the world took off. Steps. Nature does not allow you to understand her without getting the step. There is no skipping steps. Everybody wants to skip the steps. That's why science is science. That's why nature is nature. You need to get to the 1st floor in order to get you the 2nd floor, and if you can't get to the 2nd floor, you will never get to the 3rd floor. It's called steps. Nature forces you to understand steps. If you die from drinking water and do not understand that there's an invisible pathogen in it, the people will continue to die. People die from drinking wild ass water until they learn this step of what the fuck was in the water. That's the point I'm trying to make. You cannot skip steps in science. So we cannot understand science by skipping the steps. I always try to get people the steps, and I get people like, brother, man, diving in confusing conversations. Well, there's limitations. No, because you think it's limitations, because you don't understand primate evolution. And I appreciate you for answering that question truthfully. So that's why that man continuously saying what he was saying. And I was waiting 35 minutes to ask the smart guy the question, and now I figured him out. Yes, he does not accept evolution. He does not. Appreciate you,
All
bro.
right, that's 3
Holla at
Thank you.
me when
minutes.
you get.
Don't go nowhere. Stay right
Thank
there.
you.
Holla at me
Go
when you get
ahead, and
evolution,
it's
bro.
gonna be
Don't go
you
Holla
nowhere.
at
next. Hold on. Your 3 minutes is up. Go
I
ahead.
don't need 3 minutes.
It's
I
your
just need like
turn.
30 seconds. So first of
Okay,
all,
but you got 3 minutes. Use whatever you want.
no, I'll be real quick and concise because I'm listening. First of all, once again, he said, I'm basically saying this. So again, he's trying to remix and generalize what I'm saying to fit what he wants it to be. Secondly, all that you said, Unc, does not dispute the fact that you actually agreed with my original point. So you said all of that in an attempt to discredit me when just 10, 15 minutes ago, you done admitted to everybody that you agree with my point. So where are you going with this? You said all that, wasted your breath, started hooping and hollering, got emotional, banging on everybody.
Nigga, I ain't get emotional, just for the record.
There he is, right?
Yeah,
There he
and
is.
I'm stopping. I stopped your
So,
time. You gonna have
I don't need that much
2
time.
minutes and 30
I'm just,
seconds left.
Yeah,
I'm just,
Dulcinea, I just wanted to make it off of because he cut
Hey,
me
it's
off.
his turn. Okay,
but
I got you. But
I
it's his
appreciate the compliment, Unc. It's not personal. But to your first point, why I said I'm open to it, I've heard it before. It's been taught to me before, but I still recognize the holes in it, which is why I won't dive in completely and say I agree with it. You know what I mean? Now, hold on, brother. Now, will I say that I disagree with it? No, but I recognize where there are flaws. And that was my original points and my original premise to begin with. So that's just the way I analyze things. I'm not someone that skips over or ignores things that can be upgraded or just made better or can come with better information. If I could challenge it and it still holds up to the truth, I respect it. But if I could challenge it and it falls down and it falls down and it falls down and people can't defend it and they start hooping and hollering, getting emotional in the chat, getting mad at me, then I'm looking like y'all don't really believe in it. Y'all up here getting emotional, mad, sad, angry, want to hate the round table gang, this, that, and the other. Y'all ain't really standing on it that
The
firm.
who, yo?
Otherwise,
The who?
otherwise you wouldn't be so emotional about it.
The who?
So again, just to summarize, everything that you just said still does not dispute the original point that I made, which you agreed with. So you need to address that fact. You agree
What
with
was
me.
that I agree with you though, yo?
So this is what I'm
It's not
saying.
your
Like
turn.
the
You just said
listening.
about me doing it. It's not your turn. After that, it's Truth's turn. Okay, go ahead.
The listening, I'm really starting to worry about, like, are you guys actually listening to what we're saying, or do you just want to like jump out the window? But you know what? He got it. He wants to speak. You can speak. I made my point. I feel like,
45 minutes ago, what was the point that you claimed? I know you tricking everybody right now. What point do you think I agreed with? Actually, what was it you thought I agreed with?
Okay, so I'm gonna answer this briefly and then I'm gonna move on because it's a shame that we have to go back and remind you what you agreed with. It's a shame that I have to remind you what you agreed with. I got to remind you what came out your mouth, bro.
Yeah, appreciate you,
So
bro.
when
Good.
I
Just
said that science has limitations, you agreed with it, point blank and period. That was my point up here, and you just put that line in your whole spiel to call me pseudo. So you're contradicting yourself. You agree with a pseudo, basically. So we got to leave that pseudo word in 2023 because y'all pseudos
Because
don't
you're cutting
listen to
in. I
people.
said no one can cut in on each other. Yes, he's
didn't
answering
call
your
him-
question.
No, I didn't
He
call
didn't
him
even finish his whole 3 minutes, and you were cutting him off. And
No,
you
but I
just said,
didn't call
"Oh, why
him
didn't
pseudo,
I?" And I
But I
gave
didn't
you
call
3
him man
minutes.
pseudo. Take it back, dog.
Okay.
Yeah,
He
be
didn't call
honest,
you
yo.
pseudo.
Take it back.
But he did say limitations. You asked him what you agreed with. He just answered you. It was the limitations. Y'all agreed with each other.
Dulcinea, we did not agree. See, this is, and I'm glad you brought it back up, bro. I baited you in for real. Thank you for saying that. Bro, I disagree with the way you use it. You use limitations to, like you just said, you use it as a limitation on why you're not messing with evolution, bro. Because you think there's some kind of crack in it. There's some kind of limitation to understanding that. And it actually is not. Evolution is a fact and a theory, bro. That's my point. Thank you. So yes, although
he didn't
there's
use it
a
forever. Hold
limitation,
on, let
you
me
don't
come
agree the
in.
way
Let
he's
me
using.
come in real quick, Renegade. No, because you just lied. You just lied. You said that he used it to try to refute evolution. No one on the panel tonight ever tried. Let me finish. No one on the panel tonight ever tried to refute evolution. So, like you said, you're scamming. You're scamming because if you listen,
But I want to
if you listen to the
I want
conversation tonight, everybody said that they believe in evolution and the
I wasn't
evolutionary
talking to
fact.
Dulcinea.
Then the evolutionary fact that organisms change over time. Renegade J never said he didn't believe in evolution. So if you want to correct nope, he did not just say it. He did not just say that. And we can rewind the tapes. He didn't just say that. So stop scamming.
Okay,
Stop
not a
scamming.
problem, Dulcinea.
Stop being a scammer
Not a
and
problem,
actually
Dulcinea.
address his points
Okay,
and not
so
make up your straw man
Dulcinea,
argument.
just for the
Stop
record.
being a scammer. Stop being a scammer. Stop being a scammer and address him.
Hey, Dulcinea, just for the listening audience, when we talk about primate evolution, that is evolution. Just so your smart ass mouth can get that straight. See, so since you're the scammer to lie and act like that primates and primate evolution is not the same as evolution is ridiculous. Knock it off, Dulcinea.
And you're wrong again.
And you said it with your chest stuck out.
And you're wrong again.
No, it's not.
I'm telling you exactly. No, you're wrong again. The incontrovertible fact that I taught you already. Nope. No.
You told me that.
Because you're the one jumping in. You're the one jumping in. So you're going to listen to this point. Nope. You're going to listen to this point. So the incontrovertible fact is that organisms change over time. That is the scientific fact. No one argued the scientific fact. You're a scammer. Primate evolution is not organisms change over time. Primate evolution is an explanation to organisms change over time, which can be questioned, which can be actually seen if there's holes in it. And you cannot say that they're the exact same thing. They're not. The scientific fact is organisms change over time. So you can't say that anyone came up here to actually try to refute evolution. That's how you scam the people. That's why you keep scamming the people. That's why there's a theory on side of primate evolution theory, and there's not a theory on evolution. It's just evolution because it's not a theory. It's a fact. When it's a theory, it's going to tell you it's a theory. So stop saying it's the same thing. It's not. You're even saying they're both theory and a fact. And you don't even understand it. And this is the problem when people are advocating for science and then they can't even read or understand science and they scam people.
Hey, Renegade, you agree with her on that? I'm asking you, dog. Right now, nigga, I'm asking you, the round table guy. I want to put you on notice. Do you agree with what she just said? Here you go, Mr. Renegade. Here's your chance to prove me wrong.
So you're asking me to speak on behalf of her when
I said, do you agree with her?
She just stood up to everything you said, answered all your points, countered your points, pointed out how you don't listen, point out how you make straw man arguments, and you want to ask me instead of dealing with her. That's how I know you're not listening.
No, I heard
you're
her.
not
she
listening.
just put me in the back. I'm asking you a
my
question.
last
Just
thing
say you're
would
not
be
going
this,
to answer
though.
it.
My
Just
last
say
thing,
you're not going to answer the question.
my last thing would be this, though, bro.
No, do you agree with her, though? That,
Yeah, I'll answer your
that
question.
evolution, right,
I'll answer your
ain't
question.
got
Hold
nothing to
on.
do with primates. You agree with that?
I didn't hear her say that. But I'll
She
answer
did.
it.
She said it's different.
Didn't say that at all.
Primates is not. He said evolution is not a theory.
The only thing, this is my last part, and then I'm pretty much done.
Yeah.
My only thing, bro, is what I noticed.
Bro.
What I noticed just from listening to you is that.
Nah, don't worry about it. But don't throw the shade.
Hold on, brother.
Don't throw the shade. Don't throw the shade.
I know you used to be a DJ back in the day, the way you be remixing people's words, bro. That's the only thing I'm gonna say to you. You used to be a DJ because every time someone talks, it sound like you said this, about to, if, when. Like you like to throw a lot of conditional statements into people's words, and then you start arguing points that they did not make. So just my very last point is that we have to really get better at listening, especially if we're going to challenge people's ideas. Please listen very closely to the words that they use. That's all I want to say.
And you're correct. And you're so correct, Renegade J. And since this is our show right now, I'm going to take the time to actually teach them what Renegade J is saying. So here we have a straw man fallacy. It's what Unc tends to use all the time. It's what Skinny Head tried to come up here and do, is argue points that haven't even been said. So a straw man fallacy occurs when someone distorts or exaggerates another person's argument and then attacks the distorted version of the argument instead of genuinely engaging. You saw Marcus did the same thing when he came up. No God was mentioned tonight. No one said that they didn't believe in evolution. And then he just said that, oh, I said that primate evolution is different from evolution. And he had the nerve to say evolution is a fact and a theory, which I taught him that. So let's go into what a straw man is by example. I think pollution from human contributes to climate change. So person 2 says, so you think humans are solely responsible for the extreme weather? What about volcanoes? Are we to blame for those too? So this is an example of what Unc just did. Evolution is a fact. The fact of evolution is organisms change over time. Primate evolution is a theory. It is a scientific theory, but a theory. What he just said is we tried to poke holes in the fact that organisms change over time. No one on this panel ever did that. We said or Jay said there was too many holes in primate evolution for him to accept it as the complete truth. But he is open to accepting it as the truth if he is proven that it is real. But in no way is it a fact. And in no way do you deny organisms changing over time just because you say that the Darwinism's theory of evolution, where we evolved from primates, is just a theory. It says it in the name. Darwin's theory of evolution. If it was evolutionary theory, they will tell you that evolution is a fact. Evolution is that organisms change over time. And that's first grade science, you guys. You're welcome.
And whose theory is that?
That evolution, that organisms change over time, it's not a theory. It's a scientific fact. It's a law in nature.
Was I next? Was I next, or was brother
Hey.
Truth next? Which one of us was next?
Oh, I think it's you actually, the truest. You're next.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to say, even though Jay just did answer and give his thoughts on primate evolution, this was by the direction of Ankh. He only answered that because this was the question Ankh raised to him. But the original conversation Jay was having wasn't even calling into question primate evolution. Like he said, I think people have short-term memory or don't even remember or truthfully listen to conversations. What Jay originally addressed is people he deemed to be scientific Methodists that see no flaw and see no issues or holes in the scientific method itself. Jay was saying that even with the very method used to formulate all of these theories and to collect data, that there are some issues and holes in the very scientific method itself. That's what his original statement was. And because of that, anything that comes through this method is open to questioning. He didn't say that we should throw away the theory. He wasn't even specifically talking about primate evolution initially. He was talking and speaking to the scientific method itself. He only started speaking on primate evolution now because Ankh drove the conversation in that direction. So, as he said, there's just a problem with listening sometimes, because the last time I spoke, I rose this point and Ankh agreed with me. So this is why Jay was saying, you don't even remember that you agreed with my initial point, which was about the scientific method having flaws. I will bring up one way we know for sure it has flaws. he mentioned how our five senses, right, fail us. Because our five senses fail us, this is where room for things like human error and interpretation of data can become problematic when we're talking about the scientific method. Well, how does the scientific method begin? It begins with an observation. What do you use? What do you use to formulate said observations? You use your five senses. Now, in science, right, we have tools that help enhance said senses. But I'll bring up Newtonian physics for example, because he brought up Newtonian physics, right? Newtonian physics deals with things on a molecular and atomic level, right? When quantum physics comes around, which studies the subatomic plane, right, and subatomic particles, these things defy the laws of Newtonian physics. Newtonian physics falls apart on a subatomic level. Now, that is not to say that Newtonian physics was debunked because of quantum physics. However, Newtonian physics was limited in its scale because it can only observe things on an atomic level. Quantum physics goes a little deeper than that. And this is where the laws of Newtonian physics falls apart. So I say that to say the scientific method itself begins with an observation, and due to the very things he said fails us, right, which are the five human senses, this is where we can kind of be limited in the observations, interpretations of data, and conclusions we draw. Last thing I'm going to say really quickly. The branches of science are needed in the first place because one branch of science will answer questions others cannot. For example, psychology is needed for some of the things that neurology cannot answer. If you want to get diagnosed with if you want to diagnose someone with a mental illness or a mental disorder, right, you would require a psychologist for that. A neurologist may be able, based off of the study of the nervous system in the brain, they might be able to answer some questions as to what may lead to certain mental disorders, right? Certain causation of certain mental disorders. But a neurologist cannot diagnose someone as a sociopath. You would need a psychologist to label someone a sociopath. Why? Because psychology deals with ethics, it deals with morality, and it deals with social engagements. Neurology does not. And in order to label someone a sociopath, you have to talk about and point out how they're antisocial. A neurologist cannot do this. So this is why branches of science are important. But people tend to only focus on the natural and earth sciences like biology, chemistry, and physics, and they act like that's the only fields of science that are important. And this is why they think science is only objective when one psychology can give a mental diagnosis that another psychologist might disagree with. And that is why the social sciences are subjective, but they're still sciences. And you can still get a PhD in psychology, sociology, and all the other social sciences. Well, I land my plane there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Truth, go ahead, join in.
Hey, how y'all doing tonight, man? Peace to everybody. Man, I think I might be the lone wolf up here, man. I don't. You already know me. I don't believe in evolution.
Right.
Even the changes amongst species, that's actually, to me, based on science and genetic studies, that's a form of de-evolution, to keep it a buck. But the difference is no species never changed to a species. Like, even amongst us, like the differences of us is a form of de-evolution, but we still are humans. And evolution, a lot of times try to pinpoint on the premise that we all descend from each other from one way or another. So at one point we was this type of organism, and now we gradually, over time and random mutation and natural selection, now we're this type of organism. And I'm just saying, based on what the scientist is saying, forget what Truth said. And Truth went to school, but I ain't go to school to be no scientist. I went to Southern Illinois University. I know how to research. I know how to look for what the evidence and that data actually say outside of the narrative that they're painting around the evidence they're observing. There is no evidence of that. Point blank, period. Um, and I think a lot of times, man, people put too much faith in these people just because they're called scientists. Like even your debate with the primate, your first round, man, you did a damn good job. And I wish you would have just doubled down on that, because that was the dagger right there. The whole where primates was based off scientific racism, point blank, period. The whole foundation of that and the whole transgression of that up to a certain point was based off scientific racism. So the further study of this field of us and these primates and us being closely related is still based on the foundation of scientific racism. And people that push this is unknowingly being racist against themselves. Like, they're saying that we're close to primates because we allegedly are the closest relative to the primate. And they basically calling you a monkey. And that's why I tell people who say they believe it, I'm like, hey, man, next time a white person call you a monkey, man, smile and say thank you, because you believe that shit. And so, man, I think that it's still a lot of scientific racism from the past that is still prevalent today, but they threw a tablecloth on it and try to smooth it out and tone down the rhetoric of how they're pushing it and try to use it into a scientific framework, but it's still based on the same foundation of a lot of this science. And it's just a lot of problems. And that's why I was asking the question in the chat. I was like, there's nothing wrong with someone coming up with a scientific theory. You observe something, it sparked something in your mind and you went to test it. That's fine. What happened when you went to test it? Okay, it didn't, you didn't get the answer that time. Okay, you tested it again. You didn't get the answer that time either. Okay, well, we got to wait till this evidence come available. Okay, the fossil records came available. All right. It actually contradicts what you thought it was going to be. Okay, the genetic studies came available. It's a lot of things that contradicted on the genetic level as well. So how long do a scientific theory stays a theory before it either become a fact or we throw it away and start over new? And no one can ever answer that. So I think that people questioning science is a good thing, but also we do have to go into the scientific field and use the evidence of science to be able to see what's being said. And man, we all can search these peer review papers and things like that. And I think another problem is that a lot of these peer review papers, that if you really pay attention to it, a lot of these people are not even doing the testing. All they're doing is just going over old test studies and then coming with their own understanding and painting the narrative around it like it's fact. And they never even really did the testing, because when it started getting down to the evidence and the data, you see them saying they used this person's stuff back from 07, 05. Like when they showing you all the links, they be all the way back to like 1950, 1998, 2001, 2005. But the peer review study is in 2023 and it's making an extraordinary claim, and they never even test the science. They just basically trying to interpret other test studies that happened in the past and putting their own understanding on it. So man, I think that
I agree with a lot you're saying. Can I just push back on one point that you said?
Oh yeah, no problem.
When it comes to evolution, I think the theory part of it says that evolution is just progression. It says that just mutations are getting better over time because survival of the fittest or different things like that. So they say that you revolve till the best is last. But you said you do believe in a de-evolution. Well, de-evolution is still change over time. It's just a regression and not a progression. So the evolution part of it, that it changed over time, would still be a fact even to you because you believe in de-evolution. But it wouldn't be that it's progression anymore. It would be that it regressed into like say you believed in a higher being or a light being that regressed into physical form. Then that would still be change over time.
Yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying right there. Only thing that my pushback come back when it's like you do see change, differences amongst every species, right? But the thing is, no species ever turned. There's no evidence of showing this. Thank you, brother. There's no. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
No. I was saying for you. I muted you out, Mighty Hebrew, because there was something in the background. We're just letting Truth finish.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, like, for instance, right? There's, we got melanated people, we got so-called white people, we got Hispanics, which is basically a new made-up race in modern times within like the past 500 years. We got Arabs, that's a mixture of two races as well, too. But the difference is that you can see who is the more genetically fit than the other one based on these mutations. So like I think my pushback come more when people try to tell us like, this monkey being was like our grandparents or something like that. Like, nah, I'm not rocking with that. There is no evidence to show that, no matter how much you narrate it, you need to show us the mutation that change, these individual things that we are different from them just on the anatomy aspect. Now, if you want to be like, well, because, certain Europeans can digest lactose and we can't, we can see that mutation, certain shades of color and stuff. We can also see that type of mutation. But the thing is a human, a primate, ape, monkey, orangutan is that, a whale is a whale, you feel me, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it's going to be differences amongst those classes, and we can see that. So like that part, like, if people want to call it evolution, I have no problem with that. I just try not to use that word, because the moment that I do, people are going to automatically assume that I believe the pseudo side of science, that I believe, when it started coming down to like we descend from primates, from monkeys and stuff like that, or a whale was once a walking land mammal. Like, nah, it ain't no evidence of that. I don't care how good you can draw up the pictures, how good you can narrate or articulate what you believe it is. Man, just show me the evidence. And based on what I've been studying, from what I've seen, man, it ain't no evidence of that. And that's the things that I push back on right there. I'm gonna mute up. I don't want to be too long with it. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. And since you brought up the well puppy, we're gonna go ahead and show it real quick as the sisters and I talk about this. So here we go. Let y'all see this well puppy. Let me make sure my screen is showing. Okay, here we go.
Out to probe for aquatic prey in the water.
So clearly it's already semi-aquatic.
Here's a well puppy that's semi-aquatic.
Pachycetus was a creature of the shoreline, hunting for fish and perhaps other small animals in the shallows.
And we think that it was using its longer snout to probe for aquatic prey in the water. And so it was feeding in the water, while almost certainly going out on land to breed and have their young.
Once they adapted to life in the shallows, it took 10 million years for the descendants of Pachycetus to become fully aquatic. Why did it take so long? Because to live underwater, they had to change. It is one of the most remarkable stories of total physical transformation in the...
All right, so I think it's Sister Freedom. It's your turn. What do you think of the well puppy? What do you think of that, Sister Freedom?
Well, it's very unattractive. Let me just say that and get that over with. Very, 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 very unattractive. That's what I had to say about it. Is there anything else you want me to say about that? But I want to say the brother that was just speaking, what was his name? Who was the brother that was
just now? Truth. He's the one we saw his debate on Aboriginal Power Show with YK the Truth.
Is that Truth?
Yeah,
yes, ma'am. How you doing?
Thank you for thinking exactly like me. Everything you've said, I've said. I mean, we twins. We twins. I mean, me and Dulcinea Wonder twins, but me and you are twins. We just, what is it when a brother and a sister are twins, but they just, we twins. I'm just saying. I don't want to be no monkey. Everything you said, I agree with. Okay, yeah. Now, I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, somebody else can go ahead and talk because he already done said everything that I agree with you.
Can I
mean,
ask Dulcinea a question real quick?
Wait a minute, I don't truth. This is my thing. Why is that Chris? Hey, Chris, why our people do not question anything? You just go along with it, get along. Just because he said it, it's got to be true. I don't get that. It's gonna always be a wonder for me. Where everybody go? I was upstairs making me some tea.
Down because he wanted to overtalk people and he didn't get to, so he probably went back to his channel. But Gemini, before you ask the question, Truth, just hold on one second. Gemini, do you believe in the well puppy?
Girl, oh my God! Please stop! It's so ugly. Oh my goodness!
It's very, very, very unattractive. Oh my God! I hope I never see.
Oh my God! They don't make those things don't exist anymore, right? That's just something that old chiefs.
They're saying the well. They said that it evolved to the well.
Girl, bye.
Girl, stop playing.
Ain't no well puppy. You know what? I don't even have nothing else to say.
Okay, y'all ready? Y'all ready, Nisha?
Yeah! Make it big.
So that's what they said evolved into a whale.
Let me say something right quick, Dulcinea. Hold on. Let me say something right quick. First of all, Marcus, I asked you to stop. Okay? I asked you to stop. I don't give a fuck about nobody else, no other show, nobody on this panel. What is not gonna happen is we talking about other people. Whatever they done in their life, that's what they done. He's not bothering nobody. He's not saying anything. Be respectful in this chat. And it ain't no Stockholm syndrome. But what I'm saying is, y'all chill out. We ain't got to be this way. Ain't nobody bothering you. Chill the fuck out. And that's real shit. Leave people alone. It's probably shit that damn near everybody on this shit done did. Our people accused them of. Ain't nobody better than nobody, regardless of how y'all look at it. Just enjoy the show and leave people the fuck alone. Real talk. Damn.
Yeah, and don't get banned acting crazy. Okay, don't get banned. You know you enjoy this show. You know you enjoy this show, so you know you don't want to have to get banned. So, Truth, what was your question?
What I was finna ask you was because I know you familiar with this field, so like we know that if any anatomy change on any species or organism, that we could be able to, especially with the genetic studies that we have right now, we can pinpoint exactly the location that changed that protein to produce that new anatomy on that organism, right? You kind of get what I'm saying?
Yes.
All right. So with that being said, and all of
not
these,
all the time, brother. Not all the time. Most of the time, but not all the time. Depends how old
there's
the
some
change,
of
how
them that
long
we're
ago
still
the change
confused
occurred.
on. But as RNA is learned, we'll know majority of them. But I get what you're saying. Like those that are expressed through protein coding, we pretty much can.
Right. We know that moment that the embryo will start forming, whether it be in the egg or the womb, these genes is already coded and know how to spread out to be able to produce every anatomy of whatever organism is being reproduced. So anytime that is some type of change in that anatomy or different in that organism, and once it's born, and now with technology we can see it through ultrasounds as well. Once that reproduction is done and that organism come alive, we can notice the difference, and we can go exactly to the cell that deal with that function. Like we have cells that deal with the function of our arms, our legs, our torso, our hair, our skin color, our eye color, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if you got something that was once walking that's now an aquatic animal, where it used to have legs and or feet at, that it don't have no more, we should be able to go to that gene and actually see either that mutation or some type of deletion or assertion that caused that change to this, for this new anatomy to come about. And I just find it hard to believe that if evolution in that mindset right there is so factual that we haven't, that, you know, they ain't been flooded the scientific literature out to pinpoint these locations of where this change happened at. And the fact that we don't have it, that makes me question even more now, especially with how advanced genetic studies is today. That's all I wanted to ask.
And I definitely get what you're saying. Hold on, before I address that, I have to address a point in the chat because people are acting as if we don't advocate for women and children. And the thing about it is that you guys only advocate for women and children when it's convenient for you, when it's not your favorite YouTuber, when your favorite YouTuber brags about pulling a gun out on a woman, which is the scariest thing that could ever happen to a woman. And I guess you don't think it's that scary because a gun was never pulled out on you before. But as a person that a gun was pulled out on, that's not advocating for women and children when you don't hold the guy that pulled a gun out on a woman accountable for his actions. So you guys tend to go and you want to say, oh, I'm all high and mighty because, oh, I don't like this person and I'll call him out. But then when some person is your friend and he's abusive, when some person is your friend and he's a rapist, when someone is your friend and he does something to women or children, then all of a sudden, oh, it's okay. I can understand why you pulled out a gun on her. No, it was never okay for you to pull a gun out on a woman. So you can't act high and mighty in this chat. You can't act like, oh, you're the superior one that advocates for women, and I sit and watch you just let someone say they pulled a gun out on a woman, and you just say, oh, that's okay. You're not a real advocate for women. So I wish you YouTubers would stop acting. I wish you YouTubers would stop being like, oh, I have the right answer and y'all are wrong. I won't put a name on it. The person that pulled a gun out on a woman knows who he is.
Go ahead, y'all. Continue, because we don't even need to listen to them. It's getting weird. So I mean,
but you know this, but an eye for an eye thing too. That's a little bit much too, because I don't think that one thing necessarily warrants another thing. But I'm not even. It's late. So what I'm gonna do as well is I have to get up in the morning. I want to say good night to the ladies, good night to the people in the chat, and I will sit here and see my sisters. I know tomorrow night everybody said they're busy, so and everybody was busy all weekend, right? Everybody said they're busy all weekend.
No.
Yeah, yeah, because I'm like, we got to do some drive-bys, some pop-ups, and something over the weekend. So
we have roundtable game go on. But all I wanted to say is I'm just saying it not for a get back. It's to say because this is a woman's channel, and to say that one person in the chat advocates for women and the women that are on the panel don't, because some YouTuber that they don't like is allowed here, is crazy. Because some YouTuber that they like pulled a gun out on a woman, and I've had a gun pulled out on me before. And that's not an advocating for women and children to be like, oh, well, I'm an advocate for women and children when I don't like a person or when they're wrong. So no, you won't sit and say, oh, because I don't like this person, I'm an advocate for women and children. We've known the whole story. We've seen all the paperwork. We know as far as why a particular person is in the chat, and if his paperwork didn't match up, we wouldn't allow him in the chat. Now, how are you checking person that pulled a gun out on a woman?
Anyway, y'all, give us a like for that.
Right.
Like, I don't got no boom. If I had
a like button,
I would hit it. But I don't. So that's why I say Hit the light. Hit the light. Like, we got to get the sound thing, Dulcie.
Oh yeah, where it's like something with liking the video and it goes on the thing.
We need the boom.
Yeah, but truth, I agree with you. I
like Truth.
And the truest what he's saying, because there are still some changes that don't know, but with the major speciation that Truth is talking about, there's no DNA proof for speciation at that degree. There's no DNA proof that a whale puppy turned into a whale. And actually, they have an ancient whale that existed that was enormous at the same time as the puppy. So why don't we believe that was what changed into the whale? It's like, how do you pick and choose that? And then how do you give it fur and nostrils that wouldn't survive underwater? We already know that's not the case. That's why some things portray it as a lizard, but this portrayed it as a puppy. That's crazy. We know what are aquatic beings and semi-aquatic beings because they exist right now, species. They're alligators, crocodiles, different reptiles that can seals. We can keep going on and on and on about what is actually terrestrial and aquatic, and none of them are a damn puppy. So we know that that was an opinion of a man that isn't based on any facts or DNA. Did you want to add anything to that, the truest, about the DNA portion or anything?
No. I'll just leave that alone. I kind of wanted to talk about I'll let you guys finish this conversation, but I kind of wanted to talk about Scientology after this conversation is done.
Lord. Scientology.
Right.
Ain't that good? Yeah, Scientology.
Peace, peace, mighty Hebrew. How are you doing? And I can't recognize who's with you, but peace, brother. Shalom.
Shalom, shalom. Can y'all hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, you know, we here in Africa. We're about to head to Zanzibar in a couple hours. This is the General Nawa War. He's from the United States. He just got over here with me over here in Tanzania. But what I wanted to say is congratulations, Dulcinea, on that win. You won that. You know what I mean? I support you 100%. Stepping outside of that box of Western academia. My thing is, I have a question I want to put out there. How we go calling ourselves the gods and goddesses and the formators of the universe to be an ape? That's what I want to know. I ain't even. And one more thing, I ain't got to respond to that suck-ass comment that them cats said. They know who I am. But getting back to the point, right? How we say that we the gods and goddesses, and we on the ground over here in Africa, right? And we studying different tribes over here in Africa, and all they oral traditions show that we came from a sentient descent. When it gets to Western lineal academia, it's like we go from descent to ascent. How did we become from gods to apes? Somebody answer that for me.
Go ahead, Sister Freedom. You answer it.
What I'm saying is, it just don't make no sense. It's impossible. You know, like I just said, maybe Truth want to jump on it. I don't know, but it just don't make no sense. It doesn't. How could we call ourselves gods and not even question anything that the devil told us? That part.
I mean, it go back to what Dulcinea brought up in our first round. A lot of this is based on scientific racism. And to be honest, Charles Darwin was laughed at when he first came with it. He went to Louis Agassiz, the top paleontologist at the time. He laughed at him. He even wrote articles mocking him about his stupidity. Matter of fact, Charles Darwin's own teacher reached out to him like, what are you talking about? Like, I never taught you that. Like, what is this? So, you know, somewhere along the lines from there and after they passed, or, you know, they stopped, you know, teaching or whatever, It just came into the forefront, and everything around it was based on scientific racism. Like, it was no denying it that like all mockingbirds are connected, all finches are connected, just like all humans are connected. So it was a way of putting them up on top and everybody else on the bottom. And they was trying to basically say they're the best because natural selection chose them to be the best. And we was, we was nothing. We was so primitive like monkeys that, yeah, we monkeys. And that we descend from monkeys. But first, and like even still to this day, anytime they show a Neanderthal, it look like an old white dude, like somebody old granddad. Anytime they show a Denisova, it look either Hispanic or Asian. But every time they show anyone that's supposed to be related to us, it got the monkey face. Like, it's just scientific racism all the way around. And this was a derogatory term that, man, they used to call our people back in the day. And now they done got you to believe it and accept it because they put the word science around it. Like, and they know everybody want to be a part of something. It's like, no disrespect, right? Because like I went to school, my daughter in college right now. It ain't nothing like that. All this stuff that I learned out after I left school. I didn't learn nothing in school. And I think a lot of people just want to be smart. It ain't really about being smart. It's about bringing out the truth. You feel me?
And truth, remember Dr. Ben even said he had went to school for all those years, got degrees, and then came out of college and found out everything he learned was a lie. It's just,
Facts. I'm saying,
it's
sister,
weird. Yes.
Sister Freedom.
Yes.
I'm saying this to everybody. We let the Euro Gentile tell their story. That's their story. Evolution is their story. What is our story? You see what I'm saying? For a long time, we've been letting other people tell the narrative of our story. I'm on the ground here in Africa right now. I'm in Tanzania. In a couple hours, you'll be catching that ferry to go to Zanzibar. And when you look at the tribes over there, the Chaga, you got the Dogon, you got all these different tribes in Africa, and they all have this spiritual understanding that they came from higher planes of reality. And until we get to the Western world where they try to exit out the Yah consciousness with us. This thing, and what kills me is when people challenge Western academia, they come up with these concepts like pseudo, so we won't challenge these people, man. It's time for us now to create our own
people. It's a new
simple question.
Word.
One in the community want to ask a question. Go ahead.
When do we start thinking for ourselves?
That's what I'm talking about.
Ourselves.
Damn right.
Think for us and tell us who we are.
Facts. So all them statements and comments that cats be saying, we challenging your work's worth. The comment, I ain't gonna say what I'm gonna say, what I really want to say, because I don't want to disrupt the show. But the sucker comment do say, I challenge your work. Where your work's at? We on the ground working. We in Africa. We build it. How I come from, we returning back to Africa. We the gods and goddesses and all that. To now, we just accept Eurocentric science and don't want to leave the confines of America. A lot of y'all cats is fucking hypocrites. Y'all say all this shit about me behind my back. When I'm in y'all face, y'all don't say nothing to me. I ain't gonna do it because you know what? I hate them niggas. But yeah, getting back to my point again, because Phil Valentine was mentioned, Bobby Hemmett, all those elders that manifested blood, sweat, and tears to take us back to our Yah sense. Y'all gonna say they pseudo because some crap told you that they were pseudo. I challenge y'all. How we become from gods to apes.
Undone people.
And then y'all talking about an ape of 6 to 7 million BCE that they claim that is the common ancestor that's extinct. They don't have no proof that this ape even exists or this so-called common ancestor exists.
None.
They have no proof for that.
Absolutely
You can't 30% of some bone fragments such as the Lucy and then turn around and give this whole historical chronological narrative. It's
Me and Dulcinea
challenge these
found that.
people, man. Yeah, that's challenge them. Let's take Eastern philosophy versus Western philosophy. Let's challenge them. We not the brother say Ku was correct. Science and spirituality go hand in hand, and indigenous cultures and African culture. The Western world trying to separate spirituality from science. That's what they're doing. Why? Because that's what the evil, wicked devil has done. He's been trying to take you away from your God sense. I challenge anybody. I'm saying I'm God. Now what? I'm God. So now what? Challenge that. Challenge, prove that the original man, woman, and child ain't the true gods and goddesses or the Elohim of this planet. Challenge that. Verse, we sitting up here, keep parrot chirping what these people told us. That's hearsay. If you don't have your own scientists doing the data studies themselves, doing the ground foot research, you dealing with hearsay. And I hate when y'all say, we did this, we discovered. Y'all ain't discovered a damn thing. It's the Euro Gentile who has the conquering pen that's still telling a historical narrative. And then when people like me want to challenge y'all, y'all always try to bring up our past. I don't care what my past say. I'm challenging you now in the present. Show me your works. Show me what you've done in the so-called black community to help it better our community. Don't try to come on this show and taint my name. You know what I mean? Because you can't fuck with me in the debate. Period.
But yeah, you don't
Dulcinea.
even have to talk about that. But before you go, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question based on what you're saying.
So, talk about me, where I'm at.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I want to ask you a question about. So there's so many Pan-Africans and they have so much to say about Aboriginals, Indians, anyone else that doesn't consider themselves African. What do you think is wrong with their mindset? Why they don't want to repatriate back to Africa? Why they don't want to talk to actual Africans? Or why they don't want to do any footwork in Africa where they say they're most proud of?
Because when you come over here, you got to do for self. You can't run to the government if you break your toe. There ain't no public assistance over here. You got to build for yourself. A lot of them, listen, when you study up on a lot of these guys, man, it's just a feel-good moment. But when it's time to really get that brick and mortar and start building, where they at? We here. We here. We building. We building. I don't see none of these people that sit up here and say, proud to be African. Let me tell y'all something. People over here don't be running around calling themselves African. They don't do that. You don't, I haven't seen nobody, since you've been over here in Africa, General, have anybody called themselves African? No, they call themselves by the name of the tribe that they come from.
What the little girl tell you? I'm
Chaga. I'm this, I'm that. They not running around saying that crap, man. The only ones that saying that is backwards, uneducated, so-called African Americans. That's why I challenge these guys. Come on the ground. There goes some Chaga sisters right here. If I say what tribe, watch this. Excuse me, quick question. Excuse me, example. What tribe are y'all? Five. What tribe are you? Can you pronounce that for them real fast? What tribe are you, sis? Okay, and what tribe are you? What tribe? That's two different tribes. Did you hear them one time say they African? No, you stand correct. So all that crap that they be talking, I'm telling you, I'm on the ground and it takes work. It's cool you could be on social media and type on your computer and talk all this shit about me. But then when I say, all right, let me see, are you building any NGOs? Are you helping any orphanages in Africa? Are you building any schools? And not even in Africa, just in America.
Always talking about that African doing a damn thing for Africa. That's why I always say, y'all ain't no African, you African descent.
Doing nothing. I ain't seen these.
Doing nothing for Africa. We at Unscramble Mindz ask everybody, y'all want to get barrels put together and send barrels over to third world countries, a village, get somebody in the village y'all want to send something to. Nobody wants to work with us. Nobody. So we're going to do it ourselves.
Fact. But I love Unscramble Mindz again. I'm not saying that Dulcinea won because I'm being biased. I'm saying Dulcinea won because she stepped outside of the box to challenge these Europeans, man. At the end of the day, who is the controller of these rules? Who's dictating the narrative? If we the conquered, let's keep it real. They brought us over here in chattel slavery, 1619, and even earlier than that, 1552, on the island. From there, when you look at the whole foundation of science today, it's predicated on the demise of black people, so-called black people, all the eugenics that they've been doing against us, all the Planned Parenting they've been doing against us, the robbing, the lynching, the rapists. It's funny. Y'all sit up here and bring up my past, but you won't charge that devil for all the things that they've been doing to our people and still doing to our people. Y'all don't say shit about them. Y'all side by side with the enemy of the state. They everywhere this cracker is at, they have oppressed. In Tanzania, they oppress the people here. In Uganda, they oppress the people. Y'all not talking about what's going on in the Congo right now. Where y'all at? All y'all do on social media is talk shit. But then when I say, yo, where's your work at? How are you over here helping our people? They don't give a fuck about being no damn Africans. Dulcinea, Empress, Sister Freedom, Shakina, to the whole Unscramble Minds, Gemini now, they don't care about that. It's just to get views. That's it. That's all they want is views. And all they want to do is make it seem like they beat somebody in the debate. The real debate is the work that Dulcinea just did, challenging Western Africa. You don't need a degree to challenge these people. They don't need a degree to prove observation. The scientists have to go what? Dissect a frog to tell you what it's about. Versus us, true science is observation. You observe and become one with the ores around you. You don't have to dissect and kill something to know that it exists. But y'all sit up here and say y'all free, but y'all paratripping what the so-called white man told you. What did your ancestors tell you? And don't keep saying that science it can't be defeated and it's universal. No, it's not. You have no say so. All that shit go to the Royal Society, and y'all know it. But then you sit up here and talk about religion all day. Science is religion. And then you talk about, and it constantly changes. Truth is absolute. It never changes. Science constantly changes. So when the white man tell you this,
I agree 100%. It is such a religion. Look how they're acting about it. They ready to cut one of our heads off.
Right. And while we're on this, the truth, can you go ahead and come in and talk about Scientology, the point you wanted to make?
Oh, yeah. So before I do that, I just wanted to continue to bury them on the subject matter because they said I was conflating science. So what I'm going to do is show and prove. I'm posting a link in the back. I'm using their favorite source, Wikipedia, right? If you could just pull up this Wikipedia page, it deals with the branches of science because they tried to say that science is a subjective, and I had to point out to him that the social sciences, unlike the natural sciences, absolutely are. And I also had to point out to him because he said, well, we're talking about primate evolution. What does primate evolution have to do with the social sciences? He didn't even know that anthropology and archaeology are social sciences. As I told him, if you get a degree at any university in those fields, they are considered social sciences. So let's take a look here, right? Let's go down to where it says social sciences, right? It says the study of human behavior and its social and cultural aspects. Let's go down so we can take an exact examination of which fields fall under that. So as you see, the natural sciences is what they would like you to believe is the only sciences that exist. Things like chemistry, biology, physics. No, science is much more than that, right? So it says social science is the branch of science devoted to the study of societies and the relationships amongst individuals within those societies. The term was formerly used to refer to the field of sociology, the original science of society, established in the 19th century. In addition to sociology, it now encompasses, sorry, my screen's a little small, a wide array of academic disciplines, including anthropology, archaeology, economics, human geography, linguistics, and political science and psychology. So, when we're talking about human evolution, right? You need to use anthropology. You need to use archaeology. You need to use human geography, right? All of these things play into that conversation. And all of these things are the social sciences. Now, yes, biology plays into it, right? It's absolutely utilized. The natural sciences are absolutely utilized, but they're the ones that love throwing that anthropology word around. Anyone that's ever watched a pseudo killers video, they throw anthropology around all day, not even knowing it's a social science. So I just wanted to put that to them. Now I'm going to.
There could be some bombs in the chat right now. Bombs. Get it?
They don't know what they're talking about. They talk about academia and all. I do this. So now I will post a link in the back to Scientology, so we can look from the horse's mouth, see what Scientologists themselves say Scientology is. Because I like to let people explain what it is they believe in themselves. So give me one moment.
Thank you. Yeah, get that up. And then peace, Lex. Did you want to jump in?
Peace. Pseudo killers is pseudo.
Right.
That's all you come to say, Lex?
He just dropped the mic. But I agree. And I did admit, as far as to other people, you know, how I should have organized my debate was a little off, but I did show, as far as that, them pseudo people, all them pseudo killers, oh, I go by science and I don't go by pseudo. They use all the same pseudo scientific information. They don't use like scientific information that actually science says. They still using the same pseudoscience, same, oh, meat enlarge the brain, same old, oh, I can measure a frontal lobe and know when intelligence came in. All that stuff is a pseudoscience. That's already proven pseudoscientific, but y'all stand by that. Y'all stand by all them pseudoscientific sciences.
Dulcie, I'm just going to tell you, I'm going right here for just a second. Okay, so don't call my name to talk, okay? Hey, Lex.
Okay, I'm back, y'all. Peace, Lex. I ain't even see you hopped on the panel until I just came back.
How you been doing?
Yeah, peace, brother. Power to the dark side.
Lex, you on there? Lex, is he on there?
I think so. Unmute.
Yeah. I mean, can y'all hear me?
Now we can. How you been, Lex?
I'm good. How's everybody?
I'm fine. I'm going to go over here. Dulcie, don't call my name unless you need me, okay?
Okay.
All right. Bye, sisters. Bye, brothers.
Peace, sister.
Peace. I have it pulled up. I can go ahead and present it. And where do you want me to
go? So in the article towards the bottom, they should explain what Scientology is and what are the tenets of it. It should be towards the bottom. Right there. What is Scientology? If you could just go up a little bit. Okay. Right here. So, yes. Developed by L. Ron Hubbard, Scientology is a religion that offers a precise path leading to a complete complete and certain understanding of one's true spiritual nature and one's relationship to self, family, groups, mankind, all life forms, the material universe, the spiritual universe, and the supreme being. Scientology addresses the spirit, not the body or mind, and believes that man is far more than a product of his environment or his genes. Scientology comprises a body of knowledge which extends from certain fundamental truths. Prime among these are: man is an immortal spiritual being. His experience extends well beyond a single lifetime. His capabilities are unlimited, even if not precisely realized. Scientology further holds man to be basically good, and that his spiritual salvation depends upon himself, his fellows, and his attachment of brotherhood with the universe. Scientology is not a dogmatic religion in which one is asked to accept anything on faith alone. On the contrary, one discovers for oneself the principles of Scientology are true by applying its principles and observing or experiencing the results. The ultimate goal of Scientology is true spiritual enlightenment and freedom for all. So, Scientology, yes, it absolutely incorporates science, but a lot of people tend to leave out the spiritual aspect of it. And you don't necessarily have to be a theist to be a Scientologist. You just have to believe in the spirit. And you just have to believe that we have a purpose and a connection to the universe and that we're inherently good.
Facts. Did you want to jump in, Truth?
Nah, I mean, I I really don't really indulge into Scientology like that, but I didn't really see anything that like I can really disagree with like that. You feel me? What the question I would ask is because it was something else that I kept hearing a lot was anytime you bring up opposing scientific review, the first words out their mouth is, "Oh, they're creationists." So I guess my question would be, do believing in a higher power or God or whatever you have, whichever way you choose to put your faith in, if that's something you believe in, do that automatically disqualify someone perspective about science if they've been studying in that field 20, 30 years?
No, because then they would have to throw out Darwin, they would have to throw out Isaac Newton, they would have to throw out Einstein. All of their idols were theists. They were all creationists. Einstein
And
initially, sorry, go ahead, Lex.
no, I was just saying, and Nikola Tesla. Um, I just want to say that it's obvious that what we call human beings are an intelligent divine creation. The gap between human beings and primates is way too distant. You know what I mean? You don't get, and this sounds silly, but I've been using this a lot. You don't get Stevie Wonder through evolution. Evolution didn't create that. That's a gift. You know what I'm saying? Because if you can reproduce, if so, they're basically saying that through evolution, Stevie Wonder's vocal cords just happen to form in that way. Well, then reproduce it. Give me a surgery and align the vote. You can't. That's a gift. You know what I'm saying? You can't you can't randomly produce that. And when you talk about people's talents, when you talk about the gift of speech, innovation, imagination, the gap is way large. Ankh said it took 350,000 years to get here. But even to get to this scientific point, but we know that's not true because look at where we went scientifically within the last 20 years. Even technology every 2 years is worth 20 years now. And when you go back and you look at civilization, where they say start, if we go back, according to them, it didn't really start to 6,000 years ago. Where's that gap? You know what I'm saying? Like man just arose, he started writing, started farming, started building pyramids and doing all these things. So it didn't take no 350,000 years for us to get here. Actually, well, we're here today actually took the last 100 years. You know what I'm saying? In terms of our ability to advance, there's not a primate near that. You know what I'm saying? Near that imagination. Where did the imagination come from? Where did the curiosity to explore the universe? When you look at regular animals, they're almost, they just instinctive. They're not looking to explore the cosmos or even to self-identify. And it's funny when I hear them talk about nature, they're deists. You see Unc talking about nature. Um, he said nature doesn't allow you to skip steps. What are you talking about? Why are you talking about there's no intelligence, but you're talking about nature as it has these rules of engagement in how we do science. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't make any sense if if we look at when they say the human being and the ape fused, which is 300,000 years ago, they say it came through gene 2 fusion, right? 'Cause they have 48 chromosomes, we have 46. Um, so how did we get better from losing chromosomes? And then if we go back to that exact moment, 350,000 years ago, they say when we became Homo sapien, where is the inter, where's the mediary between all of that? There should actually be a primate that we can actually mate with. There should be some primate that's close enough to us that has come to some type of artistic, you know what I mean? There ain't no apes drawing pictures like Picasso, making music, you know what I'm saying, doing mathematics. None of that. So if you want to just compare us because we got similar limbs, that's not enough. You got to account for the intelligence, the imagination, the art, the dancing, the singing, their engagement. When did all that come about? And why wasn't they doing all that 350,000 years ago? When did evolution give us the imagination, give us the gift? So, for instance, if you was to explain the ability to sing in an evolutionary sense, are you saying, well, I guess you could say something like, well, it was something that happened because it led to better mating. Maybe the males started singing to attract females, right? Then why can't we all sing? Why the majority of people can't sing? It's singing is like something that happens with lightning strikes. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can't sing. That's why when you can sing or something like that, you become a superstar. It's that unique. That's a gift. You can't duplicate that. You can't go nature. No random forces can duplicate Michael Jackson, and there's no ape even close to similar to that. You know what I'm saying? So, I just think they're caught up in their church hurt, just like a lot of people who leave religions and they get disappointed in religion. Because I told you, a lot of those guys, most of them were, I ain't even gonna get into that, but they church hurt because they were involved in some real pseudo shit at one point, and then science became, their salvation. In terms of like, I'll never be deceived again. And so it just becomes another religion. I mean, they act just as fanatical as like, like some jihadist Muslims. Why is it so important to you that people accept that they're apes or whatever? And the truth is, like I said in the comments, science is operational. Turning on your lights is science. Driving a car is science. Evolution cannot be produced. Even if it was true, they have never produced it. Not in the laboratory, nowhere. They've never produced life, they never will, and they'll never figure out the mystery of life. You know what I'm saying? With all, if they know so much, then why haven't you solved the problems? You can't even cure basic diseases and all of that. So they don't know everything, and really, these people are agents to steal our divinity, man. I've come to that conclusion. Call me spooky. I think they're possessed, frankly, because they're going too hard. It's like, dude, what's it like? If everyone accepted evolution today and said, okay, well, monkey, okay, now what? Evolution serves no purpose in the social political world. You can't implement it. We're not gonna, there's nothing we can do to change. We're gonna change our genetics and move into something greater. No, it's not gonna happen. So what is the big deal about accepting evolution? You're no different from an evangelist Christian. That's all it is. And that's why they get offended when people don't accept it. You know what I'm saying? There's things we can see that's true about it, and there's definitely things like Dulcinea. I wanted you to pull up. You was talking about the well puppy, which is just stupid.
Extra
Anybody
stupid.
when you study wells, pull up Purgatorius. That's what's even funniest. What they say our common ancestor is. But whales have a sophisticated language that they use. You know what I'm saying? I was studying dolphins the other day. You know, dolphins actually have language. They have different dialects within their tribes that they've charted the vibrational sounds, and they teach their children their language. You see what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
but if you look at what even they call the common ancestor, it's embarrassing. The devil will make a fool out of you. Pull up Purgatorius. It's the goddamn rat. This is what we supposedly broke off from. This goddamn rat right here. So the apes went one way and humans went another way from this. Come on, man. The white man's making fools out of y'all. Stop it, bro. Ain't no way in hell. That's your great grandfather right there. And then it's all then it's all fairy tale because they don't even have this shit. You know what I'm saying? Just like the well story. Like this, my thing is they talk about the Bible, and religion. Like we can say, oh, Noah's a myth and Abraham's a myth. Nigga, the well puppy is a myth. They made it up. You know what I'm saying? Purgatory this is a myth. You know what I mean? How did this shit go how do we go from this to a human? No, bro, it don't even go in with genetic consistency, yo. Everything is designed with a purpose. With a purpose. It's not random because it's specifically designed to do that. When you look at a beaver, it is born knowing how to make dams. No one has to teach it anything. Birds know what to do. The only people that don't know what to do are humans. Every other thing in nature knows exactly what it's designed to do and does what it's designed. That is by design. If you can't see that, that's crazy. And by the very nature of DNA, I always tell people that is a specific, complex language code. It cannot be produced randomly. Just DNA alone, that's why they started saying that evolutionary biology only deals with life once it started. Because their whole spontaneous, what do they call it?
Primordial soup.
Yeah, and natural selection and
it falls apart.
Yeah, they tried the primordial soup theory. A lot of times they done put those molecules, proteins, nucleotides, all in a thing, and they zapped it, slapped it, put it in the dark, put it in the light, and that shit just ain't coming out right, bro.
In
Ain't
order
doing
to
shit.
And because they will say they're basically saying that chemicals evolve to replicate themselves, self-replicate. Man, for what? See, because they talk about evolution like a force. They still don't, because they say evolution does this, or the purpose is to pass on your genes. What is the purpose of something that has no purpose that all of a sudden is going to decide to replicate itself? And to get replication, you need memory. You need a memory system. That's what DNA has. It's a storage system. So before a molecule can replicate itself, how does it store information? That's stupid, man. Like, it's literally stupid at this point. How did carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and these chemicals decide all of a sudden we're going to duplicate ourselves, replicate ourselves, when they have no purpose and no design and it's all random? You got to put together memory. You know what I'm saying? The least what they call single cell organism or whatever, the most primitive bacteria is complex as a supercomputer.
Facts.
And I be trying to tell them because they don't know about information technology. People in information technology know this shit.
But
The
yeah,
least,
and they just found that out, right, Lex? That the bacteria, because they just debunked that because people were saying, "Oh yeah, it's simple," all this other stuff, and then they just found out it's like the supercomputer.
yeah, it's too much complexity going on, and you can't have certain things without another. You understand what I'm saying? So,
Right.
for instance, you can't have DNA that unfolds without something to unfold it, because all DNA unfolds. You know what I'm saying? You got translation DNA. When it unfolds, it's almost being interpreted. It's like a language. And I always use the example when you go to court and you talk to someone and they have a language interpreter, that's what DNA does within itself. So you can't have it on you that can't evolve. It has to be all together. And it just doesn't make any sense. And they'll never be able to figure it out. And why they want to take the creatress out of everything is because these people are disconnected from nature themselves. Obviously. You know what I'm saying? You didn't
Yeah.
have to be no Einstein, you know what I'm saying, to know if you look at nature, you know this is a design. It's too
And
much
also,
symbol.
to further that point, they want to be in control of nature, and they know they're not. They know they're not in control of it, but they still think like one day they can really get in control. That's why they got HARP, thinking they can control the weather. Then when they mess things up, they're messing things up for the ozone. They're like, okay, well, let me try to retweak it. Let me try to do this and everything. And then when that's messing up, they're like, okay, let's search Mars because we'll be able to figure out a way to live on Mars or find another planet suitable to live after we mess up this one. But it's crazy because they really do everything to just be like, we're the gods here. We can do whatever we want. We don't have to abide by nature.
Exactly. And that's why they don't want to give nature no intelligence or sovereignty because they are so disconnected. They want to rule over nature, and it ain't gonna happen. And this is the old West African story. It's called Yorugu, man.
Facts.
Something's wrong with these people, and it's not just white people. Anybody with that mentality, you not gonna rule over the universe, yo. Stop it. And you
It's
know
a
how we know.
yeah.
And you
My
know how
bad.
we know that we're intelligent because we are a part of the universe. The fact that I'm intelligent means the universe is intelligent. I'm not separate from the universe. So it's crazy. It's an agenda, you know what I'm saying? And ultimately it's Satanism. I'm gonna just tell y'all like it is. That's
Oh
why if
yeah.
go look up the 9 satanic statements and you'll see the philosophy. And one of their philosophies is humans are nothing more than an animal, no different from any other animal. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's why if you take on the blind evolutionary process, then everything is justified. War is justified. The lack of compassion is justified because what are we judging anything off? And even what was done to us, hey, survival of the fittest, the strongest. The might is right. That's nature. Nature has no compassion. You see what I'm saying? So even when people there's no one who can believe in blind evolution that could come up here and tell me they're advocates for women and children. Because in nature, animals don't give a damn about women and children. Lions go after women and children. Bears will eat your babies. See what I'm saying? If we go on
Chimps
by
too.
nature,
Chimps
huh?
too. Chimps
Yeah,
too.
if we go on by nature, then don't try to inflict no morality. If you're saying it's blind and it's just random, there's no purpose, we're just animals like everything else, then anything goes. Ain't no such thing as murder or rape and all that. And in the jungle, that's just a part of the jungle.
Hey Lex,
See
let me
that
jump in with you real quick, bro, before you
one
go too
last
far.
thing. I'm gonna
My
just say,
bad.
and that's what leads to what's called social Darwinism. You're giving these people an excuse to colonize and dominate because that's what they're basically trying to say evolution is about. And look, and just one last thing, natural selection that don't even make no sense. That's just another way of saying they're the chosen ones. Selection is something that happens, that something makes a choice. See, they try to throw the thing natural on it. That ain't no different between saying they the goddamn Jews. Natural selection. Nature naturally gave me more than you. That's what that means. It equipped me. So they're trying to take, act like that's not what they're saying. But that's what they were saying doing scientific racism. Nature, naturally, whatever happened, they evolved, they were selected to be the most intelligent and become the most technological, and eventually they will wipe out the inferior races. This is what Darwin said, and he wasn't talking about plants. Aren't trying to say he was talking about plants when he said the white races would eventually wipe out the inferior race. He wasn't talking about no goddamn plants. And that's what they're trying to do. And that's why they pump the narrative to justify it. But peace, go ahead, y'all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just to piggyback on what you said though, like it is like this is what following science blindly, like not really seeing what is really being said in this shit and not checking this shit at the door when people following blindly. Then you got other people promoting this shit and trying to talk down on people that's challenging. Like I say, like shout out to Francis Cress Wilson. Man, we need more sisters like her that was in that field with genetics and shit. Cause she was checking
Right,
this,
facts.
she was checking it at the door. Now that she gone, you got Nina Jablonski, Rick Kittles, Sarah Tishkoff. Remember these names, right? Remember these names, because these is a lot of people that I done seen Unc and the pseudo killers speak about in the agendas that they pushing. They get you first to buy in on the signs that you was first on the planet, but remember, you the first monkey though. But you still
Yeah,
was first. You still was first.
that's
And
the trick.
now their narrative is, well, if you shave a monkey's hair, they got pinkish, peaches pigment. And we know who got that type of pigment around today. That's humans and shit. So the very first humans would have actually been that color and they had to evolve into darker skin tone. So now that you bid on this science that you was the first monkey and you accepted science, now you got to accept this shit. That realistically, that first monkey, when it shed its fur, was a white person and you evolved from that. So guess what? The white man is your daddy. Just like even with the Homo sapiens sapiens, and then I've been seeing this since 2013. They came out another in 2015. Now they got one that was 21, 22, and
That's what I'm
23.
saying earlier, Jay. Sorry, I just had to say that because that's what I was trying to say earlier. Because, and just for your point, truth too, you got to understand they're not saying a monkey evolved to that. They're not saying an ape evolved to that. They're saying a great ape. They're saying that once the ape became homo-like, hominin, it lost its fur and it was white. And
There you
then
go.
it digressed into lower monkeys. That's what a
Yeah,
lot of them are saying, and they don't even realize they're saying that. They're like, well, why would
Savant,
they admit you were first? They didn't say you're
Savant,
But
first.
hold on. This how
Savante
deep it's getting.
Pablo is trying to say that the black skin came from cancer.
Right.
He's
That's even worse.
one of the top geneticists.
And the
You
thing
see what I'm
is,
saying?
you would have to show that
Wait,
mutation on them.
hold
You
on,
would.
hold on,
Uh,
hold on. Let me push back a little bit, just a little. All apes do not have light or pink pigmentation. The perfect example of a modern ape that actually has black skin is a gorilla. Not all great apes. Not all great apes have white skin or pink skin.
All right,
There's a few. There's a few great apes that have
all
black
right. So
skin.
what
And
what
they're
happened to
Hold on,
the
Lex.
fur? What happened to
Hold,
the
hold,
fur
hold on,
though?
hold on, Lex, because I was the one that brought it up. This ain't what I'm saying though, brother. This is what Nina Jablonski, Rick Kittle, Sarah Tiskoff, and there was a couple of more scientists with them. Not only did they did an in-house lecture, but then they did an actual video up on it as well too. So this is not what I'm saying, brother. This is what came out of their exact mouth, bro. They said this shit.
Oh,
You feel me?
she's pseudo. If she's suggesting that all apes have
Rick
white skin,
Kittle said it too, right? So he's pseudo
it,
too, right?
if what they're suggesting is that all apes have white or pink skin, that is pseudo. Because I
No,
can look at
this
the modern day and show you that's not true.
no,
Especially
you
and the
you you
ones that
hearing
and
it
the ones
wrong,
that
bro.
you would find that have black skin, you would find in Africa.
No, but you hearing it wrong. They saying the first ape that formed into the hominid form, bro.
That's
You
what I
feel
was
me?
Okay,
about.
what was
You
okay?
feel
Hold
me?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
So
hold on, hold on. So let's qualify it. What was the name of the ape you're talking about? So we can
no,
look it up.
it ain't what truth talk. I don't believe that shit, brother.
No, I'm not
No,
saying.
yeah,
I'm not
He's saying
saying
yeah.
guaranteed. I'm not
theoretically
saying. I'm not
they
saying
don't
you're.
They
necessarily
don't
have it.
know. They
That's what
Okay,
don't
he's
even
so
yeah.
know.
who
This
is
is
they? Are the they the people that came
listen.
up with primate evolution theory?
No. Listen. Nina Jablonski. Look that name up. Rick
Okay, but
Kittles.
is
You know,
she
hold
is
on, hold
she
on.
is
Yeah, she's qualified. Rick Kittles. You know, the
no
guy
no
that
no
got the
no. I'm not
23
saying
and
she's
me.
not qualified. But what I'm saying is she a foundational scientist on the theory of primate evolution, or is she someone that has her own fringe theories based off of it?
All right. Look, brother. Once again, bro. Look, peep game. Remember these names. Nina Jablonski. Look it up. Nina. Nina Lasky. You feel one of them Eastern European names. Rick Kittles, the guy that got 23 and me. You know, the one that got y'all spitting in the tube and sitting to
Yeah,
him.
but these are people.
Rick
These are
Kittles.
people born in the 20th and 21st century. They're not. They're not the people that are the foundation of the
I mean,
theory.
brother, I don't
If you
believe
say
it
if you
either.
say
I don't
if
believe it either, though, bro. Like, I'm not in disagreement with you. I don't believe this shit either. I'm saying this what they
He's just
pushing, bro.
saying they're
This
starting
what
to they are starting to say a lot of new things though. They're
yeah.
adding on to the test. I want to ask a question.
But hold on, y'all missing the last point. That's the going from ape to hominid. That's the shit they kicking. The next thing is now they're saying that Homo sapiens, you know, modern day humans, us, originally evolved in Europe and went into
Yeah,
Africa.
I showed
Oh,
that.
to
that they're on some
so it's
bullshit.
going,
They're
it's
on some
going.
bullshit.
Hey, look, y'all bought the science, bro. They doing it
That-
based on the science that y'all agree with.
They're on some bullshit, and I
All right,
don't think the
here's
majority.
the question though that I want anybody. I bet you nobody can answer this. What's the difference between a Homo sapien and a Homo sapien?
According to the theory, one is more archaic and one's more modern. Homo sapiens sapien would be a modern human.
Yeah, what's the difference? What makes them more modern?
um, sociological behaviors, brain
Is
size.
there anything
Uh,
biological? No, I'm gonna tell you. I looked it up, and you'll find out that they'll even tell you they don't even know what they're really saying. It's like they say it's all these gray areas, but there's really nothing that can pinpoint and say this is what makes a Homo sapien sapien.
the one thing I could say is I believe Homo sapiens sapien is more a Homo sapien that had admixture with Homo erect. I mean with Neanderthal and Denisovian, because as you know, a lot of us have that mixture in our genes. So I think they say Homo sapien it mixed with Neanderthal and Denisovan, and from that mixture, you get Homo sapiens sapiens. That don't quote me, but I think that plays a part into it.
Nah, nah, bruh. I don't know about that one, Truth.
That ain't
Truth.
me, bro. That's him. That's not me, bro.
Nah, that's my man. That should die.
Yeah.
Yo, and look up the Neanderthal Genome Project too, man. Cause yo, these people are full of shit, man. I was looking at because they say They broke the Neanderthal genome, and so what they do, they didn't have enough DNA, and so I think they got the DNA off a finger. So what they have to do is add DNA
And they
in
got to
order,
clone it and stretch it out in order
right,
to read it.
and then stretch it out. And they only have the mitochondria of the Neanderthal supposedly. But guess what? The Neanderthal mitochondria is nowhere related to human mitochondria.
Right.
And
Can
they
I get
lose
this? Can
DNA
I
in that
get this
process.
really quickly? Because I did present this in my debate, and so the truest, so I can show you. And yeah, they be on bullshit, but this is what they were originally saying from the start. They were originally saying that the most advanced of the hominins was white. So yeah, there was different people that said, "Oh, white came first, or white came last, and it was most involved." But it didn't matter where they put the white man. They were saying the white man was the most evolved. That's why I always bring up the brain and the phrenology and the craniology that is pseudoscientific. How they end up justifying it is by saying white people's head have a larger frontal lobe, they have a larger cranium around, suggesting that they had the biggest brain. And since they would eat the most meat, more than Africans that would have a fruit and vegetable mixed in diet where they would eat raw meat, that raw meat is the reason why their brain grew. And yes, that stuff has been debunked, Timmy, but they're still using it. They're still using it to this day. Look up if meat evolved the brain. How
Yeah.
does meat how does meat give you intelligence? So here what they said. So
Well, they say fish. They say we because they try to
Well,
say it was.
it's not really the meat itself; it's the vitamins and the nutrients and the
that's
macros
what they
in the meat.
say. Yeah, that's what they say. But how can you divulge that that is the entrance of intelligence? You can't. So all they
And
can
it
do is
wouldn't be
say
the
the
meat.
larger brain is what makes us more intelligent. And
Yeah,
then does
and the
someone
meat
with a
doesn't
big
have.
head have more intelligence than someone with a small head?
No, meat and
Dulcinea,
meat
I got
meat
some
doesn't
shit I
have
got to
any more
send to you.
nutrients.
Okay.
Meat doesn't have any more nutrients than anything else. If I mean, what the if the animals are eating the plants, you know what I'm saying, for the nutrients that they get. So why would eating meat be any more nutritious than what the animal eats itself? The
Right.
animals don't, the things that they say, like for instance, they say we got to eat meat for B vitamins, but because we don't produce them. Animals don't produce, cows don't produce B vitamins either. They get the B vitamins from the plants they eat. Actually, B vitamins are produced in the bacteria in the ground. The cows graze on it, and that's how they say that's part of the reason why they try to say meat evolve stuff like B vitamins. Animals don't produce B vitamins. They get it from the same place we get it. And the reason why a lot of the plants don't have the B vitamins they should is because they fucking up the soil where the bacteria exist that produce B vitamins. B vitamins come from bacteria in the soil.
Hey, look, peep game, right? So the one that I was talking about with Nina Jablonski, Sarah Tishkoff, and Rick Kittles, that was speaking more on the genetic level, right? And I know that one that you just pulled up too, though, right? But the other one that I was talking about, like, nah, this something completely different. And like I said, they started in 2013. They had another one that came up for review in 2015, 2017, 21, 22. And I think they got one that's about to, I think it came out. I got to go see. But they usually try to update this because this is something that they've been doing that. Not only is they saying with the genetic shit from Nina Jablonski that when the first ape went hominid, this skin would have really been pink and shit on the genetic level. These people in this other one is saying that Homo sapiens sapiens, out of Africa theory, they saying no, it's an out of Eurasia theory, where Homo sapiens sapiens evolved in Europe and went into Africa in two waves. They
I mean,
evolved.
Charles Darwin said it.
They evolve along. Now, but look, we talking about up to date science, bro, and I'm talking
Yeah,
about
yeah, I know. I'm just saying,
this all
but they
genetic.
were
So we
saying
talking
that
about
early on.
modern humans now. We ain't talking about just any other hominid, bro. We talking about modern humans now. This is the shit they pushing. Now, do I believe that shit? I don't believe none of that shit. But
that's what I
this
was
is what
saying.
science. This is what
He
science is pushing, bro.
that's what Darwin's theory said too. Like he said, Homo sapiens sapien comes out of Africa, goes into Eurasia, and mates and mixes with Neanderthal and Homo erect. I mean, Homo Denisovia.
No, he didn't.
Y'all ain't hearing me
No, hold
correctly,
on,
bro.
Truist.
You're
Charles
not hearing
Darwin
me correct, bro.
did not know about Neanderthals, did he?
Hey,
He didn't
but
know
look,
about Neanderthals.
y'all not hearing me though, bro. I'm not saying anything came up out of Africa and went into Europe and made it with Homo Neanderthal and created modern humans today. No, they saying all that shit happened in Europe and then migrated down into Africa now. So they saying
Yeah.
ain't no out of Africa theory. They're pushing an out of Eurasia theory.
Hold on,
Bro.
did Charles Darwin know? They didn't know about Neanderthals in Denisovan during Charles Darwin's time, right? No, they hadn't even discovered that shit yet. Charles Darwin, when he was talking about Africans, he said that they did not have imagination to want to explore.
That's when we became primates.
No, he was talking about the Africans at that time. Homo sapiens sapiens. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
That
He was
shit was
saying we more
racist,
closer.
man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We being called primates is racist. That's the theory it was based off of. And as a matter of fact, he was quoted as saying that the Italians was the missing link. Because they was calling them niggas back then.
Yep. And then they
And
did it to the
remember, they put
pygmies.
that Twa dude in the zoo, right?
Yeah, it was a pygmy.
Yeah, and said he was the missing link. He
I
ended up
showed that
committing
in the
suicide.
debate as well, of showing that they did that. But let me address this one thing, because one of their big talking points to that is, well, how can you say it's racist if they're not saying only Black people were primates? They're saying they're all primates. So how is it racist? How is that racist? They're saying they're primate too. So, but that's what I think we're just coming in. We're not confusing your point, Truth. We're just making it known as far as it wasn't about, white people not saying they were primates. It was about them saying that they were the most evolved and intelligent Homo sapiens sapien. So they admit to, like, yeah, everybody's primates, but you guys are the ones that are closer to the either regressed or the beginning stages.
Right.
And we're closer to Homo sapiens sapien. We're what brought the evolution of Homo sapiens sapien to Africa.
Right. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, not only is they saying they was the first hominid one, but then with the outer Eurasia thing, they're saying they're the first Homo sapiens sapien that we evolved. Like they're the first one. Not only is they the first hominid one, that's what Rick Kittles, Nina Jablonski, all of them is pushing. And then these other people is speaking more on the Homo sapiens sapien side, like the first modern human. They're saying that it happened in Europe and then went into Africa.
Why you think they're saying?
So it's two different. It's two different scientific sides of this that I'm speaking about. They not in conjunction with each other, but they at one end of the spectrum. One at the beginning of hominids, the other one at the beginning of modern humans and
Yeah,
shit.
you can tell what they pushing, because remember they came out and said everyone has Neanderthal and Denisovan DNA except for the Africans. So there, it's lining up with their narrative. You see what I'm saying? That they try to make.
And if you look at like the cavemen and everything, they're the ones that first had tools. They said they're the ones that first made the wheel. They're the ones that first had fire.
Discovered fire. Yeah.
They've been saying all that.
Yeah, they got you to believe science to say the white man steal your daddy. My bad. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Go ahead. Yeah. Facts. That's what they're saying. But they say they're primates too, though, so it makes it not racist anymore, apparently.
Yeah, but that Nina Jablonski theory, is actually saying that shit, they the closest thing to the monkey nine shit. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, and I don't believe that either because only because species. And I wanted Sakina to come up to see if she was going to say anything about it, but it's about like mating. We aren't we aren't wired to want to sleep with other species. Of course, there's some crazy ass people. They do whatever they do. That's on them. They can't procreate though. They just have their bestiality ways. They like to pay for it, see it, but they can never come up with a baby from it. And when they say that another species was coming together with another species and creating all this and all that, that doesn't make any sense. First off, you're wired to only want your own species. And then second, even if for some reason you wanted something of another species, you wouldn't be able to procreate, not without a lab. So what are they even saying? How can one species go sleep with another species and create a baby?
And the thing about it is, I mean, yeah, I mean, how sick, that had to be too, because when they talk about the Neanderthal would, according to what I studied, the average Neanderthal would pound a human today to death. You know what I'm saying? That would all it would be equivalent to being attracted to a goddamn ape.
But even that theory about Neanderthals is off topic because if you look up to what's been coming up new, they not as different from us at all. Like, the whole thing about them that's supposed to be different for us, that they supposed to be primitive, stupid, yada yada. Well, now we're seeing evidence of them burying the dead, making art, jewelry, cooking a food, building houses, that they had a sense of intelligence as well, too. You feel me? And that's the whole nother thing too. We just looking at it, just in my opinion, from all the up-to-date shit about Neanderthals now and Denisovans and shit. Like it's just like right now, like you got us and you got Asian people, Mexicans and shit like that. Like that's really the difference and shit amongst them based on what's been coming out about them at all. Like even the beginning stages of what a Neanderthal was and all that, a lot of that shit turned out to not be true and debunked based on new archaeological finds around they settlements and shit like that. Like these people was doing basically the same shit we was doing. I even think that, if I'm not mistaken, I think some new shit that just came out showed them doing agriculture.
Facts. But I wanted to go back one moment because this is the part that always messes with me. They say that all these things are observable, that we should be able to look, and that's a major part of their arguments. They're like, if you look at a chimpanzee, look at the hands, look at this, look at that, it's observable that it looks like a human, but where? But here, when we're looking at it, we don't see any kind of snout for a canine, or we don't see anything in the phalanges that would point to this being paws or anything close to a dog. But actually, they say it's terrestrial and aquatic. So let me show you an alligator's skeleton. So when you look at an alligator, like you see the phalanges, you see the same type of face, you would see a longer tail. And they say, oh, okay, well, we can do observable truths. Well, why can't we say observable truths to say, maybe this looks like an alligator from 40 or 50 million years ago? Or we look at a crocodile saying it's terrestrial and in the water, and we look at a crocodile and say, hey, it has the same teeth, it's longer, it just changed a little bit. It changed as far as the length of its phalanges, but the same kind of tail. Why can't we say, oh, maybe that Pachystis was a crocodile that changed over time? But no, they're going to say it's a whale.
And that's why it's subjective. That's where it gets too subjective, because they get to say anything they want to say. And then you find out that this came in 1983. They already believed another ancestor led to the whales, but this came out to prove Darwinism, to prove that speciation can go from a puppy to a whale.
They had to. You know why? Because you can't explain why a whale is in the water with so-called mammal features. You know what I'm saying? So they had to make that up to fit that into evolution. But it's just a miraculous creation. You know what I'm saying? Like it's stupid, yo. Ain't no
And they
whale
say because of the hip
walk back
bone
in the
too.
water.
But
No,
have you seen the whale hip bone though, bro? Like
no,
they
those are the
petty for that
those
shit.
hit
They
no,
said
but
it's for the ears. The
those are
ears in the
sexual
hip bone.
organs.
Yeah,
Those
it's
things,
connected to his private
yeah,
parts,
those
bro. That's
things that, yeah, the things they say were hip bones that could have been. When you do the study, they use it for sexual reproduction. It's a big part of their reproduction, man.
That's a fact. But Dose, you know something that I just thought of and I wanted to speak to you about last time when I was up here. But when y'all did the after party of the debate, that I felt like a lot of them was being disingenuous on was that they tried to say Lucy was bipedal, right?
Right.
But Lucy was found without feet. But she definitely was found with arms and fingers that curve, long arms, curved fingers. We know what that means. But they
Right.
trying to say the upper half was primate, was monkey like, and the bottom half was hominid like bipedal. But how can you say that when she was found with no feet? So what they try to use to say she was bipedal is that they know they found human feet almost 900 miles away. How can you automatically connect that skeleton with footprints 900 miles away? So, man, that shit is suspicious all the way. But for people to sit there and argue with you like it's a definite fact that she was bipedal when she was found without feet, I find that shit highly disingenuous all the way around. I like when you bought the dog up walking, I was dying laughing.
Hey, yo, yeah, people always laugh at me, but I bring this up. But tell me how the vagina and the penis evolved separately. Like just the act of sex alone. You mean at one point it was only a half made vagina, the penis was they come together. So which did the vagina evolve before the penis? Did the penis how did that work? Anybody get what I'm saying? Like that don't even like those
Yeah.
Those two things had to be designed for each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was. And that's why the Y chromosome goes further back than what they even told. And that's why when you look into that Y chromosome, it's separating them from apes and chimps even more. Because at first they didn't look into that Y chromosome. They were just like, oh, it doesn't go far back. Women were first and produced and self-produced. And like, what are you talking about? But someone said that gorillas have the same skull, spine, and limbs. And I'm saying where? Where is this the same? Where is this the same skull? Where is this the same spine? We're upright for a reason. We're upright because the spine we have. This isn't upright. This isn't the same spine. We're the same limbs. That's why they're not fully bipedal, because they don't have the same limbs. So y'all are making it up. This is not the same at all.
And what was the reason? What is the reason they give for? Because I thought natural selection is about advantage, right? What
Right.
advantage? What? Why did they get rid of their fur when that allows you to be in different climates and keep warm? And so what happened with that? Did they move to Florida and lost their fur?
Yeah,
Like,
that would have actually been a form of de-evolution because we know that pink pigment skin is highly susceptible to skin cancer, especially in a hot environment with the sun and no trees around to really hide up on there and stuff like that. So them losing a fur, bro, would actually be them devolving, especially with
What was
what's
the
up under
reason
their
though?
skin.
Anybody know the reason they give? Because they usually have a, I forgot what they said, but we should at least have
I
a
don't know the
eight.
answer.
We should have a 8 with no fur at least, or very little fur at least, right? Or something. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
There's
Like,
a hairless ape, but still is no. Yeah, they get alopecia and lose their hair. It's still different.
hold on. You said there is a hairless 8?
Yeah.
Not you mean disease though. I'm talking
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Alopecia that
yeah,
they
I'm
say
talking,
that it
yeah.
has.
That wouldn't be like a trait that just kept going though, right? Like,
Exactly. Because that's the whole point is when they're saying these mutations that they're saying would have been diseases. What are they talking about? A change that far would have been a disease. It would have killed the organism.
that's why Ali Muhammad is a bad brother. I'm gonna tell you.
Absolutely.
I was listening to the interview y'all did with him, and I started going back and doing the research. And people don't understand what he's talking about when he talks about metallation and the changes on the DNA. And it's very possible that a lot of what they're calling these Neanderthals were really just diseased humans. Because I was looking into what he was saying about the DNA and those changes and what it takes to actually rearrange that ACGT and what happens, you know what I'm saying, with metallation. And when you
Yeah,
look at
changing the protein code and turning it
yeah,
off or having it do a different function and shit like that. Like, yeah, that's gonna cause some form of deformity, some type of degeneration, some
exactly.
type of disease. What Dosey was just talking about right there. Like, yeah, he was dead
Exactly.
on.
When you look at like Down syndrome, that's a type of, like, you could have found a skull with someone with Down syndrome and said, oh, they had a bigger frontal, whatever.
Well,
And
you
when
know,
you look,
Homo forensics has turned out to be a hobby, bro. Like, it's just a person with dwarfism.
and people don't even know about the Hobbit that they got. Y'all know there's a whole nother group they don't talk about that they call the Hobbit. It's not Neanderthal. It's not Denisovan. It's not. It's this little 3-foot creature that they supposedly found. They call a Hobbit, and they don't know where that fits into the evolution. Look up the Hobbit.
Yeah, Homo forensic, bro. That's what we
Right.
talking about. Yeah,
So,
it's they tried to
and
say it was an ape like at first, but new Tesla, bro, it was just a
then when you
deformed
look at
human, bro.
Neanderthals, they say they had rickets. They were diseased. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, but they don't respect. I'm gonna tell you, man, it's self-hatred, man. They talk all this black shit, but but they won't accept another black person as a genius. Like Ali Muhammad's a genius. He's a self-taught biological genius, and he's our brother. He said he do his own tests, his own. Why can't we accept that? Why he got to be
Exactly. I
pseudo?
was just about to say that. And when people say, "Oh, doing the work," he's doing the work. He has his own research facility. He looks into the DNA. He orders the equipment. He advances the equipment. He says he's working on more advanced equipment now. So
Right.
that's why I even said in during our interview, say he's wrong. Say you don't agree with anything that his conclusions. The fact that he has a research facility and is giving you the research alone is a benefit. So then you can look at the data, you can look at what he analyzed, and you can come up with your own conclusions.
My thing is, at least he's doing his, like, we got somebody doing their own research. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's to be respected. Because that's the problem. We're sitting around guessing off, oh, what the experts say. We need a real nigga in a lab. You know what I'm saying? That ain't got that ain't programmed or nothing. And we should honor shit like that, man. Like these people are anti-black, if you ask me, bro. Like, why would you try to minimize that when it might be a brother like that fucking is able to really help you in some way or really figure out the lies? Because if you ain't in the labs, we're all doing guesswork. All we can do is take their word for it. So when I hear a brother say, yo, I'm testing this shit myself, we should not only encourage that, but we should finance the shit and say, well, you doing it. Shit, we need to build that shit, you know what I'm saying, more luxurious and get more people in the lab so we can know ourselves, yo. Ourselves. Not what
Man,
someone said, so we can know. You see what I'm saying?
they
The
don't want to
fuck?
do that type of work, Lex. They'll rather be rocked to sleep by somebody that be like, oh, I'm a teacher, I'm a scientist. Believe me, man, I gotta go with that instead of really testing the motherfucker workout. That's why
Yeah, that
I
can.
ain't I ain't seen Ali in a while. But since I have been seeing him lately and shit, like man, he been on fire, man. Like I'm talking about a lot of things he been putting answers to questions that I had on some of this stuff that I was reading. Like, what if, they did this type of test? Like I really want to get in contact with him because it's a couple of scientific tests that I would need a lab and somebody that know what they doing to run these specific tests for me because I kind of got an idea on how that shit gonna turn out based on the evidence and how this shit work, bro. Like, and these people don't want to do that. They'll just rather read. They don't like read nothing that disagree with them. Like, bro, I read stuff that go against what I believe, bro, so I can see what evidence they got, what evidence these people got,
You
what
gotta know
questions they
both
got.
sides.
Yeah, bro. So it's like, I got to be prepared. So, because at the end of the day, bro, one thing that I notice about information, no matter what field it in, around the actual evidence, it will always be somebody's interpretation, their narrative. I don't want nobody narrative, bro. I just want the evidence. I don't mind reading a narrative, but I want to see the evidence.
That's another thing they don't understand, When they be talking about pull up articles and all of that, the expert's job is to present the evidence, not to interpret it for you necessarily. They read and don't realize the part when they get into the interpretation of the evidence. I don't understand how they don't know the difference between that. You know what I'm saying? So they're putting shit together and then they're giving you their expert opinion about the evidence. But that's no different from a court case. A jury, you present the evidence to them. Each lawyer is trying to paint a narrative around the evidence. But the evidence don't necessarily say what either one of them says. I mean, how could they not get that? So you don't have to be you can tell a child some of this shit, and a child will tell you that shit don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to be no genius to know some of that shit don't make no sense. It's just like with King Tut, right? They say King Tut was killed by his uncle A, right? And they speculate it was over, the kingship and this war between the priesthood. But they said that because he has a gash in the back of his skull. And so the historians supposedly put all this shit together. And they put together this whole fucking assassination story. The nigga could have fell off a horse one day or something, though. You see what I'm saying? Same thing they do with pottery. They find something over here and they'll create a whole fucking story around it, a whole civilization, and tell you what they was doing, how they lived, and you know what I'm saying, what movie they went to see and all that shit. Come on, man, stop it, yo. We don't know what them things were doing back then. Unless you got a video camera, you can't tell me how the fucking Neanderthals was living. Think about it. They got a whole movie, a whole Flintstone movie. They was running around, eating raw meat, grabbing their women by the hair, living like, for all you know, the motherfuckers is playing golf, yo. You don't know.
Hey, look, Lex. This how this shit'll read, right? It'll be like new find show evolutionary advance in the Galactican, right? Now this is a certain type of fish, right? That the fossil record is like millions of years old, right? But they haven't seen one since. One was found off the coast of South Africa, right? Now the articles say that new findings show you, the evolutionary advance from this fish that showed up in the fossil records like millions of years ago, but ain't nobody seen one. And when they find it, a live one, it look exactly the same as the goddamn fossil. So why even put evolution in that motherfucking title, bro? This fish still look the same. Ain't shit changed about it. But this how they'll write it, and then they'll try to come up with the shit without paying attention that even in their information, get down to the data, it still look exactly the same all the way around. Ain't nothing changed by this shit. You feel me? And
Yeah.
this the shit that I don't like, because a lot of these articles say things like that, and then when you get the evidence is absent, and the new slang they like to push out. Well, the absent of evidence doesn't mean the evidence is absent. Yes, it do.
Yeah.
It's absent. What the fuck are you? Like, bro? I'm from Chicago, fam. I know how a pimp talk, bro. That shit sound like pimp talk to me, bro. Like
Especially in science, that's supposed to be based off evidence. You shouldn't even be using shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like your whole shit's supposed to be based off evidence, not speculation. So
yeah, that shit crazy. The absent of evidence don't mean the evidence is absent.
yeah, I mean
It it
theoretically
it
that's
it.
true. Theoretically that's true, but it doesn't mean nothing in science.
Bro, that mean the evidence ain't that. That's all I gotta say is, like, you know what? Hey, the evidence ain't here, but we think it might be like, and a lot of these articles, that's what they say, bro. They'll make these extraordinary claims, and then they'll give you all this imagination about what it can be, what it possibly is, what they're assuming it to be. And then when you get down to that good old conclusion section and shit, or the evidence section, it's missing.
Right. Here's the
Why the
thing
hell did
too.
why you just make me read damn near 15 pages of bullshit instead of just saying the evidence ain't there yet? Like, I'm pissed off now.
Even if we was to say evolution, the theory of evolution was absolutely true, it would still be something that was guided by intelligence. Because, like I said, information technology, the ability to mutate has to be in the programming. You see what I'm saying? It's like machine learning. I always tell people, just like AI today. You know what I'm saying? The fact that they able to learn or adapt is because it's in their programming. Adaptation, where does that come from? How do you adapt? Why do you adapt? See, I got a technical mind. So I know even adaptation, the DNA has to have the programming to do that. You see what I'm saying? So if you talk about if you talk about things evolving and coming together and doing all of that, that is still something that has to be innately within the nature of the thing that's doing it. You know what I'm saying? You can't take something and say and expect it's going to adapt to weather change. It doesn't happen like that. So there's something in the DNA that is programmed to adapt. So even if we was to accept evolution, you still would have to say it was guided by intelligence. And then what was the purpose of putting adaptation in the programming? That means that it still would have a purpose. So even evolving to what we are today would have had to be something that was purposed in the beginning for it to happen. All right, y'all. Peace and love. Amani.
Peace and love. Nisha, are you asleep? Well, you guys, I think everybody's bowing out. I'm about to bow out too. Thanks to OTK, Renegade J, the Truest, and all the Roundtable gang. It was really a good interview, and it was a good conversation. I think I know the pseudo killers, y'all like coming over here. I would just say y'all just calm down a little bit. stop over talking people, and then we can have a conversation. But understand you are going to get called out for those red herring and straw man arguments. And I just want to say peace to the chat. Thank you guys for hanging out with us tonight. You have a good night and peace and love. Yeah, it was fun. And definitely, I can't wait till the other ladies get their interviews. There's a lot that we have to offer, all 6 of us. So it's going to be good, you guys. And you have a good night.